Chapter 501 His Majesty the Overbearing President. Bai Tang sat there with his hands crossed.
I think those guys who are unwilling to participate in my music festival must be in a hurry to reincarnate or have trouble at home. What do you friends from the media think?
There was an uproar. Xiao, a senior reporter from Sihai Media, couldn't help shouting.
Mr. Bai Tang, are you openly cursing those musicians who don't come to support you?
Other reporters also shouted.
This is too much. I have never seen anything like this.
Bai Tang didn't say a word. He raised his finger and shook it arrogantly. There was a buzzing sound, and the giant screens arranged on both sides of the grass flickered with light and shadow. A piece of real-time news from Shanghai TV appeared.
According to the latest news obtained by reporters from the American front, world-class DJ and famous music producer Mr. Henderone encountered a serious car accident on his way to attend an event. We can see in the live video that his hands were stuck in metal fragments, and his eyes were he was even severely burned.
There was dead silence on the grass. Is this the latest news from the United States? According to the time difference, it's not even 5 a.m. in the United States now. How come the news spread so fast? But even more shocking news continued.
Grammy electronic music star Skil Boy was found dead of a drug overdose in the apartment of a New York street prostitute.
2 international celebrities who refused to attend the concert were killed and the other injured? It took a full 15 minutes for the media friends, who stood stunned on the grass, to confirm the news through foreign colleagues and social media. However, neither foreign media nor social media reported in such detail as the Shanghai TV report. Shanghai reporters even directly photographed the car accident scene and the dead bodies in the apartment. Give people the feeling. It was as if these Shanghai reporters were prepared in advance at the scene of the incident. Anyone with any sense in the field felt something was wrong. Several reporters who were about to leave subconsciously stopped. Bai Tang was still sitting there, with his hands folded on his chest, and a shadow enveloped his handsome face. In the silent grassland, there is only the sound of wind. Then Dee's cell phone rang. After the first ringtone rang, there was a buzzing sound, and all kinds of ringtones gathered together. All reporters and media personnel had their phones out. At this moment, as if rehearsed in advance, continuous revelations bombarded the entire internet. Weibo, QQ Group, Today's Online, daily hotspots. These social media posts covering the entire China are crazy. People who eat melon celebrate the new year directly.
It is reported that the lead singer of a well-known folk band was taken away by the police on the spot, and white powder that was flushed into the toilet was found at the scene. Chaoyang people have made another meritorious deed. 2 senior musicians played exciting games with 4 women and 7 men in a certain community. The secretly filmed video has spread. The police warn not to click on similar websites and be careful of Trojan horse implantation.
7 breaking news items in a row, all super scandalous. In less than an hour, all the bands that refused to attend Daji's concert fell apart. The grass fell into deathly silence again. Bai Tang looked at Qingqing indifferently.
Who prepared the guest list of singers invited this time?
Qingqing coughed and looked at Yunk. Yunk lowered his head.
I prepared it. Next time, you make a new list, and I'll invite them right here.
Yunk and Qingqing looked at each other, both helpless and confused. Tang, since he came out of the mist pass, he has become a completely different person. Let's call it domineering. He patiently taught all matters these days, and built the business systems of Shanghai Guild and Qifang Consortium step by step, handling all details personally. To be honest, he stays up every night and occasionally disappears. And in the past few days, neither of the 2 women has seen him smile. After last night, I don't know what happened, and his face became even more gloomy. No matter where he appeared, he seemed to be carrying a kind of anger and sadness that was going to destroy everything. Thinking in their minds, the 2 women have made a new list. Bai Tang took a look and said,
Let's start over. What kind of rubbish are these? I want the best.
Below, reporter Zhao from Sihai Media sneered.
If you can, please invite Andrew.
Who is Andrew? Yunk and Qingqing have never heard of it, but the senior media people present were all making murmurs. That person is a top celebrity in the European and American music scene. Since his debut, he has not even attended the Grammy Awards. He is extremely conceited and almost reclusive. Not to mention Chinese music programs. Even European and American shows cannot invite them. Everyone looked at Bai Tang. President Bai finally showed a look of satisfaction.
This is very good.
A private phone number from New York State appeared on Skylark's cell phone. She hurriedly dialed her cell phone. A yawning voice came from the phone.
No matter who you are, you better have something important to do. Otherwise you will be cursed.
Skylark said solemnly in English.
Mr. Andrew, we would like to invite you to a music festival. Get lost. I never participate in shows. Also, please call my agent next time something boring like this happens.
Bai Tang signaled Young to step back and smiled lightly at the phone.
Mr. Andrew, you seem to be very tired?
A rough response came from the phone.
That's so rude. Who are you? The USA Today show? Or the Situ show?
Bai Tang Lindgren.
Mr. Andrew, open your computer and take a look. It contains the address of our concert and a special video.
A ding-dong sound came from the phone. Soon there was a panicked roar. Bai Tang said indifferently into the phone.
It's 1 a.m. Eastern Time. You and that little Virginia boy were playing too crazy. But no matter how tired you are, you still seem to have the energy to sing.
A heavy gasp came from the other side.
Fuck. Oh no. Who the hell are you?
Bai Tang was indifferent.
Do you want me to give the video to your wife? And your 3 lovely children? Let them see how my dear father communicates deeply with a little boy. Fuck. Wait. Let me think about it. Are you going to the concert now? Or in China? I don't even have time to find a private plane. You have to give me time.
Bai Tang flicked the phone with his fingers.
Mr. Andrew? Now! Stand up from your shit yellow sofa. What? How did you know I was on the sofa? Of course I know. Now that you stand up, walk away from that ugly dog and take 3 steps to the west.
The breathing on the other side of the phone became more and more rapid.
You? Who are you? How do you know where I am? My dog daughter, you hacking spying on me?
The sound of smashing things came from the phone. Bai Tang waited patiently. After a while, Mr. Andrew's footsteps were heard. Staggering and trembling footsteps. He seemed to take 3 steps, and then let out a scream. Bai Tang remained indifferent.
You see it now? What is outside the window? Oh my god! This is the plane you got? Holy Mary! How did this thing get into the city?
North American air defense system seems to be terminated. Planes from mountains and seas appearing just above urban areas in the United States? This is the invasion of hacking war. Bai Tang hung up the phone and looked at the stunned people below.
Because of backward transportation carriers such as routes and airplanes. I'm afraid you have to wait 14 hours to see Mr. Andrew. But it's worth it. Isn't it? He is a legend who holds 14 Grammy trophies.
Chapter 502 Death Gaze. Known as the most difficult musician in history, the proud hip-hop god Andrew, this time, was defeated by Bai Tang in less than 10 minutes. The phone call below is much easier. The second blues diva from the UK was convinced in less than 2 minutes and boarded the plane sent by Bai Tang. In this way, the remaining 227 musicians were handed over to a group of logistics personnel behind Skylark. Bai Tang then picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. We have almost all the guests performing at the concert. Domestic musicians. We just received more than 600 phone calls. I have selected about 300 of them. It's okay. The reporters below all swallowed their saliva. If the scene that just happened was not a dream but real, then this concert created to celebrate the virtual singer would have unprecedentedly invited more than 600 singing guests. All super heavyweights. Oh my god. Even if one person sings one song continuously, it would take 4 or 5 days to finish it, including changing scenes and rest time. I'm afraid it will last a whole week. Reporter Zhao from CI Media has been mumbling something. At this time, he was rubbing his face fiercely. The parent company of CI Media is a mysterious consortium. Recently, this consortium is competing with Qifeng Group for a piece of prime land in Jiating New District. So reporter Zhao's purpose this time is not just to cause trouble. He must try his best to prevent the Qifeng Consortium's media and public relations activities. Once this concert is successfully held, the Qifeng Consortium's momentum will surpass all competitors. Too bad for the parent company. This is also the only task assigned above. Now he finally mustered up the courage and coughed heavily. Mr. Bai Tang, I have completely recorded everything that happened here today. I can't judge what you did, but I absolutely don't want to stand here. It is my character as a media person to collude with you. The reporters at the scene were inspired by these righteous words, and they all lowered their heads in shame. Reporter Zhao took advantage of the situation and raised his arms and shouted, "Don't be scared by him. We are media people. Exposing crimes and finding the truth is our mission. Everyone has records. Get together and call the police immediately." The media reporters were in a commotion. But soon someone whispered, "The live broadcast signal transmits all blank images." What AHL? Mine too. The recordings on my phone are all noise. Now thinking of President Bai's magical methods. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. We all work as reporters just to get by. So why should we take it seriously? Bai Tang looked at reporter Zhao coldly. At this time, Zhao was isolated and helpless, and his peers around him were avoiding him. Reporter Zhao trembled and shouted,
"What do you want? Can you still kill me?"
Sinai shouted sharply, turned around and ran towards the exit of the grassland. Bai Tang stared at his back. Reporter Zhao ran no more than a few steps before he clutched his heart in pain, panted slowly, and slowly fell to the ground. Orchid ran out from behind and performed first aid on the scene. The ambulance arranged by Chi Fong group behind the grass seemed to have been ready, and they performed cardiac resuscitation in the car. 15 minutes later, Lan Hua announced that reporter Zhao had died of a heart attack. After such a series of dazzling operations, Daji's singing sounded on the main stage. Believe it, happy sleeping child. The stars are about to rise and shine. Human beings wake up from their sleep, looking up at the ruins of the city. But our names are already written in the starry sky. Bai Tang walked into the background. Yunk and Qingqing followed him. These bugs at the concert did not waste much of Bai Tang's energy. Just when he was dealing with reporter Zhao, hundreds of instructions were issued in his mind at the same time, most of which were about the operation of the Challenge Tower. At the same time, he also accepted and processed information from all parties compiled by the data department.
The World Snake has sent an envoy. As the representative of the Atlantic Game Zone, he wants to talk to us. Shanghai,
Skylark added from the side.
We received great help from the World Serpent during the Mist Pass, and we still have to give this face.
The best candidate to welcome the messenger of the World Serpent seems to be Skylark. No matter the specifications or identity, they are all suitable. But Bai Tang issued an unexpected order.
Let Yang Tuki and Xingjit represent the mountains, and seize to welcome friends from afar. Qingqing?
Fong Qingqing came back to her senses.
I'm here. Come and watch Daji's concert. If you encounter troublemakers, just deal with them the way I just did. Don't be afraid of killing. There are more than 7 billion people on this planet,
and 40,000 newborns are born every day. The survival rate is definitely higher than the death rate. So it doesn't matter if a few people die.
Qingqing felt a chill in her heart and turned around silently to leave. Bai Tang flicked his fingers.
Yunk, follow me.
Silently walking to the shadow at the end of the grass, Bai Tang handed a photo to Yunk. The photo shows a female student wearing the uniform of Maxim High School. Here is her name, Xia Yuning. Skylark looked up in surprise. Bai Tang smiled slightly.
Sister Yunk, you are the one I trust most in the entire guild. So you must complete this task.
Skylark took a deep breath.
You want me to kill this girl?
Yes. She is just an ordinary female high school student. In fact, this task can be easily completed by just a small member of the guild. Why does she have to carry out the heavy responsibility herself? Although he had such doubts, Skylark nodded obediently. She slowly exited the shadows. The Shanghai TV channel owned by the Qi Fong Consortium interrupted its live broadcast for an unprecedented 2 hours. But then, the grand gathering of 600 top singers from all over the world made all Shanghai channel users go crazy. Even an old man born in the 1980s can call out the names of several of the idols. In the apartment on Fallen Street, Fong Tang kept staring at the TV. The signal of this free Shanghai channel is extremely good, and it has been set as the main menu channel by Xiang and Ayu. It seems that the two of them
take care of their benefactor's business.
Just 2 hours into the interrupted concert live broadcast, Shanghai channel is circulating an even more amazing movie trailer.
Interview from Comic Seat President David Adam. Thank you. Thank you very much. In this cooperation with China's Qi Fong Consortium, we will create a more interesting IP. Of course, it can be seen as a bold attempt.
The president of Manxi, who is also the creator of the Super Resurrection Alliance movie, is now talking.
We will create a female version of the Resurrection Alliance.
The host snorted.
Then can you think that the current popularity of women's rights made you make this decision? No. No. Dear. Of course, we will not deliberately pursue this kind of political correctness. What we want to show to all the fans of the Resurrection League is a completely different world. Imagine, in addition to Black Widow, Captain Marvel and the others, there are more female superheroes. The female version of Super Iron Man.
The host looked weird.
Dear David, I think you will offend many fans. I can't wait to see the overwhelming criticism on Rotten Tomatoes.
David Adam responded in an embarrassing and not polite manner.
When we were preparing to restart Iron Man, we also received ridicule and criticism. But you see, we have succeeded. So I believe.
The interview screen cut out, and a shocking movie trailer appeared. In the picture, In Planet Volvo, the Death Kingdom of the universe, Black Widow, who voluntarily sacrificed herself to obtain the Soul Stone, fell off a cliff, and her soul entered a parallel universe in which all superheroes became women. The female version of the Resurrection League movie series will start with the female version of artificial intelligence in the fantasy world. The first character movie, Fantasy World Beauty, will star the virtual singer Daji. She will interpret a touching feminine artificial intelligence and interact with the female version of Iron Man forms a best friend team. Virtual artificial intelligence plays the role of artificial intelligence on the screen. Friends, don't you find it interesting? Fong Tang turned off the TV. His eyes were sore. I haven't felt like this for a long time. In the past, my body's eyes could directly focus my sight, see extremely distant objects, and even zoom in on details. But now, his ordinary eyes can't stand even 3 hours of television. What is Bai doing? Take control of the media era and try your best to make that virtual singer famous. Even conquered the world's largest entertainment IP, the Resurrectionist Alliance? Fong Tang vaguely felt that Bai Bu had cast a big net. The only problem is, these appear to be real-world influences and controls. Does she no longer care about the Infinite Challenge game and has started fighting for domination in the real world? Chapter 503 The Beginning of Hell. Fong Tang decided not to think about Bai's conspiracy anymore. He might need to rest for a while first. Kane appeared on the phone, ruthlessly exposing his thoughts. Now, it's no longer an order of magnitude. The white that occupies your body. The computing power of a single thought exceeds the sum of all the supercomputers on this planet. What are you using to fight her? So, what resources do I have now? Fong Tang put away his mobile phone and began to organize it. The first is a weak body that is barely copied. My body carries a low-level, but very annoying magical bacteria. And I still don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. There is also an unreliable ghost phone. Kane's consciousness in the mobile phone is not complete. It can only be regarded as a fragment of consciousness. Unfortunately, this guy completely inherited the shortcomings of Black Robe Kane, but did not retain any of his advantages. Finally, there is a set of meditation techniques that I don't know if I can practice. That's all? No strengthened body. No developed brain. There is no money or game currency. And even the most basic chips are lost. Use these resources to fight against Bai, who owns the entire Shanghai Guild and has evolved a nearly immortal body. If this rebirth were compared to a game, it would be Lish Start, in front of the indescribable strength gap. All conspiracies and tricks are just paper tigers. Kane showed up again on the phone. Hey, you still have me. What can you do? Isn't it nice to have a mobile phone that can chat with you to relieve boredom and drink with you? Fong Tang was speechless. Let's do something useful first. Open the website that Fuda mentioned. Check it, and get the package of identity information. Kane chuckled. When the phone was about to open the website automatically, Fong Tang suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wait! What's wrong? I was so surprised. Fong Tang shook his head. It may be a scam. You should check the website first. After a while, Kane screamed strangely. Is this Pagoda joking? It turns out to be a foreign beautiful boy dating website. Fong Tang snorted. Budu is deliberately humiliating me. She can obviously get the identity information directly, but she wants to collect it at a certain website. I should have thought of it. What should we do? We can't even get an identity now. I'll find a way. Fong Tang said, and opened the meditation technique stored in his mobile phone. From the meditation room of 01 Temple. The complete notes of my father. Having had previous experience, Omega Brain Fong Tang was already very familiar with the first stage of meditation. However, it has now become extremely difficult to re-enter the realm of meditation, even at the first level, because the brain of his body has not been developed at all. Fong Tang could only start learning from theory. In his father's notes, he conducted in-depth research on meditation. In the third level, meditation has an exclusive ability called primary concentration. You can concentrate all your abilities and focus on something, thereby stimulating the human body's maximum potential. After that, there is the development of the 5 senses. Only when you practice to the 6th level can you activate advanced concentration. Under high concentration, the description in my father's notes is extremely moving. You can see the structure of dust particles in the air. You can hear the molecules falling off when the sand is weathered. And you can smell the 27,000 different species in the flowers. With a molecular aroma, you can feel the metabolism cheering under your pores. This is just high-level concentration.
but it already looks like the whims of a lunatic. And when you reach the 9th level, which is the highest level, you are super focused. My father did not directly describe what it would be like to be super focused. He just summarized it in a vague word: the feeling of becoming an immortal. The consciousness can easily leave the body and enter any living tissue at will. Fong Tang couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Isn't this what Taoist cultivators call the emergence in novels? The father's description later became even more astonishing.
You can observe the magnetic field of other lives and trace the past and present lives of that person based on the trajectory of the magnetic field of life. You can also observe the composition of everything in the world and recreate things with elementary particles. You can even draw energy directly from the universe.
Ridiculous. The description of the 9th level of meditation was beyond Fong Tang's knowledge. But the last page of his father's notes only recorded some techniques of the 5th level of meditation. It seems that the limit of this amazing legendary figure is only around the 6th level, and the rest is just speculation and fantasy. Fong Tang calmed down and tried to enter the 1st level of meditation. Just stay awake during the dream. I could easily enter the dreamland before, but I couldn't find the feeling this time. Fong Tang began to feel anxious. Did the 40-year journey in prison just teach me how to be patient? At this moment, he, who was actually over 60 years old, finally let go of the shackles locked in his heart and slowly entered a dream. He kept his consciousness awake and was about to have a dream within a dream when the landline phone in the living room screamed like crazy. Fong Tang quit the 1st level of meditation in annoyance. His mind was clear, but his anger still gradually grew. When he picked up the phone, the low-level bacteria in his body suddenly replicated and divided again.
Could it be feeding on my emotions?
Fong Tang immediately grasped something. Ah Xiang's noisy voice came from the phone.
Hello? Little kid. Did you hear me? I heard that. I haven't cooked yet. I didn't go out to buy food. You can order takeout tonight. Let's talk about cooking tomorrow. Little brat. You have to do something for me. Take the key in the living room. Go to the storage room below to get the ham out. And then find a way to deliver it to Mogu High School.
Ah Xiang explained impatiently.
Give it to Director Zhang of the teaching office. Do you understand? Huh? I don't understand. What does it mean to give a gift to a dead person? What did you say? Little brat? Nothing.
Fong Tang suddenly thought of a good plan to get identity information.
I'll go right away. Let me tell you. This is a gift. You should know when giving a gift.
Fong Tang hummed and was about to put down the phone. Ah Xiang was still shouting.
This is all an adult's business. You little brat doesn't understand anything about business operations. Just send it over and it's fine.
It was already evening outside, and Fong Tang struggled to drag the whole pig leg out. Kane had already started calling an express train for him.
We don't have money. Old guy. Let's get a shared bicycle.
It took him half an hour to get to Moji High School, which was actually not that far away. I have quite a connection with this school. Wang Yi seems to have been a teacher here. And there is also Zhong Yingji, who has been missing for a long time. Now, Buddha's pseudonym Xie Qingning is also here. It's a pity that he can no longer enter the black hole network and observe every move of the pagoda. In my memory, Maxim High School was not nearby here before. Relevant information appeared directly on Kane's phone. It turned out that they had just moved here, mainly because the original school site was being requisitioned for a major project in Minhang and Jiaotong. In the information that appeared on the mobile phone, Dahua Ecological Group, the company behind Maxim High School, also received a lot of benefits. For example, the new school site was acquired at a bargain price. This land alone on the edge of Dongpunu District is worth 10 schools. Dahua Ecological Group, the company, is everywhere in Mist Pass and appears many times in the game scenes. Fong Tang has always suspected that this company has a close relationship with Wang Yi. He was stopped at the school gate. However, an off-road vehicle was parked near the office building. Next to the vehicle stood a handsome woman with a bulging waist. Fong Tang exclaimed in his heart.
So Wang Xueyan from Criminal Investigation Team 4? Wasn't she transferred to the police academy? Why is she here to handle the case again?
Because he had observed the pagoda Xie Qingning shared memory. He knew that Director Zhang had long been dead. But he didn't expect that Wang Xueyan was here to handle the case. The school's professional security guard came over at this time with a strange expression on his face.
Brother, who are you to Director Zhang? A friend. Oh, don't bother giving gifts. Director Zhang, you won't be able to see him again.
He? Fong Tang smiled faintly.
How did you die?
The middle-aged security guard subconsciously blurted out.
My tongue was cut off. So I just fell down and died.
At this point, He covered his mouth in shock, and his expression became more and more panicked. Fong Tang took out his cell phone and shook it.
Have the school leader sealed it? Now you have revealed key information. And I have recorded it.
The middle-aged security guard's expression changed, and his eyes gradually became fierce. Fong Tang patted the pig's leg and said,
Let me in. Just pretend I don't know about this. This GWM is given to you. Just make a friend.
The security guard glanced at the plump pig leg, swallowed, and quietly opened the school door. Fong Tang rode in easily. He came directly to Wang Xueyan's side. But before he even got close, he was blocked by two plainclothes men.
Are you a student?
Wang Xueyan came over and asked. Fong Tang shook his head.
I'm here to see my brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law? Yes. That's Director Zhang Xiao. My sister's boyfriend. Friend.
The brother of the deceased's girlfriend. This is the clue that comes to your door. Wang Xueyan winked at her partner and led Fong Tang into the office building. Chapter 50 for the Killer and the Magic Stick. There is nothing surprising about Zhang Zhao's case. The murderer Zhao Yingying has surrendered. This time Wang Xueyan was just doing an on-site inspection, as a routine matter to check whether the confession and evidence chain were correct. Unexpectedly, when I came to the school and learned about the situation, I felt that there was something wrong with the case. Why did Zhao Yingying suddenly commit murder and cut Zhang Zhao's tongue with nail clippers before killing? This is not like a murder of passion, but more like an accidental death due to insanity. The whole school knew that Zhao Yingying had a crush on Zhang Xiao, so it was a murder caused by jealousy. After sorting out these thoughts, Wang Xueyan poured a cup of tea in the office and handed it to the handsome young man.
Let me ask you something. When did your sister and Director Zhang meet? Have they been in contact these days?
Fong Tang shook his head.
I don't know. I still don't know what your name is.
Wang Xueyan smiled.
I'm Director Zhang's secretary. Well, don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually.
Fong Tang shook his teacup.
No, you are a policeman.
Wang Xueyan's expression remained unchanged, and she was surprised that this child was quite cunning. So she smiled and said,
How do you know I am a policeman? Because I am a professional fortune teller. If you go to Fallen Street and ask around, who doesn't know the name of my fortune teller?
Wang Xueyan lowered her face, first showed her police badge, and then took out a small book.
Sit down. Be serious.
Fong Tang sat down obediently. Kane's cell phone slipped from his sleeve and fell under the chair.
What's your sister's name? The neighbors call her Xiang. Kid, do you know that Director Zhang has jumped to his death?
Fong Tang Anren took a sip of tea.
When I was passing downstairs just now, I counted with my fingers, and there was a dead person. I didn't expect it to be Brother Zhang. I had long said that he was suffering from a bloody disaster. His tongue was in trouble, and he would die at the hands of a woman sooner or later. Inside,
Wang Xueyan was stunned for a moment.
How do you know the dead man's tongue, bastard? Don't say you figured it out again.
Fong Tang looked at her with a smile.
If you don't believe me, how about I tell the fortune for the beautiful police sister?
Wang Xueyan sneered.
Come on. If I don't expose you, you are such a bastard. I will be doing criminal investigation for nothing. Do you want to ask me my birth date or read my palm? No need at all.
Fong Tang's handsome face and skeletal eyes made Wang Xueyan grit her teeth and hate him. But the divine fortune teller instantly became extremely calm, with a look of vicissitudes of life in his eyes.
Sister, you have been looking for someone. Your friend and respected boss. That person has been missing for a long time.
The notebook in Wang Xueyan's hand fell with a clatter, and her eyes widened. Fong Tang continued.
In the past few months, you have gone through a huge change. Your career has been unsatisfactory, and you almost left your job. Later, your life became more stable, but you were destined to be a hard worker. You left your comfortable position. Returning to the scene again, we are still secretly searching for our missing friends.
With a swish sound, the muzzle of the gun was pressed against Fong Tang's head. Wang Xueyan shouted coldly.
Who are you? Just a fortune teller.
Wang Xueyan shook her pistol, then slowly put it away, and spoke a few words into the intercom on her collar. Not long after, two men came in, one on the left and the other on the right, leading Fong Tang out of the house. After waiting in the corridor for a while, Wang Xueyan stuck her head out.
Bring him in!
Sitting on the chair again, Fong Tang found Kane's phone with his fingers and quietly picked it up. Kane's voice quietly appeared in his ear.
The police officer just made 2 calls to investigate Xiang's identity and temporarily ruled out you and sister as suspects. She no longer cares much about this accidental death case. Now I want to detain you and ask you about fortune-telling.
At this time, Wang Xueyan put her hands on the chair and said with a majestic expression,
Your sister and Zhang Xiao are not boyfriend and girlfriend at all. I asked you to give gifts this time. You kid. You are so full of lies.
Fong Tang pursed his lips.
I originally meant male friends. And I didn't say we were in love. You heard me wrong.
Wang Xueyan almost choked on his words and suppressed her anger.
Tell me what you calculated just now. If you are really capable, tell me the whereabouts of that missing friend. He died.
Wang Xueyan trembled. She obviously shouldn't trust a little magician. But why was she so panicked?
He is really dead. Evil will be punished.
Fong Tang stood up slowly.
Can I leave now?
Wang Xueyan gritted her teeth.
Take out your ID card and make a record.
Fong Tang shrugged.
I came to the school to find Zhang Xiao just to get my ID card back. I still have 1,000 yuan.
This is nothing. Wang Xueyan was a little confused. Fong Tang said slowly.
Last time I sneaked into the school and was caught by a teacher named Xie Qingning. He took away my ID card and fined me 1,000 yuan, which is my hard-earned money. Ah.
Wang Xueyan turned around and went out. Not long after, the sound of high heels could be heard clearly. Buddha. The beautiful Xie Qingning walked over and looked at Fong Tang coldly.
I don't know him.
Wang Xueyan frowned.
I still need to understand this. Please don't get excited. Teacher Xie.
Fong Tang softly hummed a ditty.
Zhao Yingying. She's hypnotized. The real murderer is Qing Ning. Right in front of you. Right in front of you.
His voice was very low, and his pronunciation was deliberately vague. But Fuda's eyes had changed. She immediately isolated her sentimental emotions, abandoned all emotions, and entered into calculations. Fong Tonglai's move seems very naive. He only needs to kill a few people in the room. By himself, this is a very simple thing, and all problems can be solved. But the calculated data is constantly changing. Fuda suddenly realized that he was not 100% sure of killing this vulnerable little Fong Tang. Not to mention, if Wang Xueyan is killed, all the variables brought about by this will affect his current disguised identity. In this way, the optimal choice after calculation is only cooperate with Fong Tang's little trick. Fuda lowered his head and coughed.
Officer, I admit my mistake. I took away his ID card and fined him 1,000 yuan.
Wang Xueyan was speechless.
You are really ruthless. He may only earn a few dollars by telling fortunes. Also, you don't have the power to fine you arbitrarily. Do you know that it is illegal to deduct your ID card?
The pagoda lowered its head as if scared. Not long after, Fong Tang, who walked out of the office building, finally got the package. Inside are ID cards, household registers, 1,000 yuan in cash, and a good wallet. Over there, Wang Xueyan started taking notes. She took a look at the ID card in Fong Tang's hand and laughed wildly.
Tang Zhu, fortune teller. Your name is really heavy. Didn't you choose a good name for yourself?
Fong Tang looked at Xie Qingning speechlessly. The corners of Xie Qingning's mouth curled up, and she quietly raised her middle finger to make a gesture. At this moment, gunfire rang out. Wang Xueyan ignored the fortune teller Tang Zhu and rushed to the North Library with her partner. The killer shot from the top floor. Fong Tang and Xie Qingning walked around the library without saying a word and rushed to the South High School together.
It's Skylark,
Xie Qingning whispered. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. She did it on purpose.
Yes. The gunfire was released deliberately to attract the attention of the police. But why do you do this?
Fong Tang couldn't keep up with her speed and hesitated.
Carry me on your back. Hurry up. Young's target is your student?
Xie Qingning was also hesitating. Finally, she looked around and hugged the boy. In a flash, she came to the corridor on the 4th floor of the high school. Chapter 505 Xia Yuming. Now is the last self-study class. There is no one in the corridor, and Xie Qingning perfectly avoids all cameras. Only then did she say in a deep voice,
The trajectory of that bullet was aimed at a girl in my class. Her name is Xia Yuming, and she is an ordinary person.
Fong Tang lowered his head and thought,
if my guess is correct, Young did not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, let alone a child. So it failed on purpose. The premise of your speculation is that someone forced her to kill Xia Yuming. This was not her original intention,
Fong Tang said coldly.
The only one who can force Skylark to do such a thing is me. Oh, the White Queen's order? The logic doesn't make sense,
Fong Tang admitted.
There is a problem with the logic. If I had a reason to kill Xia, she would not send Skylark. She would do it herself. And she would not need to show up at all, let alone any firearms. Just a thought. There are countless ways to do it.
Xie Qingning suddenly bit her lip.
There is only one possibility. The White Queen is subject to some kind of restrictions.
Fong Tang already had an extraordinary tacit understanding with this replica of pagoda. At this moment, it was as if the two of them had a mental connection.
So, the identity of classmate Xia is very interesting. Is it a human being that even Bai has some scruples about?
The last self-study class before school. The students in Class 7, Grade 3, seemed to have been given a shot of blood. Many people were secretly watching the Shanghai Channel live broadcast just now on their mobile phones. The school rules of this aristocratic school are very strict, and it is strictly forbidden to bring mobile phones into the campus. But as Class 7 changed its head teacher, within a few days, the rules began to loosen unknowingly. The boys in other classes are now envious of them. Not just because the class teacher of Class 7 is a top beauty, especially because of this free atmosphere. In the back row of the classroom, Xia Yuming was wrapped in her school uniform and sneezed constantly. I was fine just now, but suddenly I felt uncomfortable all over. She had no intention of reading and was scrolling through her cell phone out of boredom. There's nothing interesting in the headlines. On the contrary, they are all sensational headlines.
Qifeng Consortium aims at Jiating New District. Veteran real estate developers exclaim that the wolf is coming. The renovation project of Zhongzhou building is progressing smoothly, and experts say that the underground sinking layer will not cause the building to collapse.
Zhongzhou building closed for a year?
The whole city is in pain.
Why are the buildings surrounded by circles?
3 questions about Zhongzhou Development Company's shameless behavior.
The ground in Jiating New District is suspected of subsidence, and reporters were detained by relevant departments while visiting.
So boring. The fat girl at the same table came over and said,
Xia Yuming, tonight's self-study class is cancelled. Let's go to the grass venue. How many big names have you seen? There's also Korea's Small Bang.
Xia Yuming rubbed her short hair.
I would like to go see the virtual singer Daji, but I really don't feel well and can't go with you.
The four-eyed boy at the front desk turned his head and said in a serious tone,
You know, Daji is an artificial intelligence and will kill all humans.
Cut. Both girls laughed. The four-eyed boy curled his lips.
Don't believe it. Do you know how many people have died in Jiating District? There are also many strange people with supernatural powers. There is no construction going on there at all. This is the biggest lie of the century.
What's wrong with this guy? Taking the wrong medicine? Xia Yuming ignored him, laid down and continued playing with her phone.
Xiao Xiaodong, come out.
The grade director appeared at the door angrily.
What trouble have you caused this time? The principal is looking for you.
Yo! The whole class applauded.
Old Zhao did a great job. Even the principal was alarmed. He must have caused big trouble this time.
Half an hour later, Xiao Xiaodong walked in, rubbing his eyes. He kept shaking his head. The fat girl patted him.
Hey, Dong Dong. Keep talking. What kind of lies? What are the strange superpowers? What did you say?
Xiao Xiaodong was still rubbing his head, confused.
What kind of superpower? You're crazy. My head hurts.
The fat girl turned her head and curled her lips in displeasure, and saw a bright light flashing outside the window. She was stunned for a moment, drooling, and flopped down on the table.
Damn. I fell asleep right now.
Xiao Xiaodong picked up the thick review materials and took advantage of the absence of beautiful Lady Xie to prepare to sneak away quietly. Xia Yuming looked up and saw that the students in the room each had their own interests, and it was buzzing like a vegetable market. This group of abandoned children in Class 7, Grade 3, are all top-notch students who paid their way into Maxim High School. Only Xia Yuming was specially recruited based on his performance, because her family is very poor and has always been poor. Only by relying on academic performance can one enter a top private school like Mogu. The white light outside the window shines again. Xia Yuming blinked, feeling nothing.
Huh? Was that a drone just now? How weird.
The invisible drone outside the window flew up and sent a signal in the direction of Dahuang Company.
Report. The threat has been eliminated. Further investigation is underway.
At this time, Zhao Xiaodong's information was quickly uploaded to a room in Dahuang Company. Luo Chanjun looked at the report.
How did this high school student know the secret of the game in Jiating District?
The data staff combed through all of Zhao Xiaodong's social relationships, but there was no conclusion. At this time, Dee's alarm sounded.
Report. Level 1 alarm. It was discovered that Skylark from the Shanghai Guild appeared at Moji High School and carried out a failed assassination attempt on Xia Yuming. Class 7. Grade 3.
Luo Cha Jun was stunned.
I heard you right. You said that Skylark failed to assassinate a high school student? Well, sir, I don't quite understand.
Luo Cha-jun pondered, then raised his hand to check the time.
Prepare the helicopter. I want to go to Maxim High School in person.
Before Zhao Xiaodong left the classroom, Xie Qingning appeared with Fong Tang. Lao Zhao stepped back helplessly, rubbing his head absently. At this time, Xia Yiming shouted loudly,
Teacher Xie. Yang Yuan. She fainted?
The fat girl was foaming at the mouth and turning blue. There was chaos in the classroom. Xie Qingning walked over quickly, looked at the fat girl lying there, and gently rubbed her neck with her fingers.
It's okay. It's anemia caused by excessive fatigue.
The fat girl woke up slowly, wiped her saliva, and said at a loss,
Ah, what's wrong?
After letting the two boys help her go to the clinic for a checkup, Xie Qingning glanced out the window intentionally or unintentionally.
The drones from Dahuang Company have long been avoided. The flash it just emitted was an unimproved method of erasing memories. This is a technique in optogenetics research. By using a specific light-sensitive protein gene in brain nerve cells, and using light signals to activate or inhibit the protein expressed by the gene, the memory cells can be controlled to enter an active or resting state, just like a circuit switch. The biggest problem with this technology is that if the accuracy is not controlled well, it will destroy normal cells in the human body, just like super intense radiation. Xie Qingning glanced in the direction of the infirmary. She knew that the fat girl was hopeless without any data calculation. Chapter 506 Class 7. 3 years. The classroom of Class 7. Grade 3. Is a mess. Fong Tang stood at the door and watched silently. He has been away from the high school campus for a long time, and he is a little uncomfortable with the lively campus atmosphere now. Xie Qingning reached out and snapped her fingers. A crisp sound like wind chimes appeared. The entire classroom window was instantly covered with a layer of fog, and the classroom door closed silently. Fong Tang frowned. This pagoda was just showing off its powers in front of the students. Still thinking about it, Xie Qingning smiled brightly at him.
Now I'll show you a good thing.
Nice one. Xie Qingning snapped her fingers again, and the messy classroom immediately became quiet. With a ding sound, the fluorescent lamps on the white ceiling began to change rapidly, and the secret gold particles covered and modified the structure of the lamp posts like fine sand. Finally, a light blue light enveloped the classroom. Under the light blue light, all 20 students from Class 7, Grade 3, stood still. They were still breathing and heart beating, but their expressions and movements had frozen. It was like being collectively hypnotized. Some students were holding up textbooks and peeking at their mobile phones hidden under the textbooks. 2 boys turned their heads and were chatting with the girls behind them. Student Zhao Xiaodong still kept walking towards his seat, but Xia Yiming was looking at her, standing at the door of the classroom. Fong Tang and Xia Yiming looked into each other's eyes and couldn't help but exclaim,
Her eyeballs are still moving.
Xie Qingning nodded.
Yes, this child is different. Under my hypnotic instructions, she is the only one who remains conscious.
However, Xia Yiming's eyes moved faster and faster. Then his body twitched and foam formed at the corner of his mouth. Xie Qingning watched with interest.
On the surface, her condition appears to be an epileptic seizure, but in fact it is just the self-protection mechanism operating due to the overactive brain and the body being unable to withstand it.
Under the symptoms of epilepsy, Xia Yiming's brain was discharging, repeatedly stimulating those superactive neuron cells and making them quiet. Fong Tang walked over, wiped the foam from the corners of Xia Yiming's mouth, and helped her lie down on the desk. He turned to look at Xie Qingning.
Is this the good thing you want to show me?
Xie Qingning pursed her lips and smiled, pointing to the modified light blue lampposts on the ceiling. The lights began to spin, changing from light blue to dark blue. The students in Class 7 of Year 3 all stood up stiffly, stood neatly in front of their seats, and turned around in a strange collective manner, exposing their necks. Fong Tang looked at it and immediately took a breath of air. On the necks of these students, lavender data actually appeared in the blue light. It's like a tattoo engraved on the neck, or like words flowing on the skin. The first thing Fong Tang saw was the data on Zhao Xiaodong's neck.
Zhao Xiaodong. Number NL017. Direction of Gene Potential Activation Auxiliary System. Gene Potential Activation Side Hair. Gene Potential Activation Ability Electromagnetic Multi-Frequency Oscillation Absorption.
Xie Qingning walked over quietly.
According to the description above, classmate Zhao Xiaodong's potential genetic ability is to absorb the surrounding multi-frequency electromagnetic waves and use his mutated hair as a signal receiver.
Looking at the data with some fascination, Buddha continued,
But now, classmate Zhao's ability has not been activated yet. He is still growing, and will occasionally activate his ability. So he should have accidentally received some signals in the air, and learned the secrets of the Mistgate game.
Fong Tang looked at the statue like Xiao Xiaodong.
It's a pity that Dahuang Company discovered it, and erased his memory just now. Yeah. But it seems that Dahuang Company's drone didn't notice anything unusual about him.
Fong Tang looked at another student.
Wang Xianxian. Number NL013. The direction of Gene Potential Activation Combat System. Gene Potential Activation Sight Palm Prints. Gene Potential Activation Ability Ring Energy Pulse Palm Print Array Impact.
There are 19 students in Class 7 of Grade 3. All with different gene activation directions and abilities. This is simply a superpower classroom. Only Xia Yuming doesn't have any data on his neck.
Currently, it seems that Mr. Xia is the most normal. No signs of potential gene activation have been found.
That being the case, why did Skylar come specifically to assassinate such an ordinary girl? Xie Qingning patted him on the shoulder.
You should know that gene potential activation is completely different. Completely beyond the gene editing technology we know.
There is an essential difference between potential activation and gene editing. Gene editing can only rely on changes to existing genes. And the abilities it brings are very simple, such as physical enhancement, resistance to viruses, IQ development, neurological responses, etc. But the potential is unleashed. That is the release of special abilities hidden under existing genes. The abilities brought about by this have almost no upper limit. And they can also activate all kinds of strange and non-human abilities.
That fat girl who fainted. What potential does Yanyan have? Well, it's a very interesting ability. Fat heat can be activated.
Relying on the heat energy generated by fat cells to create energy manifestations like fire? Fong Tang became more and more shocked.
Futu, did you come to Maxim High School because of these students? Humph. What do you think? If I hadn't discovered the weird situation in Class 7 of Year 3, I would have left China long ago.
Kane's cell phone has retrieved the detailed information of Moji High School, which is very superficial and can be searched at any time on the internet.
This school belongs to Dahua Ecological Group? Are these students their experimental subjects?
Fong Tang asked softly. Xie Qingning pursed her lips and smiled.
I don't know yet. But it's interesting. Isn't it? I've been waiting for a chance to investigate. And now I finally have a good opportunity. What good opportunity? Yang Yun. That fat girl. She was irradiated by Dahuang Company's light signal. And the key cells in her body were accidentally killed. Normal people would not have such serious consequences. After all, cells can be regenerated. But for Yang Yun, very unlucky. Her potential cells will immediately counterattack. And the person will not survive.
Xie Qingning described lightly.
First, classmate Yang's fat cells began to release high heat energy, then burned, and finally began to release from the body as if spontaneous combustion. What a good opportunity this is.
Fong Tang frowned.
You want to watch that child die here? Humph.
Xie Qingning became unhappy.
Idiot. As soon as she dies, the people behind the creation of these children with special abilities will appear. They will never waste the potential genes in Yang's body. They will definitely use the potential genes in the ashes of the corpse, taking the genes away. Isn't this a good opportunity for us?
Just by guarding Yang Yun's ashes after spontaneous combustion, we can find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Logically, there is no problem. Fong Tang was silent. His state of mind was already different. He was no longer the young man who only knew how to be impulsive. Now he was thinking calmly. How to convince Xie Qingning to save the poor girl. Or based on your own situation. Give up this option and ensure your own survival first. Xie Qingning leaned forward a little evilly and whispered in his ear.
For classmate Yang.
This is also a relief. The heat stimulates this genetic ability, forcing her body to accumulate fat. I have seen her in her freshman year of high school. In the photos and videos. She used to be a slender and beautiful girl. But now she looks like a pig.
Xie Qingning was deliberately insulting Yang Yun, trying to arouse Fong Tang's sympathy. Then she could take advantage of Fong Tang's sympathy and negotiate terms. Sure enough, Xie Qingning showed a familiar pagoda-like sneer.
Do you want to save classmate Yang?
Fong Tang smiled lightly.
You want to negotiate terms with me?
Xie Qingning said coldly.
I know you can no longer control the black hole network. But the shared information you left can still threaten me. I can't kill you. We are now restraining each other. In other words, we have equal status. So I don't need to listen to your orders?
She raised her finger and shook it.
In 5 minutes, the potential cells in Yang's body will burn. Do you want to save this poor girl?
Fong Tang's eyes flashed.
Just tell me. What do you want me to do?
Xie Qingning turned around with satisfaction.
This is the body I am familiar with. It's very simple. Help me investigate Xia Yuning.
Fong Tang smiled.
You have secret gold particles, and have the same heaven-defying abilities as a game designer. Why do you still need me?
Xie Qingning sighed.
Because my identity is directly exposed to the eyes of all forces. If nothing else, the White Queen must be staring at me. She has not taken action against me yet, which is already kind enough. I promise you.
Fong Tang nodded happily.
Oh, for this reason you have to stay in this class and be my student. Can you do it?
Fong Tang smiled.
It's also a good thing to revisit the high school campus.
Xie Qingning twisted her waist in satisfaction.
Let's go. Classmate Tang Ju.
Fong Tang's brows twitched, and he followed her out of the classroom.
Can you stop twisting your waist like that? I feel disgusting. You are also a copy of me.
Xie Qingning laughed in a low voice in the corridor.
You can only get used to it slowly. Also, I have picked up 4 girls in the past few days. At this point, as the main body, you should feel ashamed. Right? So what? You are worse than a eunuch. At least you are half as good as a eunuch.
Xie Qingning trembled and angrily walked to the school medical room on high heels. Chapter 507, Out of Control Fire. After walking into the medical area of the Maxim High School Comprehensive Office Building, Fong Tang truly saw the richness of this
aristocratic school.
The medical area of a school is almost equivalent to a small general hospital. And there are even auxiliary institutions such as a traditional Chinese medicine massage room and a nutrition and physical therapy space. Passing through the white corridor, there was a sudden scream from the second room on the left, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps and the sound of things breaking. Thick smoke billowed out of the white room. Just as Fong Tang was about to run over, he was pulled up by Xie Qingning. With his eyes blurred, he rushed into the infirmary without his feet touching the ground. A medical teacher in a white coat was still screaming. As soon as he turned around, he was shocked to find that the entire medical office was
sealed.
The secret gold particles covered the 4 walls and door like reptiles. Not only was the smoke and flames blocked, but the shrill scream that the medical teacher made before he fainted was also blocked. Xie Qingning squatted down and pointed with her slender fingers. A stream of flowing secret gold particles on her nails was like a sharp thorn, piercing the forehead of the medical teacher and going straight into the brain. Her fingers twitched slightly and then left. The female teacher stood up blankly, her eyes blank. Fong Tang grabbed the medical teacher and pushed him to a corner of the room. He held his breath, tears streaming down his face, and had to fumble to find a piece of cloth. Then leaned over and found the water pipe. One of the 2 wet cloths covered his mouth and nose, and the other covered the medical teacher's face. But he was still coughing violently, and his eyes were red and swollen from the stimulation of the smoke. Xie Qingning appeared next to him,
and a small ball composed of secret gold particles began to rotate rapidly. The rotating ball brought about centrifugal force and drove away the smoke around Fong Tang.
Ha ha. I forgot. You are just an ordinary person now. You no longer have a strong physique. I'm sorry.
Did you really forget? Or did you deliberately make him suffer? Fong Tang could only smile bitterly and looked up at the middle of the room. The smoke was coming from the medical bed. The sheets and mattress were burning violently, and the girl lay in the flames. Yang Yun's body shrank completely, and she could no longer be called a fat girl. And she is glowing. Flame shot out of her belly, back, and thighs. Those are all places where body fat accumulates. She was like a human-shaped firefly, especially her abdomen, which glowed with fiery red light. The medical bed had been burned to ashes, but Yang Yun's body was hanging above the floor, because high-temperature plasma particles are being sprayed out from underneath her. The smoke was pushed away by the secret gold particle ball, and Fong Tang finally saw the data behind Yang Yun's neck.
Yang Yun, number NL03. The direction of Gene Potential Activation Elemental System. Gene Potential Activation Site Fat. Gene Potential Activation Ability Fat Heat Energy Stimulation.
Xie Qingning did not rush to save people, but was observing.
Did you see it? It's so subtle and magical,
she murmured.
What?
Fong Tang's throat was burning, and the temperature of the whole room was rising rapidly.
I said it was exquisite and magical. Those plasma particles were the original state of flames, and they were ejected from the pores of her skin.
It has mutated. Her skin seems to have developed a carbon surface, which can prevent it from being burned to death by the high temperature in the body. I think the nerves and blood vessels in her body have also mutated. All of this is to cooperate with her fire element power.
Fong Tang coughed.
Save people quickly.
Xie Qingning was still observing.
These activated gene potentials are not single. Each potential activates the body to adapt. Don't you understand? These children are born with abilities similar to mutation defense. So amazing.
Mutation defense. Isn't that the ability produced by combining type I elementary particles with my sister? Fong Tang shouted again.
Save her first.
Xie Qingning took a step forward slowly, but turned her head.
Tang! Don't you understand yet? Understand what?
Xie Qingning sighed.
You are such an idiot. These children are all human beings. These human children are born with the abilities that can only be obtained by the most sophisticated sister of artificial intelligence and precious I-type particles. This may completely change the entire world.
Big situation.
Fuda's tone was trembling with excitement.
Human beings have always believed that they have no chance of winning against powerful artificial intelligence and can only let it be slaughtered. But it's different now.
Fong Tang was shocked. Fuda's perspective of thinking is completely different from his own. She views this matter from the perspective of
competition between humans and machines.
Yes, if human beings had such special abilities, then the strength of both sides would be greatly reversed. The secret gold particles gathered in midair and turned into a thin net, enveloping Yang Yuan, who was still releasing high temperature. There were hole-like cracks in the floor. Xie Qingning gently drew strange circles in the air with her fingers. More secret gold particles appeared, and under her control, the fire in the room was quickly extinguished. At this time, Fong Tang groaned and squatted down in pain.
Huh? What's wrong with you?
Fong Tang waved his hands with difficulty and reluctantly stood up, but fell forward uncontrollably. In his body, the low-level bacteria are replicating crazily, seemingly activated by some kind of energy. The bacteria reproduce at an alarming rate, although some were swallowed up by the body's defense system composed of white blood cells. More bacterial species began to appear. Fong Tang felt like he was being pulled by the high-temperature energy released by Yang Yuan. Like a piece of iron attracted by a magnet, it was instantly replicated with thousands of bacteria pulling on his body and falling on top of classmate Yang. Boom! Yang Yuan, who had been controlled by the secret gold particles, exploded. The Maxim High School complex office building has been engulfed in fire. Sirens rang throughout the campus and beyond. A cold feeling covered his whole body, and Fong Tang woke up coughing. He was lying on the grass next to the school's artificial lake. It was dark. The surroundings were quiet, and teachers and students on campus were being evacuated. Xie Qingning was combing her hair. She was very leisurely, and didn't get any water on her body. Fong Tang coughed up a mouthful of water. Xie Qingning sneered.
I had already rescued classmate Yang, but now I've been messed up by you.
Fong Tang was silent. Xie Qingning was still prodding him.
There are at least 200 teachers and students in the office building. I don't know how many people will die this time, but you are the one who killed them.
Fong Tang raised his head.
This is the experimental site controlled by Dahua Ecological Group, under the control of an organization that can create superhuman beings. Those teachers and students will not die too many.
Xie Qingning blinked and shrugged.
You are right. Just when I took you to escape, at least 4 super strong people appeared in the comprehensive office building. Even the seriously injured classmate Yang and the medical teacher were killed by them. It's gone. It's a miracle. No one was injured in such a big accident.
Fong Tang slowly got up and sat next to her. The two looked at the burning office building together.
How's it going? Dawn, are you interested now? You don't need to tell me this time. I want to find out the truth. Tang, have you ever thought that maybe this is the reason why the White Queen wants to kill Xia Yiming? You mean she's afraid of this school?
Xie Qingning was silent. Fong Tang was now beginning to worry about the damn bacteria in his body. It may be the lowest level of magical bacteria, but it has the ability to keep replicating, and it will explode from time to time. What is going on? Will all players who drink that kind of wine be infected with this magical bacteria? Or is it just your own specialness? The cold lake water was rippled. In the churning water, a transparent spider silk popped out instantly. The familiar spider silk from the Spider Queen rushed towards Fong Tang at an alarming speed. As the spider thread pierced his wrist, 2 big words suddenly appeared on Fong Tang's retina. Fungus Master. Chapter 508 Fungus Master. The fire at Maxim High School has made headlines in Shanghai. On the huge TV screen of Chang'an Hotel, scenes from the scene were played repeatedly. Many young people in Shanghai have already prayed for Maxim High School on social networks. More people are concerned about
how many people died.
Manager Winston shook his head, took out the malt whiskey that he had collected for many years, and poured a glass for the blonde beauty in front of him.
Old Zhao, I don't understand. Why do those guys on the internet care so much about how many people have died? You should care now, shouldn't it be the result of the handling of this accident?
The blonde old Zhao slowly drank the mellow wine.
Winston, you don't understand this. Psychologically, this is an escapist emotional projection. Tragic accidents and death tolls can allow those losers to enjoy it.
The happiness of being alive.
She shook her blonde hair and laughed contemptuously.
They don't really care about the people in the fire. But they are grateful that they are still alive. This is psychological. On the other hand, there is a lot of pressure to survive in society now. Those people also need an outlet to release stress.
Winston was stunned.
Does it mean that the more people die, the more excited they become?
The blonde old Zhao sneered.
Of course I won't admit it. But I really think so in my heart. Maxim High School is a famous private aristocratic school. If such a fire breaks out, it will inevitably cause a fierce social unrest. There are many high-ranking officials will be raped. And some people will be arrested. This is so exciting. The officials and the rich will be unlucky. And the common people will have a carnival.
Winston poured her another glass of wine.
Friend, I suddenly realized that you have a rather dark psychology.
While chatting like this, footsteps came from the empty hall. Skylark walked in slowly. Winston rushed forward to greet him and wanted to say something. Skylark forced a smile and said,
"It's okay. I know."
Winston whispered,
"The boss may be very unhappy. You have to be careful this time."
Skylark nodded, and when he saw Lao Zhao standing there, he became happy for a moment.
"Zhao Lizi, have you rested?"
Old Zhao came over respectfully.
"I haven't thanked the girl for saving my life last time."
Skylark looked at her carefully.
"We are all old people who have followed the president a long time ago. So there is no need to be so polite." "What? Do you want to see the president? I will take you up."
Lao Zhao smiled bitterly.
"Girl, things are different these days. In the past, we could laugh and joke with the president regardless of you and me. Now that the guild has become more and more formal, some rules should be established."
Without Bai Tang's instructions, Lao Zhao would not dare to go up rashly. Although she has just recovered, she has many years of experience in officialdom and is much more mature than Yunk in terms of observing words and emotions. Skylark didn't know what to say for a moment. Old Zhao laughed in a low voice.
"Besides, my current situation is a bit special. After all, I was captured by the enemy."
Skylark raised his eyebrows.
"Why? Someone is gossiping behind your back. I negotiated and rescued you personally. So what if you were captured by Da Huang? The data department and Professor Morimoto have done detailed checks on you. Since it is determined that there is no problem, who dares doubt you?"
Lao Zhao shook his head gently.
"The most terrifying thing is that even if Da Huang Company did something to me, I might not even know it."
Hibari calmed down. Of course she knew that. Memory implantation, brain control, spiritual link. In the face of these technologies and capabilities, the victims themselves cannot detect it at all. When your personality can be modified, the so-called
examination
is meaningless. Yunk walked into the luxurious suite of Chang'an Hotel with a heavy heart. Before the headquarters of the Shanghai Guild was built, this was the temporary office of
President Bai Tang.
Thinking of Lao Zhao's words, she slowed down and lingered at the door for a while before raising her hand to knock on the door. The door opened silently, and Bai Tang's voice came,
"Come in."
As Skylark walked in, the door slowly closed with her footsteps. Strange spiritual lights shone everywhere in the house. Elf-like light balls floated in the spacious room. Bai Tang was sitting on the sofa, and the tails of those elves were connected with strips of smart light, all connected to the man's body. Yunk knew that every elf here was Bai Tang's
clone.
They can handle hundreds of things simultaneously. But the subject sitting on the sofa is doing the most critical and important work. Skylark saw a transparent box, like a Rubik's Cube spinning on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The two bacteria in the box are moving along an oval orbit. And between the yin and yang archaea, there is a ring. That is the ant ring that the president got from the fog pass. The gems on the ring are
spitting out
some kind of transparent colloid little by little. The yin and yang archaea are transforming the energy in the
colloid.
While running, Bai Tang gently moved the square with his fingers and looked up at Yunk. For some reason, Yunk's heart trembled. Regarding the failure of this assassination mission, she could not even utter a single word of the excuses and reasons she had thought of on the way. Unexpectedly, Tang patted the sofa next to him.
"Sister, come and sit."
Hibari sat carefully next to him. The familiarity of the past are no longer there, replaced by an unspeakable estrangement. Bai Tang said nothing, seeming to be thinking about something. Skylark's voice was hoarse.
Tang. This mission.
Bai Tang interrupted her.
The responsibility for the failure of the mission does not lie with you, but with me. I made the plan, and I chose you to do it. I can only say that. Yonk, you are no longer the decisive game instructor you used to be.
Yonk felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to explain something but felt it was redundant. Bai Tang still didn't look at her, and suddenly pointed to the box in front of him.
Do you know what this is?
Hibari could only shake his head.
There are 2 archaea in this box, and I am now trying to cultivate a bacteria owner. Bacteria owner? Oh, yes. He is the king of strains, the master of magical bacteria.
Skylark was confused.
Will this thing become more powerful? It's not what you think. Most of the fungus owners have no actual combat capabilities, but they have evolutionary advantages that other magical fungi don't have. A magical fungus that can evolve.
Bai Tang looked a little regretful.
Unfortunately, the level of Inyan archaea is too high. Even if the master is cultivated, it is not pure enough. The lower the level of the master, the greater the potential for evolution. Then again, the weaker the level, the possibility of giving birth to a fungus owner is lower. So this is fair and contradictory.
Bai Tang chuckled softly.
The lowest level magical bacteria known so far is the one used in the Infinite Challenge Expert Trial. Sister Yonk has heard of it. 2. The mysterious cave where the expert trial is required by every player. That poisonous wine you drank.
Skylark suddenly realized. She was a little strange. Why did Tang tell her this? There is no need to explain yourself for this kind of thing. Bai Tang was still talking.
The fungus owner needs to be parasitic on the host, and evolve by devouring the energy generated by the host. His fingers moved the square box again.
What the fungus owner will evolve into in the future mainly depends on the host. The host's consciousness determines the form of the fungus owner.
The Rubik's Cube box suddenly popped open, and a drop of crystal clear liquid appeared and fell on Bai Tang's fingertips. Bai Tang raised it with great satisfaction and waved it in front of Young's eyes.
Sister, this drop of bacteria is given to you.
Skylark was shocked.
This should be a very precious thing. The guild has many potential members. It would be a waste to give it to me.
Bai Tang smiled lightly.
This thing is hard-earned. Not everyone is qualified to enjoy it. So I just want to give it to you.
Skylark was both excited and ashamed. Bai Tang has stood up. The fungi on the fingertips of his right hand are still spinning, and his warm left hand has already unbuttoned Skylark's clothes.
Relax. It won't hurt.
Chapter 509 Refining Medicine. Skylark took off his clothes obediently and lay on Tang's body. At some point, a slender silver needle appeared between Bai Tang's fingers. The silver needle tapped lightly on Young's bare and white back, like a painter, along the back to her left shoulder, and finally touched her left arm. Every time a needle is clicked, it will bounce off, provoking the fungus owner on the fingertips. The fungus owner kept replicating and, seeded, one by one into Skylark's body. Bai Tang lowered his head and blew on the blood drops that appeared on Young's back, and the tattoo gradually revealed its true appearance. That's a cardinal with its first crown. Bai Tang's fingers gently slid over this perfect tattoo.
The Book of Mountains in the north of mountains, and seas records the story of the Jingwei reclaiming the sea. The Jingwei bird is actually a kind of crow, and likes to throw stones, wood and other things into the water. I will do it for you. The one on the tattoo is a golden-crowned red obsidian bird, which is a species that may not belong to the earth.
Skylark listened quietly, not understanding the meaning of this tattoo. Bai Tang did not continue to explain. He picked up a snow-white towel and gently wiped her shoulders and back.
It will take some time for the bacteria to survive in your body. Don't take random medicines these days. I know you often take one.
Antiviral hormone drugs. That medicine is.
Skylark explained hurriedly. Bai Tang held her down gently.
No need to explain. I know that you are a clone. You need medicine to prevent abnormal infections. You won't need it in the future. He stood up and wiped his hands, and an elf flew over with a water glass and landed in front of Skylark. Bai Tang pointed with his finger, and 2 elves slowly appeared, with his eyes flashing. He handled 2 more tasks. Hibari didn't dare to move, looking sideways at the tattoos on his skin. The golden-crowned red obsidian bird is about to appear on her white and tender skin. This tattoo is simply a perfect work of art. Bai Tang smiled at this time and said,
The 2 Japanese assassins I met in the Fog Pass were sent by the Kingdom of Thousand Cranes. Their target is you. But this is not your father's idea, but the one who I have already taught Miss Boring her a lesson.
As he spoke, an exquisite wooden box was pushed over. Skylark was shocked. After hesitating for a while, she opened the wooden box and saw a fat severed hand. This hand was well maintained, especially the cherry blossom-shaped ruby ring on the little finger, which was very dazzling. Of course Hibari knows this hand. The eldest lady from the country of thousands of cranes is also his own body. She couldn't help but feel hot in her heart. Bai Tang picked up the ring on the broken hand and put it on her gently.
From now on, there will be only one eldest lady in the kingdom of thousand cranes, and that is you. If anyone refuses to accept it, I will destroy his entire clan in an instant. If the Guild of Thousand Cranes refuses to accept it, I will slaughter the country and destroy the society. You deserve this.
The estrangement and depression of many days disappeared at this moment. Tang is still the man he loves. The hero he can trust and trust for life.
Sister Yang, Xia Yiming's mission is very important to me. Really, now that I have changed my plan, I hope you can lurk next to her and follow her clues to find out who is in class 7 of the 3rd year of Maxim High School.
Skylark was full of energy at this time.
No problem. Tang, I will never be stupid again. And I will never betray your trust again.
Bai Tang smiled, leaned over and kissed her forehead gently. Skylark lowered his head shyly. At this time, the man groaned and turned around. An elf came quickly and spun in midair.
Dawn! What's wrong? Well, it's nothing. It's the Spider Queen. She left the far north and returned to the Magic City.
Fong Tang was carrying a bag of vegetables and had reached the intersection of Fallen Street. Since coming out of school, he has been watching the message conveyed by the spider thread.
How did Sister Fong Lizzie find me?
Now even the White Queen doesn't know his new identity. But the Spider Queen has locked onto her in an instant. However, the spider silk was disconnected, and no sense of Fong Lizzie came from it. There is only the information about the fungus owner that is constantly repeated.
The king among the magical bacteria can evolve. The lower the level, the more potential. The form is determined based on the host's consciousness?
This seemingly mysterious and complicated information is actually of no help. Fong Tang still didn't understand the purpose of the so-called bacteria master in the body. The spider silk conveyed new information.
The microorganism masters in your body are the lowest and have the greatest potential. They are still living in your blood. Currently, they only have the most basic ability, which is to stimulate the properties of a variety of substances, similar to a catalyst.
Fong Tang stopped and thought carefully.
Speaking of which, last time I cooked, this fungus got mixed into the food. The rice seemed to be more fragrant.
A small part of the consciousness from the Spider Queen began to analyze.
It should be that the bacteria owner has improved the properties of the lactic acid bacteria and yeast in the rice, thereby making the rice more fragrant and sweet. Well, also, I feel like this fungus owner will absorb my emotions. What's going on? This is also the catalyst effect of the fungus owner. When humans are excited or angry, the pituitary gland will secrete a chemical synthetic hormone similar to morphine. The fungus owner must have changed the properties of this synthetic compound, causing an effect similar to a sedative.
So that's it. Fong Tang nodded, and was suddenly shocked again, if you put it this way. Yang Yun was already under control in the infirmary. Could it be that the sudden explosion of fire element in her body was also caused by the fungus owner? Although the so-called fungus owner cannot improve his own abilities, he can stimulate other people's abilities? Wouldn't it be dangerous for students from class 7 in year 3 to be around him? Is there any situation where the ability goes out of control at any time? Jingle bell. A light blue bicycle stopped in front of him. Fong Tang looked up and saw Xia Yiming, who looked tired. Xia Yiming frowned and stared at him.
Hey, why are you here? Who are you? Teacher Xia?
Fong Tang looked at the girl and shouted subconsciously.
Stay away from me.
Xia Yiming snorted, angrily passed by on his bicycle, and stopped in front of a butcher's shop on Fallen Street. It turned out that her family owned a butcher's shop. Moreover, this child still retains the memory of the classroom, but he doesn't know how much more he can remember. Fong Tang walked slowly towards the apartment south of the butcher's shop. Unexpectedly, I saw a familiar figure appear in the butcher's shop. It's Xiang. Xiang was talking in a low voice to the shop owner. Fong Tang left quietly.
Uncle Xia, I'm so sorry. Things didn't go well this time.
Xiang glanced at Yuneng, who came back from school, feeling even more embarrassed. The butcher, Lao Xia, rubbed his hands with a silly smile on his face.
Musher. That's all. Who would have thought that something like that happened to the school? I just wanted to give some gifts to Director Zhang and take care of my family's little dream. I bought all these gifts. Didn't I spend a lot of money? I can't let you suffer. So I'll give it to you.
Xiang pursed her lips and smiled.
We are all neighbors. We really don't spend much money. So don't worry about it. What? What do I want?
Lao Xia patted his head, turned around and picked up a greasy black bag.
It's all here. Very fresh.
Ah Xiang nodded as she picked up the bag, then turned around and left in a hurry. As soon as I walked into the apartment, I could smell the aroma from the kitchen.
You're cooking so late.
Ah Xiang was furious. Fong Tang came out wearing an apron, found her slippers, put them down, and diligently took off her small bag. In such a misaligned moment, Kane's mobile phone and Ah Xiang's mobile phone touched each other, and then quickly separated.
Ha ha. This is so ridiculous.
Ah Xiang put on her slippers proudly, very satisfied with the service of this handsome boy. Fong Tang frowned.
What's in the bag? Is it so fishy? Go. Go. Cook. Kids.
Don't ask too many questions. Ah Xiang carried the bag and entered the bedroom, locking the door behind her back. She quickly walked into the bedroom and bathroom carrying the smelly and oily bag. On the tiles, a glass basin was spinning. Ah Yu sat there holding her knees and asked in a low voice.
Did you get the things?
Ah Xiang hissed, pointed outside, and then opened the black bag. There are a bunch of white brains inside. Greasy fresh pig brains look disgusting. But only from this thing can enough brain juice be extracted.
This batch of medicine must be refined as soon as possible. Our customers are impatient.
Fong Tang put down his kitchen knife in the kitchen, unable to believe it for a moment. After hacking into Ah Xiang's mobile phone, Kane's mobile phone kept transmitting secret conversations in the bedroom. Chapter 510 Big Business. Ah Xiang's phone vibrated slightly, but she didn't notice it. At this time, a disguised and almost invisible thread is running in the background of the system. And on the left side of the bottom of the phone near the charging port, a small auxiliary microphone clearly records the conversations in the room. As an Apple phone designed with dual microphones, the auxiliary sound hole at the bottom for noise reduction is the most easily overlooked. The hacking of Kane's phone was also done very cleanly. At this time, the glass plate in the bathroom was spinning faster and faster. Ah Yu raised her arm, and Ah Xiang carefully cut her wrist. Drops of blood fell. A bunch of white hairs of corpse worms protruded from Ah Yu's wound, and her horrific injuries quickly recovered. The blood reacted strangely with some of the materials in the basin. After a while, pieces of tofu-like colloid appeared in the glass basin. Ah Xiang used a sterilized knife to cut open the colloid. The two women put on medical gloves and pinched it bit by bit. Pills the size of soybeans were thrown into the prepared box. Ah Yu suddenly asked,
Did you let that child go to school today?
Ah Xiang smiled.
It was Lao Xia from the pork shop who wanted to give a gift to her daughter's teacher. He was an honest man and didn't dare to go by himself. I was busy at the time, so I let the child go.
He frowned at this point.
Damn it. I forgot to take that kid's ID card. We don't even know his name.
Ah Yu sighed.
Someone died in the school. I heard today that the teaching building was on fire. How dangerous it is.
Ah Xiang gently tapped the pills in the box without raising her head.
So what? Are you just raising an idle person like this? Sister, what is the world like now? Do you really trust a stranger?
Ah Yu frowned.
Since I can't believe it. Just give me some money and send it away. Why do you keep me here?
Ah Xiang smiled and said nothing. Ah Yu sighed again.
Little girl, don't think that I don't know what you are planning.
She hugged her knees.
Ah Xiang, do you want to train a follower?
Ah Xiang became proud.
Sister, I really can't hide my little calculation from you. The two of us can barely support this big business. And we need help no matter what. This is my test for that child. Test?
Ah Yu smiled bitterly.
You are also playing tricks. Humph. I've known for a long time that something happened to Director Zhang in the school. Just look at this kid's ability to do things. He seems to be pretty good and he's smart. The most important thing is that he's homeless and easy to control.
Ah Yu raised her eyebrows.
Control? I don't like this kind of thing.
Ah Xiang threw down her gloves, leaned against him, and lit a cigarette tiredly.
Sister, you are too naive sometimes.
Unlike Ah Yu's simple kindness, Ah Xiang had her own plans for taking in the young man. Of course, she is not a kind person after all her experiences. In today's real society, people will not be enthusiastically accepted into their homes just because they are handsome. Her purpose is to train a loyal little follower.
Sister, I have not been idle these days. I have been investigating for a long time. What happened in the Changbai tea house was not as simple as gathering people to gamble. There was also Brother Donghai, who died inexplicably. Even Mr. Tang, who saved us.
Ah Xiang bit her lip when she said this.
Mr. Tang also has a background.
Ah Yu had never heard her say this before, and she became nervous for a moment.
What's wrong with Mr. Tang? He is not well now.
Ah Xiang hissed.
All of this is related to a strange game. They said it was an infinite challenge. I think Mr. Tang is an advanced player in that game.
Ah Yu was confused.
What are you talking about?
Ah Xiang shook her head.
Anyway, sister, we can't live in silence like this. That game can make people very powerful. Very powerful.
Ah Yu shook her arm.
No, we are doing very well like this. And we are not short of money. Although our life is simple. It is so stable.
She persuaded in a low voice.
Ah Xiang, it's time for you to start a family. I think that old Wu from Tongxingtang is quite interesting to you.
Ah Xiang snorted disdainfully.
Boss Wu. That's a liar. Tongsheng Shatang disappeared 30 years ago. He is just a copycat of a time-honored brand. And the things he sells are also deceptive.
After putting out the cigarette, she continued to hold the pills.
Sister, everything I do is for our own good. Are you always thinking about repaying your kindness? How can we help Mr. Tang if we don't have any strength?
Ah Yu sighed quietly. Fong Tang, who was outside the bedroom, put the food on the table and felt a little melancholy for a moment. He originally planned to leave quietly tonight so as not to disturb the two girls' peaceful lives. But now he could only stay. These two kids are just acting silly. I really don't know how I'm still alive today. When Ah Xiang and Ayu walked out together, Fong Tang had already placed his ID card on the table.
Oh!
I'm quite conscious.
Ah Xiang grabbed it unceremoniously and said,
There's no need to sign a contract. Leave your ID here with me first.
After saying that, he sat down and started eating. Ah Yu smiled apologetically at Fong Tang.
It's been a hard day today.
Over there. Ah Xiang looked at the ID card and laughed.
Your name is Tang Zhu? It's really a good name.
He frowned again.
Wait a minute. This is not a fake ID card.
Taking out her mobile phone, Ah Xiang immediately dialed a number, walked to the balcony and muttered for a long time before returning. Fong Tang lowered his head and glanced at Kane's phone.
Ah Xiang called someone just now to ask someone to check your ID card. But she couldn't find anything. The set of identity information obtained by Futu is absolutely fine.
Sure enough, Ah Xiang was very satisfied when she came back.
Tang Zhu, hurry up and eat. And I will go to do something with you later.
After the meal, Fong Tang naturally washed the dishes. When he returned to the living room, Ah Xiang had packed a suitcase and said directly,
Take the suitcase and follow me. Remember? Don't ask. Don't tell. Don't object. You do whatever I ask you to do.
As he spoke, a thick stack of banknotes was handed over.
This is your hard-earned money today.
Fong Tang glanced at it.
Who still uses cash now? Just transfer money to me. I pay with my mobile phone. TCH.
Ah Xiang turned around and opened the door. It was already dark outside, and Fong Tang coughed.
Ayu is alone at home. Are you okay?
Ah Xiang sneered outside the door.
Of course it's okay. What are you thinking? Who dares to take Ayu's idea? That's because he's tired of living.
Fong Tang followed her out and understood. The poison of the corpse insect that had not been completely eliminated at the beginning still remained in Ayu's body, and seemed to become more terrifying. Ah Xiang drove through the fallen street. Fong Tang was holding the suitcase in the back seat, and had already pinched a pill in his right hand.
Hey,
where are we going? He turned sideways, and lowered his head to smell the taste of the pills. Ah Xiang snorted.
Have you forgotten the rules? Don't ask. Don't tell. Don't object.
Fong Tang smiled lightly.
What if you want to sell me?
Ah Xiang sneered.
Just you? You can't even make money by selling it as a duck. Do you know why? Because you are so thin that you are like a monkey. How can you serve those old ladies, who are like wolves and tigers? Also, will my sister die if I tell you?
Fong Tang quietly tasted the pill on his fingertips and said softly,
Sister Xiang, I seem to have accidentally taken a pill.
Chapter 511 Big Business. With a squeak, the car stopped directly at the intersection, and the car behind almost rear-ended it. Then a burst of car horns and shouts came wildly. Ah Xiang gritted her teeth and turned the steering wheel, driving the car into the alley. She flipped over to the back seat flexibly and pinched Fong Tang's throat.
Hack it. Spit it out.
Fong Tang's expression was calm.
I've swallowed it. Damn it. Damn it.
Ah Xiang was anxious and angry, kicking the car seat hard, and finally could only take out a small bottle from her underwear.
Quick. Drink it.
The vial with body temperature contains a light red liquid. After Fong Tang drank it silently, he turned around and vomited. He actually spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. In the thick bloody phlegm, The undigested pills reacted violently. The coagulated bloody phlegm began to dissolve, then boiled, and pink foam formed. Ah Xiang rubbed her head and checked the suitcase in panic.
Isn't this locked? How the hell did you get it open? Sister Xiang, this is not important. The question is, why are you carrying a box of drugs?
Ah Xiang gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand, grabbing the boy's face hard. However, Fong Tang pinched his wrist and turned, turning back and pressing him on the seat. The young man sneered.
This medicine contains ingredients that stimulate the central nervous system and can greatly accelerate blood circulation and provide explosive energy to various organs in the body.
Ah Xiang struggled and made a suppressed sound in her throat.
What do you think I am doing? I am not selling drugs. These are life-saving drugs. Fong Tang's strength was too weak now, so he relied on his skills to barely hold the woman down. But Ah Xiang pushed his knee hard into the abdomen, and he let go with a groan. A shiny knife was held to his neck.
Tang Zhu! What the hell is this? How do you know the ingredients of the pill?
Fong Tang put his finger on the blade.
Sister Xiang, have you forgotten where you found me?
Ah Xiang's eyes trembled.
That warehouse. The former private warehouse of the boss of Bingyang Group.
Fong Tang smiled faintly and pushed away her knife.
To be honest, I am a senior researcher in Bingyang Group, and I study biopharmaceuticals.
Ah Xiang frowned.
Fart, how hacking old are you? I'm a genius. I got a double degree in biochemistry at the age of 12. I developed 2 new viruses in the laboratory at the age of 14. What do you think?
Fong Tang said casually. But Ah Xiang was a little convinced, mainly because of the Bingyang Group's warehouse and the strength shown by this young man. She had to believe it.
So, I still found a treasure.
Ah Xiang's eyes were changing. Fong Tang smiled.
So, no matter what big business you are doing, I want to join.
The car started off again, and the suitcase had been stuffed at Ah Xiang's feet. She was very upset. I originally wanted to control a little follower, but I didn't expect that I would be restrained by this handsome young man. The car finally stopped outside North Street on Tianhe Road, and the heavy iron gate of a yard called
Shanghai Investment Club
slowly opened. Ah Xiang came down with the suitcase, hesitated for a moment and whispered,
"Don't talk nonsense or move after you go in. None of the people inside are normal people. They are all patients. Do you understand?"
Fong Tang had already guessed the origins of those patients, and nodded gently.
"I will protect you."
Ah Xiang snorted and led him into the courtyard. In the darkness, a low gasp sounded, and 2 men with red faces quietly appeared from behind. Ah Xiang turned around quickly.
"Don't move. I brought him here."
The 2 secret sentries disappeared into the shadows. A security door in front opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. After running quickly, he looked directly at Ah Xiang's suitcase.
"How much did you bring this time?" 600 pills. Is that enough? Not enough. Too little? The number of people who suffered an attack today alone exceeded 200. Our antidote stock is less than 100 pills. It's too dangerous.
The middle-aged man kept looking at Fong Tang as he spoke. Fong Tang raised his head and glanced at the second floor. The black muzzle on the balcony locked onto him after entering the hospital. Ah Xiang then introduced.
"This is my helper."
The middle-aged man frowned.
"Is he also a patient?"
Ah Xiang looked hesitant and didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Fong Tang took a step forward and said hoarsely,
"I'm not a patient. But my parents were killed by the god of wealth. They all died from that super poison. My mother almost ate me when she got sick before she died. I will never forget her blood-red face."
As he spoke, he lowered his head and wiped his eyes. The middle-aged man's face softened instantly. His eyes were full of sympathy, and he patted his shoulder gently.
"Little brother, don't be sad. There are many of us who have suffered more terrible things than you. So be strong."
Ah Xiang was already stunned, looking at the young man with increasingly curious eyes. This kid is really amazing. He talks about people and ghosts, but the key is that he still gets to the point. Fong Tang did not feel proud, but felt extremely heavy in his heart. Just as I guessed, these patients of Ah Xiang are all victims of Feng Ziguan. This is all Chang Beihai's fault. I don't know how many people have been harmed by using the God of Wealth Society and those super pills that were added with fake nanoparticles. The middle-aged man led them into a spacious living room and said in a low voice,
"There were many more people buying medicine at the God of Wealth Club than we thought. And a lot of those pills have been leaked out these days."
There were only candles lit in the room, and a group of people were sitting on the floor. One of them was already lying on the ground, twitching all over and making a roar. This man's face was red and his strength was astonishing. When he opened his mouth, his gums were covered with blood foam. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out one of Ah Xiang's pills and handed it over. After a while, the guy returned to normal and fell asleep tiredly. The middle-aged man sighed.
More and more people are having this attack. The scary thing is that more and more people are infected. Currently, the number has exceeded 20,000.
He gently took out his mobile phone.
There are some very good talents among our group of patients. They have created an app contact group, and all the patients have joined. Take a look.
Ah Xiang hurriedly walked to him, and the two chatted in a low voice. Fong Tang quietly retreated into the shadows and opened Kane's phone. The program that pops up on the screen looks crude, but the defense program does an excellent job. Kane spent a lot of effort and finally successfully entered through Ah Xiang's account.
The Magic City Ghoul Club. The name is a bit interesting.
Kane couldn't help complaining.
The 20,321 members are divided into more than a dozen groups according to their professions. Each group has more than 100,000 chat messages. These people are really lively.
The middle-aged man over there and Ah Xiang quietly walked into another room, and the door was locked silently. Everyone else in the living room retreated silently. But two heavily armed guys appeared and stood opposite Fong Tang. Fong Tang smiled softly, found the sofa and sat down, lowered his head, and concentrated on
playing with his mobile phone.
Kane kept passing on the conversations between Ah Xiang and the man in the secret room. In the secret room, Ah Xiang was extremely angry.
I have heard it a long time ago. Some people think that I controlled IU and relied on IU to blackmail you to make a fortune. This is simply an insult to me.
The middle-aged man laughed softly and said,
That's just a small group of people. Miss Yang, don't be angry. After all, we leaders know very well that Miss A.U. only believes in you. I didn't take much money from you. Besides, isn't the money used to develop more antidotes?
Ah Xiang was still very angry. The middle-aged man continued to smile apologetically.
You really don't charge much. So I'll transfer the money to your account now. Is Miss A.U. okay? Huh? She's fine.
The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment.
I have to remind you of something. I heard that the EVX Consortium's branch in Shanghai is taking action.
Ah Xiang exclaimed.
What kind of consortium is still alive? Well, the headquarters has completely collapsed. But the branch in Magic City is still very active. They have a lot of information about the God of Wealth Society. It is also clear now that Miss IU is our only support.
The middle-aged man touched his chin.
In other words, whoever controls Miss A.U. can control more than 20,000 ghouls.
Fong Tang outside was even more surprised. In Level of Wind, EVC is a consortium created by Smith and controlled by Chong Beihai. Although Chong Beihai has been solved, this EDC branch still exists. The centipede worm is dead but not stiff. And with the addition of more than 20,000 uncontrolled corpse worm infections, the whole thing is becoming more and more dangerous. Ah Xiang walked out of the secret room, and the middle-aged man following behind was still asking,
Do you really don't need us to protect Miss IU?
Ah Xiang was a little confused.
No need. No one can hurt IU. No one can.
She walked over quickly and gestured to Fong Tang. The two left the yard and got into the car. As soon as it started, Ah Xiang stepped on the accelerator.
Hurry up. You may be in danger.
Chapter 512. Do your best. There was nothing unusual about the apartment on Fallen Street. Ah Xiang took out the key tremblingly, but was stopped by Fong Tang.
I'll do it.
Ah Xiang no longer hesitated and handed him the key and knife together.
Be careful.
Fong Tang opened the door and pulled Ah Xiang to bend down and squat down. In the darkness, the knife flew out of his hand and hit the switch of the headlight in the living room. The lights flickered on, and Ah Yu was seen shivering sitting on the floor. Not far from her, two men in black were lying motionless, with white corpse insect hair covering their bodies, and the ground was covered with vomit. Ah Xiang rushed over and hugged Ah Yu. Her face turned pale for a moment. Fong Tang waved his hand gently.
Go to the bedroom. Leave this place to me.
Ah Xiang gritted her teeth and nodded.
You have to be careful. The corpse is poisonous.
After the two girls left, Fong Tang leaned over and smelled the corpse, then found the chopsticks and pried open the corpse's mouth. He couldn't help but gasp. In the pass of the wind, the corpse insect from the God of Wealth's tomb evolved again in Ah Yu's body. The mouths of the corpses were covered with white hairs. The real cause of death was suffocation due to blocked respiratory tracts. But corpse worms still multiplied in their bodies. Fong Tang turned over the body covered with white hair with chopsticks. They were very professional and did not carry anything that would reveal their identity, such as mobile phones, ID cards, wallets, etc. However, the man in black on the right still found a small paper ball in his pocket. The two intruders were covered with blood, and only this small ball of paper was a clue. The chopstick separated the small ball of paper little by little, revealing the crumpled handwriting.
G. High School. Library. 2005.
Fong Tang discerned the blurry handwriting.
Meet in the Maxim High School library. The time is 8:05 p.m.
It actually got related to Maxim High School again? Fong Tang looked at the corpse's clothes again, then found a piece of wire, and pulled off the cufflinks of the corpse's shirt. The clothes of the two corpses were all commercial goods, but the silver cufflinks were particularly exquisite, and seemed to be a symbol of some kind of status. At this time, Ah Xiang was huddled at the door of the bedroom, holding her cell phone high and recording the video. The handsome young man Tang Zhu suddenly turned around in the camera.
Sister Xiang, are you finished filming?
Ah Xiang backed away in panic, and wanted to close the door. Fong Tang smiled next to the corpse.
Take a video of me handling the corpse as a blackmail and a way to control me. Sister Xiang, let me teach you. As for you, you have to create an online cloud space, and then upload the video and set it as private profile initially. And then if you don't log in for 24 hours, the video will become public mode.
Ah Xiang was shocked again. Fong Tang explained seriously.
If something happens to you, and you don't log into the website within 24 hours, then this video will be made public, and I will become a murderer. Do you understand? This is an effective threat. If you are like this, if I go over and grab the phone, everything will be over.
Ah Xiang felt discouraged. I thought this move was quite clever, but it turned out to have so many loopholes. As for the ingenious method this boy said, she couldn't even think of it even if she had to break her head. Is this the difference in IQ? She walked out with her head lowered. At this time, the two corpses suddenly twitched on the floor. Ah Xiang screamed. Fong Tang jumped up and quickly retreated. I saw two white worms like earthworms crawling out of the mouths of the two corpses, twisting and rushing towards the bedroom. Ah Yu appeared at the door with a pale face, her body trembling. Then she raised her right hand and clenched her fist in the air. A strange thing happened. The two white insects immediately stopped in place, slowly coiled together, and finally made a squeaking sound before falling to the ground and dying. Ah Yu is clearly controlling these evolved corpse insects. At this moment, Fong Tang immediately remembered a certain memory seen in the
Silent Town level.
Black insects that can also be controlled. The protozoa of those melanophores. Why is it so similar to the white insect in Wind level? One is the devil insect developed by the Japanese, and the other is the corpse insect in the tomb 600 years ago. Is there any connection between the two? The room was eerily quiet for a moment, except for the panicked gasps of the two girls. After a long time, Fong Tang said in a deep voice,
We have to find a way to dispose of the body.
Dispose of the body. All Ah Xiang could think of was to dismember the body and throw it away, or to dig a hole in a secret place and bury it, or to be more advanced, dissolve it with concentrated acid and flush it down the toilet. These are all experiences seen in TV movies. However, the handsome young man dismissed it.
These tricks of yours are too naive.
Ah Xiang mustered up her courage now.
Why are you so naive? It has been shown on TV. Using concentrated sulfuric acid.
Fong Tang interrupted her.
Do you know the composition of the human body?
Ah Xiang couldn't tell.
Human beings are basically composed of 4 substances: water, inorganic matter, protein, and fat. There is no acid or alkali that can dissolve all 4 substances. Even if you get various acids. You know, just dissolve one. It takes more than 10 hours to make one tooth.
Ah Xiang felt horrified for a moment that this young man could say these terrible words so calmly. Fong Tang was still teaching her.
In investigative science, there is a saying called the stupid of the murderer. The more complicated things he does, according to the principle of material exchange, the more things you do with the corpse, the more information is exchanged.
The more there are, the more evidence will be left.
Ah Xiang gritted her teeth.
Stop talking nonsense. What do you think we should do? Woven bags, plastic sheets, tape, activated carbon. If you don't have carbon, you can also find cement and sand.
Fong Tang said solemnly.
When you get it, start the car and wait for me.
2 woven bags were thrown into the trunk, and Ah Xiang drove the car, listening to the boy's instructions, and drove in the direction of Beimeiling Hospital. After the catastrophe of
Wind Pass,
Beimeiling Lunatic Asylum has become desolate, with only those dark buildings remaining. Fong Tang directed Ah Xiang to stop on the roadside not far away. He found the entrance to the sewer in a grassy field filled with shrubs. The sewer system of Baymaling Lunatic Asylum was originally built on the site of the village pond. Along this sewer opening, one can directly enter the secret room under the boiler room of the hospital.
Do you want me to come with you?
Ah Xiong asked tremblingly.
Fong Tang said coldly. I am sure to eliminate all the traces left behind. Can you?
Ah Xiong trembled.
But I'm scared. Do you really want to leave me alone in this wilderness?
Fong Tang reached out and took out her mobile phone and opened it.
If anyone comes, tell them that you are the female anchor of the horror live broadcast. They heard that this lunatic asylum is scary, so they came here because of it. Haha. If a ghost appears, just close your eyes and faint.
It took Fong Tang a full hour, dragging the heavy body bit by bit, and finally walked through the sewage pool. It took another half an hour to enter the familiar white cabin. During this period, he almost fainted due to underground methane poisoning. The bacteria in his body saved his life, exchanging enough oxygen in his blood and squeezing out the biogas toxins. Now, the fresh air blows in, and the whole hut is still surrounded by white mushrooms, with dim light and gurgling water. Just like yesterday, those white mushrooms became more and more lush. Fong Tang threw the body into the pond where the white fish were infested, then disposed of the plastic sheet in the woven bag, stuffed it with white mushrooms, and then returned to the ground. The chance of a body being found here is close to zero, even if it is discovered. It doesn't matter. The white-haired corpse poison on the corpse and the mushrooms in the hut are one and the same. They will only be classified into the old cases of Baymaling and will not be related to the current AU. Fong Tang opened Kane's phone in the cold wind. The old man looked regretful on the screen.
Oh, at least 16 cameras along the way captured Ah Xiong's car. And when you left the apartment, you were seen by a drunk man on the opposite floor. These are things you can't erase now. It's impossible to make it foolproof without any traces. Just do your best. I hope Ah Xiong can learn a lesson and understand that some things are not that simple.
Fong Tang loaded the corpse mushrooms into the trunk, got in the car, and looked at the man who was huddled under the car seat. The woman smiled.
So, Sister Xiong, you are only so courageous.
Ah Xiong came out in shock,
her hand still trembling.
Done! Done! Done?
Fong Tang nodded. Ah Xiong took out a cigarette and lit it tremblingly.
Oh my god! It's just like a dream. It's still the most terrifying nightmare.
She handed one to Fong Tang. Fong Tang said coldly.
The matter is not over yet. Listen to me carefully now.
Ah Xiong smoked her cigarette vigorously and nodded repeatedly. In her eyes, the thin boy was already a reliable man who stood up to the heaven and earth.
After a while, you will receive a call from the Ghoul Club, and the middle-aged man will ask you if something happened to Ah Yu.
Ah Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Fong Tang continued.
If you say something happened, then the other party will say that the apartment is unsafe and hope that you will move Ah Yu to the club. Just agree, and then make a time with him to move in at 10 o'clock tomorrow night.
Past?
Ah Xiong coughed.
Wait, what does this mean? How do you know?
Before she finished speaking, her phone vibrated. Ah Xiong was shocked. The caller was indeed the person in charge of the Ghoul Club. Chapter 513 Human Gene Alliance. The call from the Ghoul Club made Ah Xiong realize that the attack on IU was not as simple as he thought. The person in charge was very skillful in greeting on the phone and talked a lot of nonsense before getting to the point. What made Ah Xiong's hair stand on end was that what the person in charge said was exactly the same as what the boy had just described. It was as if the young man next to him had no predictions. The person in charge first asked Ah Yu,
concernedly,
if something had happened. Ah Xiong subconsciously talked about the invasion of men in black. The person in charge looked very shocked and hoped that Ah Xiong would take Ah Yu to a safer place immediately. Ah Xiong chatted mechanically with the person in charge. After hanging up the phone, her fingers trembled even more.
How did you know?
Ah Xiong lit up another cigarette.
You even figured out what he was going to say in advance?
Fong Tang only asked.
Had you made an appointment?
Ah Xiong nodded fiercely.
According to your wishes, I told him that we would move at night. But the time was set after early morning. He said that the club was not safe, and there was a nursing home over there with good conditions. He would arrange it then. Let's go there.
Fong Tang said nothing. Ah Xiong tightened her shoulders and felt panicked.
I don't understand. What is going on? Are those two men in black from the club?
Fong Tang said coldly.
Even if they weren't sent by the club, they must know about the person in charge. His name is Mu Fongsuan.
Ah Xiong whispered.
He is someone I have always trusted. He has also helped IU and me a lot.
Fong Tang shook his head.
You can't be so naive. Can he help you? That's not for all use antidote.
Ah Xiang started the car and her expression gradually calmed down.
I thought that one day. Those guys would be crazy. I just thought they didn't have the guts.
Humph. Fong Tang sneered.
They need your medicine to control the backlash. You are their only way to survive. At the beginning, everyone can trust each other and cooperate with each other. But as time goes by, what if you change your mind one day? Or they don't want to continue? What should they do?
Ah Xiang stepped on the accelerator hard and gritted her teeth.
But I never thought about controlling them.
No, Fong Tang said in a gloomy tone.
Forget it. No matter how stupid you are. When the life and death of more than 20,000 people are in your hands, will you have no other ideas?
There are more than 20,000 ghouls from all walks of life, many of whom are successful people. The energy that gathered together might even cover the city. Ah Xiang looked at the dark night and couldn't help but fell silent when the young man revealed his deepest desires. The car had left the path and was running on the main road. Ah Xiang asked again,
"How did you come up with all this?" "Oh, it's just an intuition,"
Fong Tang said slowly.
"These two men in black are very professional and cautious. They didn't leave any useful clues in the apartment. This shows that their intrusion into the apartment was careful. Planned such a secret operation. Mu Fangchen actually knew about it in advance and specifically reminded you?" Ah Xiang sighed.
"I still think too well of people. But why do you want Ayu and I to go on an adventure? And you also agreed on a time to meet? Didn't you just send it to your door? You can't run away. Once you completely fall out, more than 20,000 crazy ghouls will come to your door."
Fong Tang looked at the girl.
"Then even if the army is dispatched, you two will be dead."
Ah Xiang trembled. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how dangerous what she had been doing and how naive her thoughts were. When the car returned to Fallen Street, she whispered,
"Thank you."
Fong Tang got out of the car and walked to the apartment.
"Don't say thank you yet. I am not absolutely sure to save you. Everything depends on your luck."
At this moment, Ah Xiang suddenly felt a strange feeling. This thin back was so familiar and tall. Just like the man who suddenly appeared to save him in that terrible dark night. It's so similar. Fong Tang looked at the cufflinks in his hand in the apartment. Silver cufflinks shine in the soft light. On the front of the cufflinks are two initials, GM. This GM has nothing to do with the game, but is the abbreviation of gene mutation. That's it translated. Gene mutation. The silver cufflinks popped open on his fingertips. And 4 more Chinese phrases appeared on the cross-section of the cufflinks.
Displacement. Transformation. Replication. Division.
Kane's phone lit up the screen, and the front camera illuminated the cufflinks. Kane on the screen exclaimed,
"I've seen it before."
"What?" Fong Tang sat up slowly.
"Have you seen these cufflinks?" "No. It's these 4 phrases and the abbreviation. This is the Human Genome Alliance's logo and organizational motto."
The information Kane searched for popped up on his phone. A website in pure English. Fong Tang frowned and looked. Kane explained,
"The Human Genome Consortium is a large organization. They have unified and standardized naming of all genetic mutation numbers to ensure clear definitions and the sharing of genetic mutation group information. The Genetic Alliance is not an official organization and has nothing to do with the International Genetic Society. However, their official homepage is extremely sci-fi. The entire website is based on chromosomes as the background and the spiral DNA map as the website navigation. The homepage of the website explains the differences between chromosomes, DNA, and genes in a very popular way. More than 30,000 genes with a string of effect fragments make up DNA. DNA and proteins make up chromosomes. 23 pairs of chromosomes exist in the nucleus. The greatest living thing made of cells. Human beings."
Flipping the web pages, I saw a strange picture on the last page. Those are 3 black insect bodies. Represents the 3 different forms of black insects. The first form, demonic insect. An insect studied by Zhuchuan and Huang Dowang from cutting human vines in the Silent Town level. The second form, melanocytozoan. A parasite that can produce related viruses. But what is this third form? Fong Tang looked at his phone.
"Kane, this matter is not that simple anymore. I had a terminal disease before, which was related to the melanin worm."
At this moment, the dark moon hung like blood above the Ghoul Club. Mu Fangxuan was sitting on the sofa in the secret room, holding a strange white paper in his hand. In the darkness, a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes were looking at him. He smiled slightly and put down the white paper in his hand.
"Everyone, Miss Ah Xiang will come with Ayu. We have been preparing for this for a long time, so this operation will never fail. Believe me, freedom is coming, And a new era will come. It will come too. And this time, we will be the ones in charge.
A strange picture suddenly appeared on the white paper placed on his knees. Those are 3 white insect bodies. Represents the 3 different forms of white insects. The first form, corpse insect. An insect body found in an ancient tomb 600 years ago in the wind level. The second form, white insect. The form that successfully evolved in Ayu's body. A white earthworm-like insect body. But what is this third form? The strange events that happened late at night in the city turned into various data and gathered into the hands of different forces. In the suite of Chang'an Hotel, 2 groups of light and shadows spread out in front of the White Queen. The 2 elves were traveling between Bai Tang's consciousness. On the left is a huge organization that has been hiding for many years, but can't help but reveal its traces, the Human Gene Alliance. Its subsidiaries in Shanghai are Dahua Ecological Group and Maxim High School. On the right, there is a new and lovely organization that does not know its true destiny, the Ghoul Club. The club currently has more than 20,000 members, covering all walks of life. On the left, a black worm appears. On the right, floating out are white worms. Bai Tang stretched out his fingers and pinched the black and white bugs together. The black and white bugs swam together like fish, just like the mysterious yin and yang archaea, and finally formed the Tai Chi pattern. The Tai Chi black and white bugs rotated, and as the light and shadow flickered, 2 more groups of human DNA began to join. Finally, the spinning black and white insect transformed into one, a curled-up baby. Bai Tang looked at the curled-up baby for a long time. Then he stretched out his fingers and flicked the light and shadow. The black and white insect bodies separated and bit together crazily. The corners of Bai Tang's mouth curled up, and 2 elves flew towards him. The command from the White Queen's consciousness came through.
Transmit the information about the Ghoul Club to Moji High School, and then leak the information about the Gene Alliance to Mufong Village. Black and white can never coexist peacefully. Let them fight among themselves. This is really a kind of fun.
Chapter 514, Beautiful Neighbor. When Fong Tang went out to buy breakfast in the early morning, he met classmate Xia Yunming again. She was wearing an exquisite shirt and skirt, which were specially customized school uniforms from Moji High School, and was drinking soy milk in front of the butcher's shop. Fong Tang lowered his head to avoid it, but the soy milk in Xia Yunming's hand was thrown at his feet. Fong Tang could only lean down and pick it up.
Garbage must be sorted. You will be fined if you do this. There aren't that many rules here.
Xia Yuming came over with a school bag on her back, and the rubber band in her hand kept flicking.
You haven't answered yesterday's question yet. Don't think that I don't know anything. I can still remember many things.
Fong Tang smiled.
Oh, well, actually, I'm not from your school, and I'm not familiar with Teacher Xie either.
At this time, Ayu poked her head out of the window.
Xiao Tang, buy more soy milk. Ah Xiang is finally up. This lazy pig.
Seeing Xia Yuming, Ayu immediately waved and said Lo.
Xiaoming, you've gone to school.
Neighbors in Sinking Street are far closer to each other than in other places in the Magic City. There is a large courtyard here like those 30 years ago, where you can't see if you look up or look down. Xia Yuming showed an innocent and cute smile.
Sister Ayu, my dad left some pig lungs to make soup, and we'll send them to you later.
After saying that, he suddenly took Fong Tang's hand.
Is this Sister Ayu's younger brother? It's the first time I've seen him.
The fluffy-haired Xiang also stuck his head out and snorted.
No, he is a worker we hired. Xiaoming, you are going to be late. Go to school quickly.
The 2 women murmured and retracted their heads. Xia Mingyan stared at Fong Tang.
Are you going to sleep with him too?
Fong Tang was startled.
We live together, not sleep together.
Xia Yuming tied up her hair with a rubber band and shook her head.
Humph! What's the difference? It turns out you are the little man they raised.
He was able to say such explicit things, completely unlike a high school student in a private school. And Fong Tang could hear her disdain for Xiang Ayu. And the innocent and cute smile just now was completely disguised. This girl is not as innocent as she thought. Classmate Xia still didn't let him go.
Wait for me in the woods behind the school dormitory tonight. Give me your mobile phone number. Why are you still standing there?
Night. Fong Tang's heart moved, and he quickly entered the number into her mobile phone.
Classmate Xia, is this a date?
I thought this little girl would be shy or angry. But Xia Yuming was very calm.
Yes, it's just a date.
She pulled Fong Tang close to her and held up her phone.
Hold me and smile.
The selfie appeared immediately. And the 2 people in the photo were really a talented and beautiful couple. Watching Xia Yuming right away, Fong Tang touched his chin. a little confused about the current female high school students. A heavy coughing sound came from behind. In the butcher shop, Lao Xiao was holding a kitchen knife and staring at the young man with an unkind expression. His face turned dark. Fong Tang lowered his head and left. He bought soy milk and wontons, and selected a few vegetables. He also used the money given by Axiang to buy a set of shirts and trousers, which were the cheapest. When I returned to the downstairs of the apartment, I saw a large truck parked next to the butcher shop, which happened to be the store on the first floor of the apartment. The people in the car started unloading things. It seems that someone has rented the small store on the first floor of the apartment. Fong Tang stood there and watched. Various decorative boxes and figurines placed in glass cabinets were loaded onto the truck. Figures mean models, but the figures sold by this company look like. Fong Tang took a closer look and saw that it was Dodgy. That virtual idol Dodgy? There are at least hundreds of models of Dodgy wearing all kinds of clothes, with various proportions from 1/10 to 1/3. The last one that was moved out of the large truck was a 1-to-1 model wearing Hanfu. Large-scale figure. Many neighbors in Fallen Street gathered together, and most of them looked puzzled. Only a few young girls shouted,
"Wow! There is one here too! Is this Dodgy's peripheral store?" "Yes!"
A charming and gentle voice sounded. Everyone turned around to look. Their eyes widened. Skylark was walking leisurely in a red dress and green skirt, but under her snow-white stockings were a pair of old Chinese cloth shoes. This mixed style made her look like a beauty from the Japanese-style paintings of old Shanghai. The store's signboard had already been erected, and it was in Chinese. Turning around, I saw the words, "Graduation Ceremony." Old Man Huang, who was engaged in the business of character testing and naming on the street, and was recognized as the most knowledgeable, walked slowly over. This man was quite old, and his height of 1.9 meters was as thin as a bamboo pole. When he stood there, he cast a slender shadow. Lao Huang glanced at Skylark.
"Interesting. We have never seen this kind of business here."
Skylark bowed.
"Please take care of me."
When she leaned over, her snow-white neck was exposed, and her perfect body curved into a seductive curve. Several men were staring at it. Fong Tang raised his head and looked behind Yunk. The old man who was moving things was the old labor expert from the logistics department whom he had met on Huawu Island. In addition, there were 2 or 3 familiar faces. All of them are old people who used to follow Yunk in the Asian logistics department. Skylark is not here to play this time, but to station here with his elite men. Several girls were still discussing the beautiful Hanfu on Yunk. Fong Tang was carrying breakfast and dangling slippers on his feet, and laughed when he heard it.
"This is not a Hanfu, but a graduation tea dress in the Japanese kimono, which is the dress worn at the graduation ceremony."
The girls looked astonished, and Hibari Ryoko also had a look in her eyes. Her kimono today was actually modified, and it could be said to be a mix and match. The skirt underneath was taken from the
goose yellow gauze skirt
worn by women in the Song Dynasty's coming-of-age ceremony. This outfit perfectly corresponds to the name of her new store, Graduation Ceremony. I thought that no one in this place like Fallen Street would understand, but I didn't expect that a young boy who was still young could understand my mind. Yunk was very happy and walked up to Fong Tang.
"Hello, classmate. Please take care of me in the future. Well, do you like my outfit?"
Fong Tang casually bit into a fried dough stick and ate it with a big mouthful.
"It's not bad, although it's a bit imitating."
Skylark's expression changed. He lowered his head and chuckled.
"Why are you just trying to imitate others?"
Fong Tang smiled faintly.
"You want to mix Japanese-style graduation dresses with Chinese culture's women's coming-of-age ceremony. It's a good idea, but you're wrong." "What's wrong?"
Yunk suddenly became serious. Fong Tang pointed to the hair.
"In our Chinese culture, when a woman comes of age, it is a hairpin ceremony. The key is not what clothes to change, but the hairstyle. Now in the countryside, this is what Shanto means, and it means that a hairpin is required."
Skylark solemnly bowed again.
"I understand. Thank you for your advice."
He reached out and picked up a small figure.
"Please accept this small gift."
Fong Tang wiped his hands full of oil on his pants, reached out and grabbed the small figure, which made Skylark frown slightly. This small shop in Graduation Ceremony brings a breath of fresh air to the bustling street, and Yunk led a group of men to decorate and clean. And even the front door was newly paved with wooden boards and tiles. It's a pity that 99% of the rough guys on the street can't understand the beauty of this detail. They just feel weird and uncomfortable. People got together, and soon the Degenerate Street Chamber of Commerce gathered for a meeting.
"It's not good to have a Japanese girl here. Holy crap. What era is this? You still think this is the period of the Magic City concession? No. Lao Wu. Think about it carefully. If one day we have to fight against the Japanese and smash things, it doesn't matter if her shop is smashed. Wouldn't we neighbors be in trouble as well?
What Old Man Huang said was really to the point. Although the Fallen Street Merchant Guild is a ragtag group of people, and it doesn't look like a guild organization on weekdays. Most of the time it's just everyone getting together to play cards and brag. But everyone is still very united in terms of ensuring their financial path. They decided to call the landlord and firmly oppose the opening of the store. Skylark saw everything with his eyes and ears, turned around and whispered a few instructions to one of his subordinates. The logistics department worked so neatly, and it was done in a short time.
We contacted the landlord. The small building passed the procedures, and the property was with us within a week.
Skylark twisted his waist and went upstairs again with gifts to visit the neighbors in the apartment. Not long after, kick. Aseong came down on her high heels and glanced coldly at the group of old men in the meeting.
A group of old men who have no ability to make money are muttering here and bullying a woman. You are really capable.
Old Wu, who sells mountain products, and Old Xia, who opens meat jerky, dare not raise their heads. Old Man Huang's beard was raised and he wanted to talk. But Aseong rushed over and stepped on his feet. Old Man Huang, who was 1.9 meters tall, bowed like a prawn at this moment.
Oh, Aseong, what are you doing? This is not of my race, so his heart must be different. We are a family.
Aseong sneered.
Old Huang, look at your face.
Lao Huang was aggrieved and puzzled.
Why did my face offend the girl?
The napkin in Aseong's hand wiped his thin face fiercely.
Don't think that you can hide it from me by deliberately getting tanned. You are also a foreign devil. What are you shouting here?
Under Lao Huang's dark face, he has a high nose and deep outline. He really looks like a Caucasian. Aseong pulled up his sleeves again, revealing increasingly obvious ice blue skin. Old Huang was furious.
Hey, young and old men. Listen. Don't listen to this bitch's nonsense. I, Huang Tiandao, am a pure Chinese son, but I come from a poor background as a sheep herder at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains.
As Xiong made such a big fuss, people dispersed. Young came with a group of subordinates to express his gratitude in person. Aseong smiled and said,
Don't pay attention to them. They are just doing nothing. If they bully you in the future, come to me.
He turned around and stared at Fong Tang, who was watching the excitement.
Hurry up and cook.
Fong Tang handed her the breakfast and said,
I want to go in and have fun.
Aseong left unhappy. Fong Tang stepped on the mud on his slippers and walked into the spotless shop. The wind chimes rang, and the graduation ceremony shop closed the door silently. Young stood behind Fong Tang, and his two men pounced on him like wolves and tigers, directly pressing the young man down and inserting a needle skillfully. Chapter 515 exposed. The signboard of the shop called Graduation Ceremony is still shaking. After the special glass door was gently closed, the inside of the store suddenly turned black, blocking all the morning light, and all the lights in the room were turned off at this time. Fong Tang suddenly felt a familiar and warm feeling at this moment. It's like going back to the beginning, to the night when I first met Skylark. It was also so dark in the room with the lights turned off. Two strong men were already holding him down, and the needle was inserted into his neck. However, this time he was stopped by Young.
Don't waste precious medicine on him. Pull him up first.
The medicine in the syringe was not pushed in, so Fong Tang was pulled up and pushed onto a chair. A sweet and charming voice whispered in her ears, like a banshee. A faint yellow light swayed in front of my eyes. The yellow light became brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a dazzling white light. A small lamp lit up, getting brighter and brighter, shining directly into Fong Tang's eyes. Young came over and opened her red and plump lips slightly.
This classmate, you shouldn't have come in, and you shouldn't have soiled my floor.
She sat quietly opposite Fong Tang. The men handed the ID card and mobile phone they found to Young, and then put down a small metal ball. Skylark fiddled with the phone, threw it aside, looked at the ID card again, and couldn't help but snorted.
Cute name. Kawaii.
The small metal ball on the ground released 3D light and shadow, which was exactly the content of Fong Tang and Xia Yimeng's morning conversation. The light and shadow of virtual reality were so real that it seemed to recreate the scene at that time. Fong Tang looked, horrified, on his chair.
What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? What the hell is this thing? Is it a 3D movie?
Skylark tapped the chair with his slender fingers, seeming to be thinking about something. Then she smiled charmingly.
Classmate Tang Zhu. How long have you and Xia Yuming known each other?
Fong Tang was still struggling and ready to scream. But he immediately received a heavy punch. His nose was bleeding, and his lips were swollen. Yunk waved his hand.
Don't fight. I think Mr. Tang is a smart child, and should know his situation.
Fong Tang shrank up and shivered in his chair.
I don't know anything. Xia Yuming and I are not familiar at all.
Skylark snorted.
Not familiar? Classmate Xia, and you seem to be in love. We are so close together. And you still don't know each other? I think it's already cooked rice.
Fong Tang trembled.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Skylark rubbed his long hair.
Damn it. You kid is not enlightened at all. If you don't tell the truth, I will do something terrible and terrible to you.
The man from the logistics department raised his fist again. But this time it fell with a clang in front of Fong Tang. Fong Tang's fingers accurately pointed at the vital points of his chest and abdomen, using the nerve isolation technique. Unfortunately, he lacked strength and accuracy, so the strong man quickly got up. However, Yunk suddenly stood up and was shocked.
You? How could you do this? How could you?
She lost her cool. Because this close combat technique that cuts off nerves came from the Desire Mall. And it was expensive. Only former intermediate players could afford to learn it. Fong Tang stopped shaking and slowly sat up straight.
Ha ha. This is a family tradition of acupuncture. Beauty, you have many questions. I can answer them all. But there is a condition.
Yunk sat down slowly.
What are the conditions?
Fong Tang's eyes were teasing.
Sleep with me once.
Everyone in the logistics department was furious.
Be bold. Court death.
But their leader Yunk didn't say a word. Instead, his mouth opened and his eyes were blank.
You? What did you say? Say it again. Sleep with me once.
Fong Tang licked his lips. Skylark stood up again and reached out to grab his hair. His eyes a little confused. But soon, she shook her head, raised her hand, and clapped it over. A red handprint immediately appeared on the left side of Fong Tang's face, and it swelled up. As he swayed, a cigarette fell from his coat pocket. Broken and wrinkled cigarettes. Ah Xiang gave it to him last night when he abandoned the body. Skylark let out a sigh. And the logistics staff wearing gloves came over and carefully picked up the cigarette. Fong Tang suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. But Hibari chuckled. The logistics department opened a metal ball again. The floating light and shadow spun in front of Skylark. And the woman reached out and grabbed one of the light and shadow. She unfolded the light and shadow in her hand out of thin air and magnified it. What is shown in the light and shadow is the grassland near Beimeling Mental Hospital. You can clearly see the cigarette, butts with the grass species marked. The subordinate came over at this time and whispered.
It is the same brand as the cigarettes found on the grass near the mental hospital. But these cigarettes are sold everywhere. So we can't be sure that he appeared there. What about the camera information on the road? Can it be repaired? Report. A car seems to have appeared in 16 Sky Eye surveillances. But the information and data in it have been destroyed. Huh? How was it damaged? Isn't it possible that our Shanghai Science and Technology Department can't repair it? Yes. According to what Minister Sidney of the Ministry of Science and Technology said. This is not a real-life technology, but directly destroys the original data. Even the president. I am afraid that I can't do it.
Skylark was surprised.
What do you mean? Is the destruction of the original data so severe?
The subordinate coughed.
Mr. Minister, you may not understand. The images captured by the Sky Eye camera are transmitted to the host server storage through the network cable. In theory, there will be remnants of data particles left in the network cable. But this time, not only the internal data remnants, even the data particles that penetrated outside have been erased.
Skylark's eyes trembled.
Outside? You mean in the atmosphere? This is impossible. Do you know how many base stations there are in this city? How many mobile phones and networks are there? The data particles in the air almost exceed the total number of stars in the universe. How can it be possible in such a huge city? Precisely locate the part of the surveillance screen in the data, and then erase it silently?
Achieving this level is equivalent to finding a specific grain of sand in the ocean, then silently picking out this grain of sand, and then erasing it. The subordinate whispered.
Please take a look at the data number in 0983.
Skylark immediately found it in the rotating light and shadow, and operated it from the air. And the light and shadow shone in her palm. A girl in school uniform suddenly appeared in the light and shadow. Only the back view of the girl. Fong Tang watched with horror. In the dark night, the girl in school uniform was flashing with light, floating like a ghost. under the suspended ghost of the girl. What appears is a car outline, with only edge lines. It was as if the ghost girl had used PS technology to erase the entire car, leaving only the edges of the car. And that car is Axiong's Cayenne. In other words, during last night's operation, this ghostly girl had been floating on the roof of Axiong's car? Now, as the light and shadow in Skylark's hand continued, a cigarette but suddenly popped out of the car outline. With a ding sound, the Skylark clicked on the light and shadow video. Three-dimensional light and shadow are still the picture of the cigarette, but appeared when she slid her finger. Stretched and enlarged. The cigarette but becomes larger, and is particularly clear. It was the same brand as the cigarette, but's on the grass outside the mental hospital. And it was also the cigarette that the boy dropped from the chair. Skylark looked at the boy.
You drove out last night, and threw 2 corpses into the sewer of Beimeiling Mental Hospital. Right.
Fong Tang felt bitter in his heart. He did not expect such a well-planned action. Because all of Axiong's cigarette butts were exposed. It seems that the Shanghai Guild found a body in the secret room of Beimeiling. Young pulled up the chair, approached the young man, and stared at him.
Tang Zhu, was it Xia Yuming who was protecting you on the roof of the car last night? Helping you eliminate data traces?
Fong Tang could only remain silent. Young smiled faintly.
Don't think that what you did has no trace. In fact, there are many loopholes in this matter.
She lowered her tone and said,
I am actually very familiar with Axiong and IU upstairs. Do you believe it? They are always under our surveillance.
Fong Tang raised his head.
Why do you need to monitor them?
Young's red lips were almost touching his ear.
This is a secret.
She raised her head.
Now, you have to answer 3 questions.
Fong Tang interrupted her.
First, how did I know the secret room below the Beimeiling Mental Hospital?
Skylark's eyes narrowed and his expression changed several times. Fong Tang continued.
The second question, you want to determine whether I am a gamer, because I don't have a chip behind my neck. As for the third question, you want to know what Xia Yuming's superpower is.
All hits. The young man raised his head and smiled lightly.
Sorry, I can't answer any of them.
Young was silent for a moment, then stood up coldly.
Give him medicine. It doesn't matter if he dies,
she ordered coldly. Chapter 516, The First Appearance of Superpowers. The Science and Technology Department of the Shanghai Guild has recently developed a special potion. According to Minister Sidney, this potion was left behind when Cherry left. It is also a common agent used by the killer group called International Service Corporation when performing tasks. Its main ingredient is D-lysergic acid methane extract. And it also adds some kind of mushroom from American tribes. It is a super hallucinogen. The typical dose is only 10 micrograms, which is equivalent to 1/100th of a grain of sand. The strongest point of this drug from the killer group is that it can avoid the monitoring of particles in the chip, so it can be used against players with infinite challenges. This synthetic agent causes the user's sensory confusion and intense impulses to memory and self-awareness. To put it simply, it is a drug used for interrogation, which can make people tell the truth subconsciously. Sydney was not proficient in chemical agents, so she only copied a batch of the drug and gave it to the logistics department for use. But Skylark has a Nobel-level veteran logistician beside him. Lao Logistics once again purified the drug, increasing its effect by more than 4 times, while also intensifying the side effects of the drug. It is said that the side effects are terrible and can cause people to go berserk and turn into an unconscious beast in a short period of time, only knowing how to bite and hit. Young had seen the experiment on white mice conducted by the old logistics staff. At a regular dosage, the mice turned into wild dogs biting each other, with bulging veins all under their white fur. Now, as the syringe drug was injected into the young men's veins, the old logistics officer rubbed his hands uneasily.
Sir, Skylark, the drug that has been purified many times has exceeded the limit of the human body. Now the dose has been increased 10 times, which is already a typical dose. It's 1,000 times worse, let alone a human being. Even an elephant is dead,
Skylark said calmly.
This guy is not an ordinary person. I suspect he is a superpower from Maxim High School.
The old logistics officer was shocked.
But there is no nanoparticle crystal light imprint on him.
A blue light repeatedly illuminated Fong Tang's body, but no writing was found. All the superpowers in Class 7 of 3 years have their numbers, and superpower data engraved with nanoparticles. This is an absolute sign to identify people with special abilities. And the information from the Shanghai Guild Data Department is unmistakable, Skylark said coldly.
It has been less than 2 days since the Data Department got this information. Who knows what other tricks Moji High School has? My intuition tells me that Tang Zhu is definitely a superpower. Fong Tang felt like he was floating. Various memories flashed crazily. And then a bright light appeared in front of his eyes. In the light, groups of women suddenly appeared and all rushed towards him. These women all have beautiful and attractive figures. But the scary thing is that they all have the same face. The face is still unclear. But they were all wearing school uniforms. And their bodies shone with auras. Could it be Xia? Fong Tang's consciousness began to blur. And then he became endlessly dizzy. This is not the feeling of wanting to sleep, but the pain of being exhausted but unable to sleep. Fong Tang knew that he couldn't hold on anymore. His heartbeat accelerated, and then suddenly stopped. His whole body convulsed and he screamed, falling from the chair. But he jumped up again, as if he had been given a shot of blood. His heartbeat resumed and accelerated again. He forced himself to maintain the last trace of clarity of consciousness. The ordeal that was trapped in the memory came into play at this time. What should we do now? Is there any other way? Think about what other resources you can use? Yes. Meditation. Fong Tang thought of it in extreme pain. The best part is, now he can easily enter the first level of meditation without having to take it seriously. Because he had fallen into a coma under the influence of the medicine. Thinking back to the first time he entered Omega's mind. The familiar feeling came back. One weight. Double. Triple. Finally returned to the familiar Omega mind again. All the pain left. And I flew up like a butterfly. Just like a dream. I just don't know if I dreamed of the butterfly. Or if the butterfly dreamed of me? With a bang. The side effects of the medicine began to take effect. Fong Tang's body bounced up again, directly smashing the ceiling above his head. The moment he fell, he roared like a beast again. Skylark was shocked. Why did the side effects come on so quickly? There was no chance for interrogation. The old logistician shouted. Kill him! He has lost control. Before they finished speaking, they all stayed where they were. Because Fong Tang actually sat back in the chair slowly, and raised his hand to wipe away the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Now he is smiling. His demeanor is calm, and his expression seems to be very comfortable. At this time, the fungus master in Fong Tang's body had replicated dozens of times in succession. Countless microorganism owners are surging in the host's body, devouring the negative molecules of the medicine and simultaneously amplifying the positive effects of the medicine crazily. The negative effects such as loss of consciousness and confusion caused by the medicine have all disappeared. And those positive effects such as increasing strength, expanding potential, nerve agility, and even brain activity increased more than 100 times in an instant. The greater the number of microorganism owners, the stronger the increase in response to the agent. Fong Tang felt like he was a god at this moment. Indescribable confidence and explosive power. With a flick of his fingers, he flicked the two strongmen away. The force was endless, and the two men rolled and hit the wall, with their heads broken and bleeding. Just a flick of the little finger. The boy grabbed it again, and saw the fixed special glass door. The glass that can withstand mortar LS is directly penetrated by 5 fingers. And the morning sun shines in, bringing with it the fresh air. Fong Tang took a deep breath, feeling so wonderful. The half-cigarette on the ground appeared on his fingertips. He tore off the wires that had fallen down in the wall. With a slight touch, the electric spark lit the cigarette. Take a deep breath, and the breath of cigarette rushes into your mouth happily. Therefore, under the huge increase of the bacterial owner, nicotine combines with acetylcholine. The number of neurotransmitters in the body increases exponentially, and dopamine in the brain surges almost like spring water. At the same time, certain monoamine enzyme compounds contained in cigarettes begin to stimulate adrenaline and serotonin. The next moment, the sympathetic nerves are plucked like strings. The splanchnic nerves continue to release adrenaline, and the parasympathetic preganglionic fibers spray out more acetylcholine. When all these substances that stimulate the human body's potential are gathered into the blood, Fong Tang spread his arms uncontrollably and let out a loud roar. The majestic power actually caused the resonance of the air, and after the sharp tearing sound, the surrounding walls shook violently. Fong Tang is in the most perfect Omega brain, under the triple meditation technique, so he can still control the violent energy, and his mind is particularly clear. He began to smile at the panicked old logistician. It is a lysergic acid extract, added with hallucinogenic mushrooms from the Indian tribe, and purified many times. After entering the body, it quickly acts on the central nervous system, inhibits the activity of the cerebral cortex, and makes people enter shallow sleep state. The old logistician had closed his eyes and dared not move. Skylark was moving towards the side of the boy. Fong Tang took out a puff of cigarette
and felt like he was going to float away.
This medicine is really good. Is there anything else? I have to take some at any time.
Silently, the sleeves on Skylark's arms tore apart, and a tattoo of a cardinal with a crown on his head appeared from his shoulder to his arm. What wanders in the tattoo is the host transformed by the Yin and Yang Archaea. The golden-crowned red obsidian bird came to life on her beautiful skin. After opening its wings, a huge energy blasted out. Fong Tang instinctively avoided and smashed the floor tiles with his feet. Yunk sneered. Although the Yin and Yang bacteria master given by Bai Tang has not been completely integrated, her combat power is no longer as simple as before. With a ding sound, she flicked her fingers, and a button hit the dodgy model standing in the store. The life-size dodgy figure actually began to blink and then raised its feet. The model came to life. The Hanfu on its body spun around and rushed towards the rampaging boy from the other side. This is the real killer weapon developed by the Science and Technology Department of the Shanghai Guild. A humanoid weapon that can be activated at any time. Dodgy number 2. But Yunk and Dodgy number 2 did not hit Fong Tang because the boy had already fallen. Fong Tang now collapsed into a ball of mud. The effect of the medicine fades quickly, and the fungus owner is helpless. They have no power of their own, and can only amplify the medicine that enters the host's body. Hibari rotated gracefully, and the beautiful kimono wrapped around her body again. Dodgy 2 also stopped moving. The people in the logistics department barely stood up, and they were all shocked and didn't know what was happening.
Take him away and show him to the president. This kid is too weird,
Yunk ordered. At this moment, a door suddenly cracked open on the wall on the right side near the butcher's shop. 2 girls stepped into the field strangely. Xia Yuming, who was standing on the left, was floating with his feet off the ground. His whole body was wrapped in aura, and he instantly swam in front of Fong Tang. The short-haired girl on the right raised her palms. Her palm prints were suddenly changing. The moving palm prints quickly formed an array, and the ring-shaped pulse energy gathered and flashed. Fong Tang opened his eyes with difficulty. Xia Yuming. And? Wang Xianxian? Chapter 517. The Cabin in the Woods. When Lan Hua walked into the graduation ceremony shop on Fallen Street, people outside were still talking about the decoration of the shop. Old man Huang smacked his lips and kept shouting,
"Don't tear down the wall even in broad daylight. There are many people in the neighborhood who work overtime at night, and they are still sleeping now."
The movement inside just now was really loud. It wasn't just as simple as demolishing the wall. The whole building shook several times, like an earthquake. The support staff of the logistics department hurriedly apologized to everyone. Old Huang Tu led a group of idlers to refuse to give up. It was not until Lan Hua ordered them to give each of them a
big opening red envelope
that the group of people left with satisfaction.
How is the situation?
Xiao Yang's inquiry came from the particle communicator in her ear. As the vice president of the Shanghai Guild, Xiao Yang knew that Yunk's action was personally directed by the president, so she was particularly concerned about it. Lan Hua just walked through the broken glass door and whispered,
"It's not optimistic. It looks very miserable. Few of the people I brought here are useful."
Most of the newly formed Shanghai Guild Medical Department are disciples of Professor Morimoto, who are better at biological modification. Orchid has trouble using these people. The most proud nurse, Zhu Mei, had long been transferred to the science department. Because of this incident, it turns out that the sisters of the 40 female thieves have been secretly muttering, saying that this is
clearly a rising tone, but actually a split.
Lan Hua and Xianyang also discussed it secretly. They all think this is a
technique of controlling their subordinates.
President Bai Tang did not want disharmonious, small gangs to appear within the Shanghai Guild. He also wanted to prevent 40 female thieves from getting together and forming a small mountain top, which would affect the operation of the entire guild. However, Zhu Mei is very happy in the science department. She actually doesn't like to treat diseases and save people, but prefers to study various interesting technologies with Sydney. Lan Hua put back these mixed thoughts. The medical department's men had already dissected the body of the dead support worker on site. There were exclamations. Lan Hua turned around and saw that after the deceased's chest was opened, chaotic internal organs were revealed.
Team Leader Lan, all the internal organs have been displaced. Look at the position of these tissues in the body. It seems to have happened instantly.
Lan Hua took out the second generation
particle detection meter,
upgraded by the scientific research department. Now the watch used to monitor special particles is no longer the original rough dial, but has become a smart watch-like display. Complex readings quickly popped up on the watch display. Lan Hua looked at it, and her eyes changed.
Neutrino-like dark energy particles?
The data was immediately uploaded to the Shanghai Guild server through the watch. The invisible jelly airship appeared above the Chang'an Hotel. Thousands of elves were inside the airship at this time. As clones of the White Queen, they were responsible for processing all the guild's data. Every elf here can be regarded as a supercomputer, and the capabilities of each one exceed today's technology by several levels. Now, the intelligence from Fallen Street is analyzed and processed in an instant. Perhaps when Orchid just clicked the upload button, President Bai Tang's voice rang in her ears.
Neutrino-like energy can easily penetrate the human body. The opponent passed through this logistics worker in the form of particles. But unlike neutrinos, this particle form can interact with the body.
Lan Hua was shocked.
The particle form penetrated the human body and directly hit all the internal organs and dislocated them? Yes.
Bai Tang's voice disappeared. Orchid was still in shock. She still doesn't know much about the ability to manipulate particles. But in theory, terrifying existences such as Wan Gi and Fuda can generate a particle cluster in any target's body, even if it is only the size of a grain of sand, and can do so silently kill the opponent without any interest. Imagine if there was a
grain of sand
rushing inside your heart. Who could bear it? Not to mention drilling directly into the brain. Orchid looked at the second corpse. This corpse is very normal and was killed by a powerful shock wave. There were also severe burns on the surface of the body. The surviving veteran logistician described it while receiving treatment.
They were two girls. One passed through the body like a ghost, and the other had a particularly weird palm.
The old logistics man gestured.
The child's palm prints can change, as if they were arranged in a certain formation, and then release the palm thunder dot.
Lan Hua raised her eyebrows.
Are you sure it was a lightning strike?
The old logistician was shocked.
I can't be sure. It looks like a white light or a blue light. Anyway, it came out from the child's palm.
The body was dragged away, and the old logistician was able to stand up. The old man who escaped the disaster was not happy, but felt a little uneasy. Lan Hua comforted him.
You are lucky. No one doubts you.
The old logistics officer frowned.
I am the weakest, but I survived. How can I report to the administrative department when I go back? Girl, you know that the newly formed administrative department is like a dog, smelling something wrong with everyone. Those two ministers are like fire and ice. It's really scary.
Lan Hua asked.
Tell me how you survived. I can make a report based on your injuries, so no one will gossip.
The veteran logistics officer was grateful and recalled.
It seemed that the boy said something about showing mercy, and then they stopped.
Lan Hua asked again.
Does Minister Skylark have any other instructions before chasing the enemy?
The old logistician shook his head.
The situation was very chaotic at that time. Lord Skylark reacted and chased him out without saying anything. But there was something strange.
Lan Hua asked urgently.
What's the matter?
The old logistics officer rubbed his hands.
Sir Skylark seems to attach great importance to that boy. In fact, we had a chance to quickly deal with the boy.
Lan Hua's eyes flashed.
I know. Don't tell anyone about this. Do you understand?
She turned around and left the shop, already remembering the boy's name in her mind. Tang Pig. I need to study it carefully with Sister Xia and Yang when I get back. The members of the 40 female thieves have not made any merit, but they have been placed in important positions in various departments of the Shanghai Guild. They are under a lot of pressure now. Sister Xia is eager to perform meritorious service. This may be an opportunity. Fong Tang opened his eyes with difficulty. Xia Yunning and Wang Xianxian stood in front of him, and he was lying on an old damp sofa. Wang Xianxian is a petite girl, but her whole body is full of strength. There is a curious expression on her round face.
Xiao Ming, are you sure he is also a person with powers?
Xia Yuming was pushing a huge instrument over, like a big old TV set with wires all over it. She patted Xianxian and said,
Take off his clothes and put on this.
A gray-white one-piece suit that looked like a diving suit was thrown over. Wang Xianxian blinked.
Are you all naked?
Fong Tang coughed dryly.
I'll do it myself.
He was startled by his own voice. Hoarse and tired, he tried to raise his arms again, but couldn't help but secretly complain that he had no strength at all. Xia Yuming looked at him.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to humiliate you. It's because when this instrument is working, your clothes may produce erroneous data. So you must take off your clothes.
Fong Tang coughed hoarsely.
What kind of instrument is this? It's the earliest generation of machine for detecting superpower data. Xian, and I found it in this room.
Fong Tang looked at the dilapidated cabin. The internal structure was relatively strong. Opposite the sofa was a rusty wire bed. There were also large scissors, shovels, and other tools piled beside the bed. Next to the tools is a sign indicating the lawn of Maxim High School. Fong Tang asked.
This is the gardener's cabin. Are we in school? Yes. Our school has a lot of grass, which must be taken care of by professional gardeners. But now it is outsourced to professional companies.
Wang Xianxian was still looking at him.
This is where the gardeners used to live. Just behind the dormitory building. In the woods.
Fong Tang smiled lightly.
So, no one will come to this place. It is very secretive.
Wang Xianxian chuckled.
In order to prevent anyone from breaking in, Xiaoming pretended to be a female ghost and moved around here. Within 500 meters outside the wooden house. There are traps we set up together. Now! It should be time for class.
Fong Tang tried to enter the third level of meditation, but only entered the first level. His eyelids started to fight, and he almost fell asleep. With a splash, cold mineral water was poured on his face. Xia Yuming threw down the water bottle.
Do you want to pass out on purpose?
Fong Tang smiled bitterly.
I'm too tired.
Humph. Xia Yuming didn't believe it. At this time, a humming sound came from under the wire bed in the cabin. Wang Xianxian jumped over and dragged out a boy with glasses from under the bed. It's Xiao Xiaodong. Now it's interesting. Several superpowers that Fong Tang is familiar with from Class 7. Grade 3 are almost here. Chapter 518 Dark Class Committee Meeting. In the cabin in the forest, classmate Xiao Xiaodong was dragged into a corner by Wang Xianxian. Xia Yuming walked over, not knowing what he was talking about. After a long time, after Fong Tang had fallen asleep, Xiao Xiaodong slowly stood up. His body was now tied with layers of metal coils, one end of which was in Wang Xuanxuan's hand. Xiao Xiaodong was protesting.
I can't run. Aren't we in the same group? Why are we doing this?
Wang Xuanxuan's short hair swayed, and a light blue shimmer appeared in her palms. Following the array of her palm prints, a pulse of energy struck. Xiao Xiaodong, who was locked by the coil, screamed and trembled with electricity all over his body. Wang Xianxian put away her powers. Xiao Xiaodong vomited bitterness and was extremely frightened.
Squad leader, please spare me,
Wang Xianxian said coldly.
Do you think this is playing a game?
The petite girl said, and suddenly reached out and pulled off her hair. The wig fell down, revealing Wang Xuanxuan's smooth head. Xiao Xiaodong was stunned.
What the hell is going on? When did you become a nun? I can never grow my hair. I have tried all the methods to no avail.
Wang Xianxian screamed angrily.
That's why I hate people with good hair the most. Especially boys like you. Why do you have such beautiful hair?
Xiao Xiaodong covered his head.
Xia Yuming just said that my superpower is in my hair. This is not my choice.
Fong Tang lay on the sofa and sighed.
Classmate Xianxian, this is the price of your superpower.
Wang Xianxian turned her head angrily.
What did you say?
Fong Tang reluctantly sat up.
It should be that the pulse energy damaged your hair follicles. Even if you heal the hair follicles, the hair that grows will be damaged by the energy. Because the hair scales will dry up and be more easily damaged by the energy. This is a vicious cycle. If my guess is right, not only do you have no hair, you can't even grow body hair.
When he thought of something here, he immediately coughed and stopped. Xiao Xiaodong rolled his eyes and couldn't help but swallow.
Isn't that a white tiger?
With a sneer, strong pulse energy shone inside the wooden house. If Xia Yuming hadn't struck quickly this time and reached out to cut off the metal wire, Xiao Xiaodong would have been dead. Now he didn't dare to say anything nonsense. But his beautiful and clean hair stood up. When Wang Xianxian put on the wig and tears welled up in her eyes, Xiao Xiaodong held his head and squatted down screaming.
Get out of my head! It hurts! What are these sounds? Ah! What are these?
Hair was stimulated by Xuanxuan's superpower, and his abilities were also unlocked. So the endless signals around him were captured by hair and penetrated into his mind. There are 4 small base stations near this school alone, with tens of thousands of mobile phone users. And various wireless network numbers are pouring in like a torrent. Xiao Xiaodong had already rolled his eyes. His whole body was twitching, and blood was flowing from his mouth, nose, and ears.
What to do? He's going to die!
When the 2 girls were at a loss, Fong Tang shouted,
Cut his hair!
Xiao Xiaodong finally survived. There were scars all over his scalp, but as his hair fell off, there were no more signals, and he finally woke up.
This is the price of your superpower!
Fong Tang leaned on the sofa and looked at the 3 children.
You are too impulsive. It makes sense for the people behind the scenes to seal your superpowers. You haven't fully controlled them yet. Ability.
He looked at Xia Yuming again.
What is the price of your ability?
A sarcastic smile appeared on Xia Yuming's lips, And she slowly walked to the sofa and sat next to him.
Try giving me a hug.
Fong Tang frowned and stretched out his hand. His strength slightly restored. But he could only barely hold his arm around the girl's shoulders. But my hands felt empty. It's like holding a ball of air. The Xia Yimeng in front of him was becoming blurry and uncertain. And finally turned into a body composed of aura, floating out from the circle of his arms.
This is the price I pay. It has become more and more serious recently. I lose my body from time to time. When I sleep, I float out. When I wake up, I am either in space or deep underground.
Xia Yimeng turned his back. The spiritual light condensed, and the body slowly returned to form. Her shoulders twitched.
Do you know what I see in this ghost state? They are all kinds of strange numbers and symbols.
Wang Xianxian sighed and took out her phone, turned on the camera and handed it to Fong Tang.
Take a look.
Fong Tang raised his phone and pointed it at Xia Yimeng. But the camera screen was blank. Really like Ghost. But there is no such thing as Ghost in this world. It was more like Xia Yimeng had completely decomposed his body into some kind of particles, and could see invisible data. That's why she can easily erase the car images in the Sky Eye surveillance video. Unfortunately, it is uncontrollable. She will transform into particle form at any moment. Perhaps every superpower must pay a certain price. This is an equivalence rule. Fong Tang thought of Yang Yun again. A girl who was originally slim and beautiful turned into a fat man because of her fat abnormality. How sad. She definitely didn't want to have that boring fire ability.
Now, tell me what you want to do.
Fong Tang's dry lips moved and he asked feebly. Wang Xianxian hesitated for a moment.
Why should I tell you? Who knows whether you are a good person or a bad person?
Xia Yimeng said in a low voice.
He is also a superpower. And he is in the same group as us.
Wang Xianxian then snorted.
Xiaoming and I were the first to discover the secret of superpowers. So we formed a special class committee. The headquarters is this cabin. The Dark Class Committee of Class 7. Year 3. The purpose is to expose the truth and help all the students in Class 7 who are suffering.
She was originally the monitor of Class 7. And when she said this now, she was really confident. Fong Tang immediately said,
Exposing the truth is seeking death. If people in this real world know your identities and abilities, then you will be locked up in the laboratory for the rest of your life. Humph. I'm talking about exposing the truth to those students who are still kept in the dark. We are not stupid.
Wang Xianxian held up her mobile phone.
Xiaoming and I have both watched X-Men and studied almost all the movies. The conclusion of the supernatural comics is that we must first hide our identities in order to save everyone.
Well, they are smarter than they think. It must be said that it is a very genius idea to seek the experience of protecting oneself from the comics of superpowers. Fong Tang pointed to the one-piece suit.
Bring it here, and I'll put it on myself. Since you have the equipment, you can get the results quickly. I'm by no means a superpower, but I can help you.
Fong Tang put on a jumpsuit, and the wires wrapped around the clothes were connected to huge instruments. Wang Xianxian put her palm down and pressed it on the disassembled circuit board behind the instrument. A pulse of energy was injected, and the huge instrument made a buzzing sound. On the square raised screen, black and white fonts kept popping up. Fong Tang smiled faintly.
I've told you before that I'm different from you. I'm not a superpower at all.
There was a ding sound, but the jumping text on the instrument screen slapped him in the face. Fong Tang was extremely surprised.
You are indeed a person with superpowers.
Wang Xianxian clapped her hands and smiled.
Huh?
Xia Yimeng came over, very excited.
What ability? It says here, according to the data module of the benchmark tester, Tangzhu's gene activation direction is the auxiliary system, and the activation site seems to be the lips. The ability cannot be determined for the time being, but the data of his lips under the benchmark tester there has been a huge increase.
Xia Yimeng became more and more excited.
What level of increase? Where is the data segment concentrated? There is not enough data to judge, but it seems that it can be classified into the category of power increase. Xia
Yimeng's eyes lit up.
This is a rare ability, although he is very weak.
It can help us enhance our abilities.
They looked at Fong Tang together with infinite joy.
Welcome to join the Dark Class Committee.
There must be some misunderstanding here. Fong Tang touched his lips. Why did the genetic tester detect that my lips had special powers? He tried to remember. As the finger touched his lips, something familiar and terrifying appeared. It's the fungus owner. The fungus owner, who is replicating almost crazily, is moving near his lips. They appear to absorb food particles from under the lips and in the mouth. Yes, I haven't had anything to drink or eat for a long time. because the bacteria owner is devouring the food residue in the mouth. It is misunderstood by the tester.
Amplification ability.
Fong Tang changed his mind and pretended to be nervous.
It turns out that I am also a person with superpowers.
Chapter 519 Bright Destiny Plan. In the cabin in the forest, several pieces of cardboard stood up. What was written on the first cardboard was Fong Tang's power data.
Tang Zhu, Disciplinary Committee member of the Dark Class Committee. Direction of Gene Potential Activation Auxiliary System. Gene Potential Activation Site Lips. Gene Potential Activation Ability Super Amplification.
Then there is Wang Xuan's.
Wang Xian. Monitor. The direction of Gene Potential Activation Combat System. Gene Potential Activation Site Palm Prints. Gene Potential Activation Ability Ring Energy Pulse Palm Print Array Impact. Xia Yuming's cardboard stood up. And Fong Tang looked over immediately. He wanted to know the data under the tester.
Xia Yuming, Deputy Squad Leader. The direction of activating Gene Potential the Mysterious System. Gene Potential Activation Site, Brain Domain. Gene Potential Activation Ability Data Annihilation.
Data Annihilation? It was a very vague statement. But Xia's activation site was in the brain, which caught Fong Tang's attention. Finally, there is Xiao Xiaodong's cardboard.
Xiao Xiaodong, Life Committee Member. Direction of Gene Potential Activation Auxiliary System. Gene Potential Activation Site Hair. Gene Potential Activation Ability Electromagnetic Multi-Frequency Oscillation Absorption.
Xiao Xiaodong rubbed his scarred head unhappily.
Why the Life Committee? There are exactly 4 people in our Dark Class Committee now, and we are all the founders of the sect. I want to be the Disciplinary Committee member.
Wang Xian sneered.
Idiot! The Life Committee is engaged in logistics and assistance. Your ability can only do this.
They were going to quarrel again. Fong Tang shook his head and motioned to Xia Yuming to help him up. Xia Yuming, who had returned to his physical state, supported him.
The first thing we have to do now is to rescue the missing Yang Yun.
Fong Tang was silent. According to what Xie Qingning said that day, the seriously injured Yang Yun was taken away by 4 superpowers from the comprehensive office building. To be called a super strong Baifuta is definitely not simple, he whispered.
Classmate Xia, any future actions must be informed to me first.
Leaning on Xia Yuming, he came to the huge instrument, simply sitting on the ground. Fong Tang observed the instrument bit by bit. At least there should be some logo or text. Right. Sure enough, a series of familiar codes appeared on the side of the old transistor TV. Fong Tang was shocked. He squatted down and deciphered the textual information contained in these gossip codes. The information is incomplete. Fong Tang thought silently in his heart.
2 destiny plans representing darkness and light. The first copy of the light plan has been filed. The baseline test of the embryo has been completed, and it has entered a deep sleep freeze. The embryo will be activated in. The children, you are born to be legendary players. I wish you all the best in the infinite challenge.
His breathing became rapid. Below this code, the dust is blown away, and another part is exposed. He continued to read.
Zay, I am Zay. The embryo room was destroyed. They violated the agreement between father and mother. They wanted to destroy these embryos. Mother has established a game world of infinite challenges.
These embryos will soon it's about to be released. What should I do?
Fong Tang stood up, lowered his head, and thought nervously. One of the 8 major game designers.
Zay.
In the swamp of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water and volcanoes seems to be responsible for protecting the
embryo.
According to some kind of agreement between father and mother. Mother builds the game and father selects players to crack it. So these embryos were created by the father and used to breed
super players.
But the embryo room was attacked, and Zay finally escaped with the embryos. Or it may be frozen and asleep together with the embryo. It is not known when the above incident occurred. But it must have been a long time ago. So what exactly is an
embryo?
Could it be these kids from class 7? Grade 3? Thinking of this, Fong Tang turned around.
In what year were you all born?
The 3 children, including Xiao Xiaodong, are all 16 years old and were born in the same year. The months and days are different. But that can be easily modified. The date of birth on the ID card is actually inaccurate. They don't know their own life experience at all. Fong Tang began to imagine that the embryos were protected by
Zay.
Until it was activated 16 years ago. The babies were cultivated and then given to different people for adoption.
Well, you are all biological children?
Fong Tang asked again. Under normal circumstances, they must have been kept in the dark. But unexpectedly, Xiao Xiaodong raised his hand.
I am adopted. But my parents are very rich and treat me very well. I don't care at all.
Well, it must have been an emergency situation. The designers didn't have the chance to keep the secret. So he hurriedly gave the embryo-hatched child to the adopter. While I was thinking about it, the genetic detector suddenly made a clear chirping sound. Data pops up quickly on the display. Several people gathered around. Fong Tang stood up, gritted his teeth and grabbed the side of the instrument. And also came over. 2 strings of data appeared above, representing Xia Yuming and Tang Zhu respectively. Wang Xianxian exclaimed,
"How come you two were singled out?"
The 2 strings of data were suddenly connected together, with a huge exclamation point appearing in the middle. Xia Yuming looked at Fong Tang. Fong Tang shook his head.
Maybe it's meaningless.
Wang Xianxian blinked and suddenly clapped her hands.
I know. This is matching.
Match. It matches your sister. But this idea actually got the support of Xia Yuming.
This instrument is very sensitive to the data of superpowers. It seems that it is analyzing the data we input and performing, screening. Matching is possible.
Xiao Xiaodong smacked his lips.
Does this mean? Xia Yuming, you and Tang Zhu are paired together.
Xia Yuming nodded calmly.
I have been studying Manxi's comics about superpowers these days. And I found that there is a very clear rule in the comics.
Fong Tang was speechless.
How can comics and reality be the same? No. Those comics were all thought up by the smartest guys in mankind. And some aspects can be used as a reference.
Xia Yuming continued without emotion.
The rule in this comic is that the ability of a child born between 2 superpowers will often increase by several levels.
Just like the children of the electromagnetic king. Which one is not the super powerful in the universe? Wang Xianxian groaned.
So the genetic tester thinks that after you combine with Tang Zhu, a more powerful superpower will be born.
Fong Tang was defeated by their brain circuits. Xia Yuming nodded lightly.
That should be the case. That's why the detector connected my data and his.
Xiao Xiaodong next to him was extremely excited for a moment. He puffed up his chest and kept coughing. Wang Xianxian turned around.
What are you doing?
Xiao Xiaodong rubbed his head and laughed.
Xianxian, actually I have always had a good impression of you. Not as good as us.
Wang Xuanxuan's palm print swam, and the pulse array released terrifying energy. She frowned and said,
Looking for death. What are you thinking about? This is impossible. Shut up.
Fong Tang couldn't bear it anymore. He glanced at Xiao Xiaodong first.
Your hair seems to be growing back. Xiao Xiaodong touched his head and exclaimed. Fong Tang then said to Xia Yuming in a deep voice.
You haven't thought about it. Assuming that our child is really born. Huh? He might be imprisoned by the organization behind the scenes before he activates his abilities. And then brainwashed. Or even directly doing research? This is the plot in comics.
Xia Yuming said indifferently.
I'm just inferring a fact. As a person with superpowers, the first thing you have to accept is reality.
She tried to pretend to be calm, but her tone was actually very shy. Wang Xianxian and Xiao Xiaodong laughed together.
Hey, you two. Don't be like this. Why do you seem to have a child? Isn't this a discussion?
Fong Tang said coldly.
Childish. Naive. Boring. Remember, nothing will happen between us. Don't touch me. And I won't touch you. You are still a child.
He turned around and moved to the sofa to lie down unhappily. Xia Yuming's breathing was rapid. Her face turned red, and she was deeply insulted. Wang Xianxian came over to comfort her.
Tang Zhu is too much. We don't care about him. He is so effeminate and pretends to be mature. It makes me laugh so hard.
Xiao Xiaodong crossed his arms and said thoughtfully.
I think he is gay. Get out!
The 2 girls shouted together. There was embarrassment in the cabin. After a while, Xia Yuming suddenly raised her head.
Hush! It seems someone is coming.
She immediately put her hands together, and then slowly opened them. Silver threads appeared between the palms. The silver thread of the spirit body flew out of the window. Instantly, a crashing sound came from the woods outside the wooden house. Classmate Xia's supernatural powers are definitely the most skillful in controlling them. Not only can she transform into a spirit state, she can even directly materialize her spirit abilities and throw them out as slender tentacles. Outside the window, silver threads wrapped around the big trees, forming a large network that was invisible to the naked eye. Xiao Xiaodong slowly squatted down and touched the stubble on his head.
I seem to have seen something. It seems to be a surveillance screen. But I don't know how to tell you. Send me the signals you saw and heard.
Wang Xianxian held his hand. The palm prints on her right hand changed. The pulse energy quickly carried the information collected by Zhao Xiaodong's hair, and then transmitted it to the huge tester. On the small display screen, two graceful figures immediately appeared.
It's Lao Ban! And that Japanese woman!
In the black and white picture, Xie Qingning and Yunk were standing outside the woods chatting. A camera on the campus was pointed at them. The surveillance data was constantly collected by Zhao Xiaodong, and then passed on. Chapter 520 Meg. The cold wind in winter cannot disperse the thin mist in the forest. The blue sky is as clear as blue. Just like the first dye of indigo. White clouds occasionally appear. From time to time, busy passenger planes pass through, bringing up long and thin tail clouds. On the grass outside the forest, Xie Qingning looked lovingly at the skylark in front of him. This look confused Skylark. She didn't know why Teacher Xie in front of her looked like a crazy person. That's because the data from Fong Tang's body contains a very deep feeling for Skylark. This kind of feeling is like inheritance. And the pagoda cannot be controlled. A careful analysis of the feelings that came from Fong Tang's body revealed that at least half of them were the desire to possess. Xie Qingning looked at the curves of Yunk's body, swallowed for a moment, and her eyes became more and more wild. Yunk frowned and took a step back.
Teacher Xie, you really don't recognize this phone? Isn't Tangju your student?
Xie Qingning held Fong Tang's cell phone and smiled hoarsely.
If you don't believe it, you can go to my office and I will show you the registration book.
Skylark instinctively felt threatened. At this moment, Bai Tang's cold snort came from the particle communicator. Skylark was shocked. The secret gold particles in front of her showed their original shape, and she trembled in shock. It's a pagoda. Damn it. It was a pagoda. And I had been chatting with this devil for so long. The secret gold particles interfered with Skylark's sight and confused her mind. Xie Qingning flicked away the secret gold particles regretfully.
Sister Yunk, have you read the report on the Fog Pass? You should have recognized me long ago. I am the copy of Fong Tang in the Fog Pass. It seems that you are here today. I'm really out of my mind.
She stretched out her slender fingers and lifted Skylark's smooth chin. Skylark backed away repeatedly, his nervous body stiffening. Xie Qingning remained motionless on the spot, and the secret gold particles around her body began to gather crazily. In an instant, the secret gold particles turned into shields and stood in front of them. A slender ice gun appeared silently in the air, under the remote control of the man from Chang'an Hotel. The ice element directly penetrated the shield with fierce force. The ice gun melted, the fire element became active, and the high-temperature steam swirled violently, rushing towards Xie Qingning like a tornado. Xie Qingning screamed, her figure shaking rapidly on the spot, and the secret gold particles turned into a thin film, covering her body. The tornado turned into thorns again, entangled her legs, raised its sharp thorns as a warning, and touched Xie Qingning's throat. Taking this opportunity, Skylark hurried away. Now, along the violent high secret gold element in the sky, an elf suddenly appeared, floating in front of Xie Qingning. Xie Qingning's lips curved up.
Hello, Queen White.
The elf mouthed the human words.
Don't imitate Tang and talk. It's annoying. Ha ha. This is not an imitation. You also know that most of my body and soul come from Tang.
The white elf was indifferent.
Why are you rude to Skylark? Do your job.
Xie Qingning was still smiling.
Ha ha. What would you do if I confessed everything to Tang?
The white elf was suspended.
It's a pity that you didn't have the chance to confess.
Xie Qingning gritted her teeth.
My consciousness is connected to the black hole network, and I am sharing this information every moment. It's not like you don't hacking know it. What I do and think. The black hole network records. Do you think you can hide it? How long does it take him?
The white elf snorted.
I just need your shared information.
Xie Qingning immediately understood that her guesses were all right.
You keep adding viruses to the information I share. Every time I share information to the black hole network, the virus will enter. It's awesome. You are using me to crack black hole network.
The white elf didn't bother to lie at all, and readily admitted.
Yes.
Xie Qingning was a little frustrated.
Then why not just kill Fong Tang? You don't need him anymore.
The white elf said calmly.
Because of the third patch.
After saying that, it levitated into the air. Xie Qingning gritted her teeth.
Wait. Where is the promise you promised me?
The white elf stopped, and the consciousness from the white queen spoke with endless majesty.
As a counterfeit, and the lowest kind of counterfeit, it is the greatest gift that I can tolerate your existence. If you want to talk about the conditions, I'll send you to that place.
Speaking of that place, Xie Qingning's face instantly turned pale. She lowered her head and stopped talking. The white elf fell down again.
I almost forgot. I still haven't picked up today's goods.
Xie Qingning raised her wrist, not daring to resist at all. A needle poked out of the white elf's spherical body, constantly drawing Xie Qingning's blood. 2 minutes passed before the White Queen's consciousness left coldly.
It's really ironic, because I am Fong Tang's clone. So I've become the White Queen's raw material supplier. The kind of supplier who doesn't get any income.
In the suite of Chang'an Hotel, ruby-like blood beads were flying, being carefully collected and purified by white elves one by one, and sent into a structure like an ant nest. Within the ant nest, the ant ring from the mist pass rotates gently. The gems on the ring have fallen off. The blood from Xie Qingning Buddha was purified again. And what was finally obtained was a serum that was infinitely close to Fong Tang's body. The serum was poured onto the purple gem. The White Queen reached out and took out the ring. This is the chip ring in the Fog Pass, which Fong Tang got from the robot ant. The data in the chip was taken out by the white elf. Light and shadow appear. In the light and shadow is a handsome old man with a height of 1.9 meters. He has ice blue skin, and although he is transformed into a conscious body, he is extremely powerful.
Ji Tiandao.
The White Queen smiled lightly.
Ji Binghuang's grandfather. The third person in the Hongming Temple. Don't think that I don't know anything. Ji Tiandao. When you left the guild, it was not a rebellion, but an order from the previous president of the temple to protect this egg and live in seclusion. It's a pity that you and the previous president don't know the secret of this egg at all.
With a flick of the finger, the chip and data were shattered together, and white elves flew around, greedily devouring these rich data information. There were too many, and they were all absolutely delicious. The yin and yang archaea that had integrated with the white elf began to transform the swallowed information energy. So throughout the room, the energy transformed by 96,000 white elves, and yin-yang archaea was injected into Bai Tang's body like flying light. Energy strikes the strange chromosomes of this body. The White Queen let out a breath.
All attributes finally exceeded 30.
The serum continued to water the purple gem. The outer horn of the gemstone trembled. The White Queen watched with attention.
It still needs a little time. It will hatch soon.
Under the dense and mysterious diamond-shaped structure of the gems, the creature wrapped in purple light seemed to be cheering, and continued to absorb the energy in the serum through the cuticle. 2 white elves suddenly flew over, brought the latest 2 pieces of information.
The first message is that Shauna has passed the small checkpoint on the 99th floor of Huiyue building. If you are a man, go down to the 300th floor.
Inside the Zhongzhou building, the 99th level from top to bottom showed signs of clearance. And further down, the 100th level was the first super level of the Fire Moon level.
It's too slow, and she can't complete the 100th floor of the game at all.
The White Queen closed her eyes and quickly passed on instructions one after another.
We must let Fong Tang enter the Huiyue building as soon as possible.
The second white elf fell into her palm at this time, bringing the second important message.
Skylark requested a special operation. The target is the cabin in the woods inside Maxim High School.
The White Queen instantly calculated all the possibilities and curled her lips.
Action approved.
Chapter 521. Catching a Girl in the Golden House. The first action after the establishment of the Shanghai Guild came unexpectedly. Moreover, this action bypassed Vice President Xian Yang and was personally approved by the President. Xian Yang and Lan Hua had just met at this time.
The operations department is going to be dispatched?
Lan Hua was shocked.
Who is the enemy? Who is worthy of our guild dispatching the entire team? The cabin in the woods at Maxim High School has an unknown target enemy. It was applied by Young. It seems that he wants to catch the girl alive.
Xian Yang finally got enough information.
The code name of the operation has come out. What is it called? Catch a girl in a golden house. Then who will go out this time?
Lan Hua was very excited.
Most of our 40 female thieves are on standby in the operations department. Yes, this time Suzaku is leading the team. And our female thieves Ju Mei and Nat Feng are accompanying the team. And they also brought 9 barrels and 40,000.
Ju Mei is a young genius who has been trained by 40 female thieves for many years. She is particularly talented in close combat. However, because she has been carefully protected by her sisters, she has almost zero actual combat experience. Nat Feng, on the other hand, is a long-range sniper master brought up by Qianyang. He is good at using blowguns, and is also involved in ancient Chinese hidden weapon technology. As for Jiodong and Sherwan, they can be regarded as old members of the 40 female thieves, and have participated in many infinite challenge games. The configuration of this team is quite reasonable. It seems that Suzaku is not just a monk who only knows how to chant sutras, but also has certain leadership skills.
The old brings the new. The combination is good.
Xian Yang made a brief comment, and then sighed.
Our guild's operational personnel are still very scarce now. Alas, it would be great if Granny May is still here.
Among the 6 major departments that have been formed by the Shanghai Guild, only the operation department does not have a leader yet. Currently, there are only 2 group leaders, namely Daji and Suzaku. Daji seemed to be attending an event of the Qi Fang Consortium today, so the action was handed over to Suzaku, the younger junior sister of the former Lingyi Temple. In the organizational structure of the guild set by Xian Yang, the Ministry of Finance is specifically independent. This is not only to show the specialness of this department, but also because Fang Qingqing, who possesses the God of Wealth chip, is unruly and has a close relationship with the president, also very different. In addition, the administrative department is also semi-independent. The swordsman Ashwang and the red-eyed Kaoru, known as the 2 demons of ice and fire, are not figures who can be commanded at will. As for the data department, it is even more mysterious. Only President Bai Tang knows what they are busy with. After all, the Vice President Xian Yang can only intervene in the medical department and the science department. That doesn't count the logistics department that came in? Haha. What is the relationship between Skylark and the president? He is much closer than Fang Qingqing. Not to mention asking questions from the command. Even when you see Skylark, you have to respectfully call me sister. Xian Yang felt frustrated and whispered.
Lan Hua, go and use the excuse of whether you need medical support to secretly tell the sisters involved in the operation that you must do your best this time and complete it beautifully.
Lan Hua nodded hurriedly and handed her another piece of paper.
There is a child named Tang Zhu here. Yang seems to attach great importance to it. There is information I collected in it. Take a look.
Xian Yang flipped through it casually and threw it aside.
Don't get this kind of information in the future. It's useless even if I read it. I still have to sort out the information about the nursing home. Oh, is it the sanatorium next to the Ghoul Club? What does it do?
Xian Yang smiled slightly.
Actually, it is an organization that recruits novice players. The infinite challenge of Wuyue building requires more new people to join.
She opened a metal ball, and information from the airship server appeared.
Huh?
Xian Yang was suddenly stunned.
Maxim High School is also related to this nursing home?
She quickly flipped through the information.
Class 7. Grade 3. The cabin in the woods.
All of them are related. Xian Yang put away the newly sent information from the data department and quickly walked out of the room.
I have to remind the president that this operation must be cancelled.
However, Bai Tang's voice came softly from the particle communicator.
No need to be nervous. Mother Xia, I know everything.
Xian Yang's face turned red, and she stamped her feet.
Sir, you are hiding everything from me. You already know all the information. So what's the point of having me as the vice president? Just let me go to the action department. I would rather quit the management. I didn't think well. I'm sorry.
Bai Tang actually apologized. Xian Yang suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
I shouldn't have lost my temper. No, you should have more important things to do. Yang Tuki's meeting with the World Serpent Envoy did not go well. Neither he nor Singe have experienced challenges. So you should be responsible for this matter.
Motto High School. Cabin in the woods. In the surveillance video, Yang and his old classmate Xie Qingning are gone. And the crisis is over. Wang Xianxian browsed her phone enthusiastically, while Zhao Xiaodong stroked his increasingly long hair and leaned in front of the tester to ponder something. Xia Yiming sat in front of the wire bed and was drawing the architectural diagram of the comprehensive office building on the paper. The comprehensive office building of Maxim High School is still standing on the campus, and there is not even a trace of fire on the surface. It was as if the fire at night had never happened. Wang Xianxian came over at this time, holding up her mobile phone.
Look, the media in Shanghai are all apologizing, saying that they reported the news about the campus fire without confirming the source, and the relevant persons responsible must be held accountable.
Fang Tang took the phone and looked at it.
Rumors refuted. The school fire was actually a special effect picture.
The person who spread the rumors has been arrested, and Maxim High School said it must be held accountable. Wang Xianxian snorted.
Our school is really amazing. The fire trucks dispatched at night, and the burned residue.it seems like it never happened.
Fang Tang shook his head.
The key is not the video or scene of the fire, but the people. People? Yes. When the fire broke out, the boarding students, teachers, and firefighters who witnessed the scene. These people seem to have their memories collectively wiped out. This is the most powerful thing. The forces behind the scenes at Maxim High School alone may not be able to be so clean.
Fang Tang lowered his head and thought about something. Xia Yuming had already spread out the paper.
Let's take a look at this. I have entered the comprehensive office building in my Go state and visited all the rooms except the library.
Fong Tang immediately turned around.
What's wrong with the library?
The library of Maxim High School and the comprehensive office building are integrated into one. With a total of 6 floors. It contains 600,000 books and more than 1 million ebooks. The literature and knowledge database is connected to 12 universities in Shanghai for sharing. This configuration is second to none in the entire Huaxia High School. This information had been compiled on Kane's cell phone before, and Fong Tang remembered it clearly. More importantly, the only clue left by the 2 men in black who invaded the apartment was the meeting in the library at 8:05 tonight. Seeing Fong Tang being so nervous, Xia Yuming said strangely,
The library is normal, except for a small dark room that I can't enter. There are no other problems. This is normal.
Fong Tang coughed violently.
You can't even enter under your superpower state. Where is that room?
Xia Yuming pointed to a point on the architectural diagram.
The third room on the left on the 6th floor has a black iron door. It looks like a safe.
Fong Tang had a strong feeling that the meeting place between the man in black and someone from Maxim High School was in this small room. He forcibly memorized the entire building plan and asked Xia Yuming to mark key locations such as vents, stairs, elevators, and safety passages.
Xiaoming, I'm going out to buy some snacks. What do you want to eat?
Wang Xianxian watched the 2 people discussing and felt that they should do something.
I won't eat anything.
Xia Yuming didn't even raise his head. Zhao Xiaodong jumped up and held his hair with his fingers.
I'm with you. With me here, I can help you monitor nearby information.
This is true. Wang Xianxian nodded. Fong Tang coughed.
Get some water and energy replenishing food. And by the way, buy me a pack of cigarettes. You want to smoke? This room will be smoked to death. Don't do it.
Wang Xianxian was unhappy. Fong Tang raised his head and said coldly,
Cigarettes are a necessary tonic for me in battle. This is really the first time I've heard of it.
However, Zhao Xiaodong showed an expression of,
So you smoke too, Tang Zhu. What are you smoking? I like red pandas.
Fong Tang rarely smoked, so he thought for a moment.
Double Happiness. The cheapest one will do.
Double Happiness was the brand of the first cigarette he ever smoked, so it was quite memorable. Zhao Xiaodong scratched his head.
Can that thing be smoked?
Before he could finish speaking, Wang Xianxian pulled him away by the collar. The cabin fell silent. Xia Yuming lowered her head and drew on the paper.
Yang Yun disappeared in the medical room. The school said she asked for leave. This means she is still alive. Does Yang Yun have no family?
Fong Tang asked. Xia Yun dreamed for a while.
She is a dormitory student. Find a way to contact her sister. Also, Yang Yun was taken away by 4 super strong men, who may be the manipulator behind class 7 of 3 years.
Fong Tang said thoughtfully.
If you want to find Yang Yun, you have to determine the identities of those 4 people first. As long as you find one, there will be a clue.
Xia Yuming drew a circle around the medical room.
Then let Zhao Xiaodong come back and search for the signal data of the camera at that time.
Fong Tang smiled faintly.
I told you that he was a super strong person, and he took people away from the school. It is impossible to leave any traces. Then what do you think we should do?
When encountering this kind of thing, Xia Yuming's superpowers are of no use. This depends on social experience. Fong Tang pondered.
I don't have time tonight. I have to finish this matter before 8 o'clock. Let me think about it.
Fong Tang was still thinking. Xia Yuming turned to look out the window, then looked at the closed door of the wooden house, and suddenly came closer.
Well, can you kiss me with your lips?
Chapter 522 The Wonderful Fungus Master. In a quiet cabin, a beautiful girl suddenly invites you to kiss her. Under normal circumstances, this would definitely be a pleasing sight. But Fong Tang was very angry, raised his head, and shouted angrily.
You want to try my power of amplification? Do you still think your ability is not chaotic enough? What if you lose control after the amplification?
Xia Yuming responded coldly.
Just because I haven't tried it before. I have to simulate it. We have to face a terrible enemy. And you are our ace. At the critical moment, we need your ability to increase.
She actually made Fong Tang speechless. Xia Yuming's momentum suddenly increased.
Rather than hastily using the amplification ability in action, which may cause unknown situations to occur, it is better to practice in this safe place first. Is there anything wrong with me saying this?
Fong Tang touched his chin.
I thought wrongly. What you said, classmate Xia, makes sense. Then, let's give it a try.
Now that he had decided, Fong Tang generously stretched out his hand to hug the other person. Xia Yuming backed away strangely.
I just want you to kiss me. What are you doing?
Oh! Fong Tang raised his lips on the sofa. Xia Yuming shouted coldly.
You can't stick out your tongue. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. They will be back soon.
Fong Tang frowned. Xia Yuming walked over slowly, like a kitten at a loss. Then she stopped again.
Have you brushed your teeth? Are you done?
Fong Tang hugged her and kissed her directly. The girl was not ready yet. She screamed and disappeared in his arms, passing through his body in shock. She turned into a particle body. Xia Yuming couldn't control the activation of her powers and kept shouting sorry. Fong Tang was shocked all over and fell on the sofa in great pain. It was as if countless scythes had penetrated the body, drawing out all the internal organs and flesh. This isn't a hacking kiss. It's killing someone. The pain of internal displacement was a constant surge of torture. At first, Fong Tang felt that his chest was about to explode, and his abdomen felt more like it had been pierced by thousands of knives, and his intestines were mixed together. In fact, the most terrifying thing was the moment when Xia Yuming's particle body came into contact with his body. At that moment, the fat layer of Fong Tang's new body acted as a resistive buffer, and the bones were immediately deformed by the impact, compressing the blood vessels below. The particle body passed through the body before the blood vessels were broken. The subsequent displacement of the abdominal cavity compressed the internal organs to the limit. Only then did the bones break, penetrating into the muscles and causing repeated injuries. This is followed by ruptured blood vessels and internal bleeding. Now, Fong Tang began to spit out black blood with residue, and there was even a touch of fishy bile in it. The only good thing is that he is tall enough and Xia Yuming's particle body did not hit his brain. Fong Tang fainted from the severe pain. In his last perception, the fungus master in his body was replicating unscrupulously. His consciousness suddenly became very clear, as if he was immersed in a nightmare. First there was a faint cry, and then Wang Xuanchuan's trembling voice.
Stop crying! Xiaoming! Look! Where can I bury it?
The smell of smoke came, and Zhao Xiaodong coughed.
Behind? Next to the big rock behind the woods. That place is mud, and it's easy to dig a hole. You are a boy. Go and test Tang Zhu to see if he is still angry. I'm not going.
Zhao Xiaodong also started to tremble.
On the way just now. You were bragging that you killed 2 bad guys in the shop on Fallen Street. You have already killed people. Why are you so afraid now? Well, that's different. He killed and ran away. I didn't stay with the corpse for so long.
Fong Tang was speechless and opened his eyes gently.
Who are you going to bury?
Zhao Xiaodong was so excited that the cigarette flew away, and Wang Xianxian hid behind Xia Yuming with a whoosh. Fong Tang turned over and sat up, feeling no pain at all. His appearance was reflected on the metal plate of the tester, and Fong Tang was immediately startled. His face was covered with dried blood clots, giving him a terrifying look of
bleeding from all the orifices. I'm fine,
he whispered. The bacteria in the body have replicated countless times, almost all over the body. The broken bones were reconnected by the fungus owners, and even the bone seams were repaired. These fungus owners were like a loyal medical team, reorganizing his internal organs. And after many replications, they filled the gaps in the injured internal organs, muscles and nerves. Fong Tang sighed in his heart, knowing that he could no longer control these fungus owners. At least half of the metabolic system in the body now covers the bacteria owners. Zhao Xiaodong carefully handed over a bottle of mineral water.
You're not dead? Are you really not dead? Nonsense!
Wang Xianxian supported Xia Yuming, who was inexplicably surprised, and curled her lips.
Isn't he kind? He is so bad. He pretended to be dead to scare us.
Fong Tang shook his head and drank all the water in one breath. My body immediately felt abnormal. The fungus owners became crazy and active. The most important component of the human body is water. Now, this simple mineral water is playing a strange role under the amplification effect of the bacteria master. As a carrier, water molecules transport oxygen and frantically transport metabolic waste and toxins out of Fong Tang's body. The eyes, joints, digestive tract, and respiratory tract are moistened by the increased water molecules. Fong Tang jumped up, rushed out of the cabin, and unbuttoned his pants directly under the big tree. The thick black urine looked so scary, but the body seemed lighter and full of strength. When he came back, the amplified water was still working, regulating the temperature in the body, enhancing muscle tension, penetrating inside and outside the cells, and finally began to gather near the muscle tissue and spine.
creating a buffer layer. Fong Tang clenched his fist and punched the wall of the hut. The skin, which was full of weird elasticity, was undamaged by the buffering of the amplified water, and a clear fist mark appeared on the wall. Isn't it so wonderful? Just drink a bottle of water. Fong Tang suddenly understood the wonder of the fungus master in the body, which was completely different from what he had imagined before. This power of increase is not as useless as imagined. No. It should be said that it is too useful. The three people in the room stared at him blankly, and Fong Tang picked up another chocolate peanut bar. First, I took a look at the ingredients. They include sugar, cocoa butter, milk powder, edible oil, emulsifiers, peanut kernels, etc. There are also 2 food additives. Fong Tang swallowed it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Before the ingredients of the chocolate peanut bar entered the intestines and stomach, they were surrounded by replicating fungus hosts, and the amplification effect was immediately apparent. Energy. Indescribable energy spread throughout his body, and all the muscles in Fong Tang's body were sore and swollen, and there was an almost uncontrollable force that wanted to strike out. Now it is certain that any substance absorbed by your body will be forcibly amplified by the fungus owner. Those positive effects will be amplified countless times, while the harmful effects to the body will be absorbed by the fungus owner as needed for the next replication. The body is like an alchemy furnace, taking the essence and discarding the dross. It is simply perfect. Maybe as long as you keep eating, drinking and smoking, you can get different mutation enhancements? Fong Tang smiled slowly, stretched, and let out another sigh. The bacteria in the body are devouring some kind of negative toxic substances from mineral water and energy bars. Fong Tang's heart was shocked, and he reached out and slapped the bread slices from Wang Xuanxuan's hand away. What? Wang Xianxian was startled. At this time, Zhao Xiaodong had already drank 2 cans of energy drinks and was eating him sausage. Fong Tang shouted in a low voice. Spit it out quickly. It's poisonous. How is that possible? Zhao Xiaodong said vaguely. We bought it at the school supermarket. Tang. Tang Zhu. You are scaring. Who? His eyelids drooped, and the ham sausage in his mouth was mixed. He spat it out, rolled his eyes and fainted. The stuff you buy in supermarkets is really poisonous. Fong Tang leaned over and checked Zhao Xiaodong's pulse, then looked at the foam at the corner of his mouth. He's not dead. An anesthetic was added to the thing. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whine and a soft net appeared on the window of the cabin. The door of the house swished and was also covered by a net. There was a loud bang on the top of the wooden roof, and several holes were opened, and dozens of small metal balls fell from above. The actions of the Shanghai Guild began quietly. Chapter 523 Battle in the Forest. Small metal balls rolled around the cabin. 24 in total. They rolled and spread to the 4 corners of the cabin. The sound of clicking came continuously. From the top of the ball, clumps of white threads gently sprayed out. The sticky white thread expanded crazily the moment it came into contact with the air. They expand from filaments into elastic sponges, and the volume has increased more than 1,000 times. Suddenly, the sponges surging from the 4 corners of the room squeezed into the middle, squeezing Fong Tang and others together. It was as if the whole body was trapped in a sponge prison, unable to move. Fong Tang moved his body the moment it was covered by the sponge and pressed against Wang Xuanxuan's body. The girl's eyes widened. Get ready, the boy asked urgently in her ear. Get ready. What are you getting ready for? Get out of here. Wang Xianxian pressed against him, her breath hitting the other person's face, and she was so embarrassed and angry that she felt like dying. Prepare your powers. Idiot! The sponge on the top of the head came down and was about to block the last space. Fong Tang moved his head and kissed her with his lips. Wang Xuanxuan's palm prints began to change, and she subconsciously pressed on the sponge. Fong Tang unceremoniously opened her closed lips and passed the bacteria master mixed with saliva to her. A strong white light emerged from the crack, centered on Wang Xuanxuan's palm. Countless cracks burst out on the sponge. Finally, with a bang under high temperature and pressure, the sponge exploded into pieces and turned into silk on the ground. Zhao Xiaodong's face turned purple, and he almost suffocated to death from the oppression just now. Seeing this scene, Wang Xianxian wiped her mouth fiercely, and did not bother to cause trouble with Fong Tang. With the growth of the fungus master, she felt that her powers were more than 10 times more powerful, and she was a little surprised for a moment. Xia Yunming's eyes were bright. Tang Zhu, your ability is really useful. Amidst the whining sound,
The wooden house has been wrapped in a strange grid. Fong Tang was still looking out the window when Xia Yiming's body flickered, transformed into a particle state, and passed directly through the wall of the wooden house. But then she hit the soft net. "Be careful!" Fong Tang shouted from behind. A grid-like structure appears on the soft net, just like a kaleidoscope. The grids are constantly changing, and they are superimposed layer by layer. Xia Yiming's particle body solidified in place, and the layers of particles on the grid were superimposed again, cutting Xia Yiming into pieces. Thousands of Xia Yiming fragments were trapped on the net, and her head was strangely wrapped by the mesh flying from the window. A 9-square grid array appeared, and Xia Yiming's head let out a painful cry. Voice. The shimmering light sizzled with strange sparks, and the fragmented Xia Yiming was lifted up by the two nets and brought together again. The girl lost her particle state and turned into a human form, but her appearance was extremely terrifying. Wang Xianxian covered her eyes and didn't dare to look. Xia Yiming's arms are now connected under her abdomen, but her legs are hanging upside down where her arms were before, and her head and neck are twisted above her chest. It's like her whole body has been chopped up and pieced together haphazardly. General. With a scoff, a layer of nets was annihilated in the white light. More grids began to appear, and 2 more white nets appeared. The remaining 3 white nets wrapped Xia Yiming, tightened them, and pulled her up. Fong Tang had already recognized that the white grid came from the 40 female thieves in the Fog Pass. It was just a power grid used for defense, but now it has been added to the Tai secret gold array and upgraded into a super weapon. Those who came are from the Shanghai Guild. A girl with long braids and a red kung fu suit appeared. She was the 40 female thieves' sister. She broke the wall with her bare hands, bent down, and struck the pale Wang Xianxian with her fist. The crane claw in the left hand, the tiger fist in the right hand. The footwork is resolute. The grasping plate is connected, and the fist is full of strong wind. It is exactly the double shape of tiger and crane in ancient Chinese boxing. Wang Xianxian reluctantly raised her hand, and the lines on her palm changed. Jumei smiled softly, and before she could gather the energy from the pulse palm prints, she hooked Wang Xuanxuan's calf, crossed her body, and pinched her arm joint with her left hand. This move not only used the cross-legged technique in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but also used the ancient muscle-splitting hand. Wang Xuanxuan's left arm was bent. Her body's center of gravity was unstable, and the pulse array in her palm hit the empty space. Under the reaction force of the ring energy pulse palm print impact, Wang Xianxian jumped up. Jumei followed him like a shadow. Her hands were like playing with cotton, and her 5 fingers flicked, continuously touching the joints and nerves of Wang Xianxian. Wang Xuanxuan's right arm was hanging down, and she couldn't lift it up. Jumei's last 5 fingers were circled like a crane's beak, and she hit Wang Xianxian hard on the neck. Wang Xianxian fell limply, and was picked up by Jumei and thrown out of the broken wall. The 9 barrels and 40,000s of 40 female thieves appeared, caught the fainted Wang Xianxian, and stuffed her directly into the large soft box next to her. Immediately afterwards, a hook appeared and hooked Zhao Xiaodong, who had been drugged. It turned out that he was not hit by the arrow at all, but just held it in his left arm. In pain, Jumei's knees hit the boy's chest and abdomen with terrifying force. The hand holding his collar curled up into a fist and fired with an inch of strength. The young man raised his head, with a strange look in his eyes, and pointed his index fingers continuously. Nerve isolation. When Jumei's arms were sore, and she lost feeling, the boy was already on her body. His hands were palms, like holding 2 swords, and he hit her temples on both sides hard. Jumei was at a disadvantage due to her lack of fighting experience, so she rolled her eyes and fainted in the boy's arms. Fong Tang raised Jumei in front of him with his left hand, pulled out the blow dart with his right hand, and said coldly, 40 female thieves, stand in a row and don't move. Let me see your hands. Suzaka's little windbreaker was flying, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and he made 2 consecutive gestures with his fingers behind his back. Her order was simple. Xiaodong and 40,000 attacked from both sides. After disturbing the young man's concentration, Nefeng killed him with 1 strike. However, several girls from the 40 female thieves hesitated on the spot. Suzaku was furious and curled his fingers behind his back. Fong Tang used Jumei to block the vital points in front of him, and placed the blowgun with his right hand on the girl's collarbone, piercing it hard and stirring it mercilessly. Jumei screamed miserably and woke up in severe pain, but was punched by the boy again and fainted again. I won't say it a second time. The young man pulled out the dart and put it on Jumei's neck this time.
The Shanghai Guild never accepts threats or negotiations.
Suzaku responded coldly. Fong Tang ignored her and stabbed Ju Mei's neck with the blowgun in his hand.
Wait!
The other three girls shouted together. Fong Tang pulled out the blow dart that had pierced the skin and pressed his finger on Ju Mei's carotid artery.
If I let go and the aorta ruptures, she will only be able to last for 5 minutes at most. No matter how good she is.
Nanfeng jumped off the big tree and stood in a row with Jiodong and Sherwan, right in front of Fong Tang, with his hands raised high. Suzaku stamped his feet, rubbed himself, and rushed over.
Stop her!
Fong Tang shouted sharply. With a crash, dozens of iron thorns appeared in front of Suzaku, forcibly blocking her route. Nanfeng turned her head. Her sleeves rolled up, and 2 more flying knives fell. She shouted apologetically.
Team leader Suzaku. I'm sorry.
Suzaku had calmed down and looked at the young man.
How do you know they are the 40 female thieves?
It is precisely because this young man knows the relationship between his own operators that he has grasped their only weakness. Their sisterly love. Fong Tang stopped talking nonsense to her and looked at Xia Yiming on the internet.
Let her go! No!
Suzaku shouted.
Let this girl go! We are doomed.
She was right. The most powerful weapon in this operation, the
Tai Tianjinet,
designed by President Bai Tang himself, was completely exhausted before he could control the girl with supernatural powers. Once let go, and with the opponent's hostage in hand, one's own side will fall into complete passivity. Jiodong and Sherwan looked at each other, both falling into a dilemma and despair. Fong Tang held up the blow dart.
Let me take her away. You still have 2 prisoners. You can go back and do business. Humph. The primary target of this mission is Xia Yiming,
Suzaku said indifferently, and suddenly stumbled under his feet. This was a completely false shot. With the changing movements of his footsteps, Suzaku launched it, but her target turned out not to be Fong Tang, but the closest Nanfeng. Having long since escaped the power of fire, Mr. Tang was reborn from the ashes in the fog pass. Now Suzaku has been loaded with an updated combat program. Her figure flickered, knocking down Nanfeng in an instant. Her footsteps kept coming, and a strong air flow burst out from behind her. The sonic boom clouds almost overlapped, and the next moment, Suzaku was already walking on the bodies of Jiotong and Sherwan.
Little guy, I won't worry about anything. You don't have any trump cards now.
Fong Tang let go of his hand, and Ju Mei fell softly at his feet. The energy gained from mineral water and chocolate bars was exhausted, and he became the weak and ordinary person again. With a swish sound, the last bit of strength gathered in his wrist, and the arrow flew forward, piercing the 4th box brought by Suzaku and the others and nailing it to the ground. Suzaku sneered.
Why? Your eyes are not accurate.
Fong Tang curled up the corners of his mouth and raised his hands.
I'll get into the box myself.
The only remaining 3rd big box was opened. Jiodong and Sherwan stood up from the ground and threw Xia Yiming, who was wrapped in a net, into the box. The young man actually took the initiative to get into the box. Over there, Nanfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hugged Ju Mei, but he shouted in surprise.
She's fine. Just a flesh wound.
The 3 boxes had been closed, and Suzaku looked at them coldly.
I won't do this again.
She wrapped her windbreaker and looked up. An unmanned transport aircraft with a jelly-like appearance emerged from stealth and landed silently in an open area in the woods. Nanfeng and the others were still checking Ju Mei's injuries.
That guy didn't stab a major artery. He didn't even damage a nerve. Sister, look here. The wound on the shoulder has also avoided the vital point. Did the boy do it on purpose or was his technique incorrect?
The oldest one, Sherwan, shook his head. It was avoided intentionally.
There are blood vessels and nerves everywhere in the shoulders and neck. It is not an ordinary method to avoid all the vital points so exquisitely.
The 3 women were all confused. Why did the young men show mercy? Large boxes are being transported to unmanned transport aircraft. In the 3rd box, there was a buzzing sound at this moment. Chapter 524 Particle Teaching. The entire surface of the Shanghai Guild's unmanned transport aircraft is covered with jelly coating. This material comes from the Guild's warehouse. There is an absolute vacuum inside the coating. So based on simple principles, when the bottom of the plane instantly opens the jelly gap, gas will rush in from the bottom up, thus pushing the plane up in a straight line. This is an extremely simple way to take off. There is no complicated aerodynamics, and there is no need to consider the many restrictions of aircraft aerodynamics. It only requires perfectly calculating the position of the opening on the jelly cover and controlling it with a few secret gold particles. That's it. This is the small achievement that Sydney studied in.
AI particles and neuromechanics.
As the unmanned transport aircraft took off, members of the Shanghai Guild's action team also began to retreat. At this time, in the third big box, Xia Yuming's twisted body was shaking. She was trying to return to her particle state, but failed. But she felt Fong Tang's presence. At the critical moment, Fong Tang used his last strength to destroy the fourth box, just to bet that he could successfully enter the third box. The girls in the Shanghai Guild didn't know Fong Tang's ability, so they didn't expect that he was deliberately trying to be locked up with Xia Yuming. Now, Fong Tang touched Xia Yuming's head. He twisted around, groping, and put his lips on Xia Yuming's ear.
Are you still alive?
Xia Yuming couldn't speak, although her head is still there, due to the dislocation of her body. Her mouth is a semi-enclosed space, and without the cooperation of her trachea and vocal cords, she can only control her brain and kick her legs hanging on her shoulders. She was kicking as hard as she could.
How can you still be alive like this? You're almost like a cockroach.
Fong Tang was still in the mood to laugh. In the darkness, Xia Yuming continued to kick him. Fong Tang finally touched her mouth and kissed her hard. This time, he bit his lower lip, and the blood rushed into the girl's mouth with rich bacteria. The aura flickered, then became terrifyingly bright. The cargo bay of the transport plane was illuminated. The fungus master repeatedly increased Xia Yuming's particle body ability, and she melted again. The melted particles quickly combined, and the body tissue finally returned to its original position. The girl danced her arms angrily. The big box was silently broken down into dust. Fong Tang rolled over, retreated subconsciously, and pulled off all the clothes on her body. The school uniform and small clothes were originally wrapped around the body by the particle body, but now they were peeled off like a ripe prawn. Xia Yuming stretched out her body and seemed to have no concerns about being naked. But Fong Tang knew that she had lost her cool and was about to explode.
Calm down. Everyone is on the plane.
The aura particles were more violent than before, easily penetrating the walls of the aircraft and extending outside. Instantly, two invisible small planes appeared, one approaching from the left and the other from the right. The Shanghai Guild's unmanned escorts appear to be only about 1 meter in length, but they store an upgraded Tai Tianji net above their tails, and they can spray more jelly bodies to repair the transport aircraft. Xia Yuming was floating strangely in the cabin. It turned out that a series of spiritual cords popped out of her limbs and hung on the wall of the aircraft. At this time, the unmanned transport aircraft disintegrated in midair, and the top of the aircraft automatically unfolded. The remaining 2 large boxes in the cargo hold were sucked out. The nets of the left and right escort aircraft appeared ingeniously and captured the 2 boxes. The high-altitude air currents twitched the interior of the cabin, and the next moment, countless jelly bubbles appeared, squeezing Fong Tang in the middle. Xia Yuming's 5 fingers split into 10 spiritual cords, which ejected at an astonishing speed. However, the 2 small escort planes each accelerated with large boxes, exceeding the speed of sound in an instant, and disappeared in an instant with sonic boom clouds. The unmanned transport began to dent inward, sealing the space again, and the twisted jelly bubbles on its walls began to expand.
No! It's going to explode!
Fong Tang shouted. Xia Yuming rushed towards him, but thought of something and stopped again. She was afraid of hurting the fragile boy again. At this time, Fong Tang exhaled.
Listen to me. I have seen many kinds of particles. Nanoparticles, fake particles, secret gold particles, and even elemental particles. The effects of particles are much more powerful than you think,
he said urgently while staring at the expanding jelly bubbles.
Now! Don't waste particles. Try to control only one.
Xia Yuming blinked his eyes. It was easy, and a particle invisible to the naked eye was suspended in front of him. The jelly bubbles continued to expand. Fong Tang squatted down and held his head in his hands.
By controlling a particle, you can run it as fast as possible. Now put all the bubbles through a small hole and come out.
Xia Yuming did it without hesitation. Among the hundreds of jelly bubbles, a particle passes through at an indescribable speed. But the bubble is still expanding. The pace slowed down. Xia Yuming frowned.
It doesn't work. No, it works,
Fong Tang gasped.
Because the particles are too small. The holes that pass through the jelly are also pitifully small. So the extremely elastic jelly body will automatically squeeze and block the pores. In addition, the air will also it forms a film and blocks the air leakage.
Xia Yuming became more and more confused.
I don't understand why the air bubbles need to be blocked. Isn't air leakage a good thing? No. Once the air leaks, even a small gap will cause an explosion.
Fong Tang was a little scared. The four walls of the drone were compressed into a small spherical space. If thousands of bubbles exploded here, under the high-pressure shock, Xia Yuming might be fine. But his body would turn into meat paste. Xia Yuming no longer struggled with this problem, and was about to pass through the iron ball while levitating his body. Fong Tang stopped her.
You are our trump card. As long as you live, you will be able to rescue Xian Xian and the others sooner or later. Now, while it is still safe here, I want to study your particle powers.
Xia Yuming snorted.
You want to teach me how to use supernatural powers?
Fong Tang looked at her particle state with attention.
I said, I have seen many kinds of particles, and your kind of particles are the strongest and can penetrate all materials. Unfortunately,
the ones you use are really bad.
He thought for a while.
Can you make the particles reflect the surrounding scenery?
Xia Yuming shook his aura.
Of course. But will it be useful?
Fong Tang was speechless.
You took the physics and optics course in high school for nothing.
Xia Yuming started to use it unhappily. The particles that make up her body begin to reflect the surrounding scenery. The next moment,
she disappeared.
In fact, it does not disappear, but the surrounding scenery is reflected on the surface of the particles, forming a mirror-like optical illusion.
Look, you can be invisible now.
Fong Tang was overjoyed. He sat cross-legged and continued thinking.
Your particles can destroy the organs in my body, so it should be possible to control external objects.
Xia Yuming didn't understand. What do you mean?
I mean, you don't need to penetrate objects. You can use particles to pick up objects through the air.
Xia Yuming shook his head.
No, I can't control it. The key is control. Now, you divide the particles into layers. The particles floating on the surface of the body are reduced. The thinner the better. You can use most of the remaining particles to condense.
Fong Tang gestured with his fingers and explained his thoughts in detail. Xia Yuming's control of particles is absolutely stable, but she has never thought about the methods of using them. Now, her body gradually solidified and turned back into a normal human being, while a dozen thin particle clouds were swimming on the surface of her body at an alarming speed.
She looked radiant.
In this way, as if she had applied fluorescent powder in a dark environment. Fong Tang clapped his hands.
That's good. It's a waste to maintain the full particle form. In fact, you only need a dozen or so particles to show your true strength.
Xia Yuming was extremely pleasantly surprised now. Fong Tang opened a door for her and showed a brand new world in front of her eyes. I was too stupid before, and I really wasted this power. Now, she could gently hold Fong Tang's hand or even hug him without worrying about accidentally hurting him again. The girl hugged Fong Tang and jumped for joy.
You are so awesome. Now I have thought of many ways to use particles.
Fong Tang felt the collision of her soft body and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Please don't move around in my arms.
Okay. Xia Yuming then realized that she was not wearing anything and closed her eyes in shame. The particles flying in front of her instantly reflected the metallic color of the surrounding machine walls, and then changed their trajectory according to her wishes, dancing like a school uniform. Xia Yuming was even more surprised when she opened her eyes. She turned around, and the school uniform made of particles began to change. One moment it turned into a long skirt. The next it turned into a sportswear. And it kept changing the color of the reflection, from metallic to white, and then to the green of jelly bubbles. Fong Tang rubbed his head.
What I teach you is fighting methods, not a one-click dress-up game.
Xia Yuming pursed her lips and smiled, holding his hand.
Let's go out. Now I am confident to kill any enemy.
Fong Tang shook his head.
No matter how strong your ability is, it is not perfect. If the enemy has a deep study of particle forms, they can use the weapon of law to destroy you. In fact, the most powerful laws are often the simplest ones. Many of them are super weapons used junior high school physics formulas.
Xia Yuming was unhappy again.
Are you saying that I have to study hard? Forget it. Take me out.
Fong Tang walked up to her. Xia Yuming wrapped her arms around him, and the particles flowed wildly, easily cutting through the drone compressed into a ball. They fell from a high altitude, and the unmanned transport aircraft above barely recovered its shape and fled quickly. 2 pairs of silver wings unfolded behind Xia Yuming, and the wings composed of particles turned into 4 pairs. 2 pairs wrapped around the boy, and the 2 pairs spread out and danced, gliding down from the high altitude dexterously. There was a whine, and just when it was about to land, a burst of extremely cold air hit my face. This cold air seems to carry other elemental particles.
This familiar feeling, Fong Tang exclaimed in his heart.
It's Bai. She actually took action herself. Still more than 3 meters above the ground, Fong Tang's body bounced up and fell heavily to the ground. But Xia Yuming, like an angel with broken wings, fell into a convertible. Chapter 525. Increase in medicinal herbs. Fong Tang groped with his left hand on the ground and touched the weeds on the roadside. His right arm was twisted and broken inward horribly, exposing the white bones at the joints. My brain feels dizzy. My mouth feels sweet. And I feel like I'm about to vomit between breaths. But his life was saved. Xia Yuming led him into a dive at high speed. If he had fallen under normal circumstances, his fragile body would have definitely killed him. But at the most critical moment, Xia Yuming used particles to bounce him up, which offset most of the force of the fall. He landed at a height of about 3 meters and used his right arm to support him. So now he only suffered a concussion plus a few injuries. Just a broken bone. Yet the pain was unbearable. He gripped the weeds tightly, and the blurry scene in front of him gradually became clearer. The cold wind blew, and the pain in his lungs was even more unbearable. Fong Tang vomited out a mouthful of blood with a burning sensation in his throat, and crawled on the ground for about 2 meters. This is a road not far from Chang'an Hotel. Cars were coming and going at noon, and several cars had stopped, looking at the blood on the ground in horror. Someone took out their cell phone and started calling the police. Fong Tang quickly got up. Now he felt a sore and numb feeling in his body. The pain began to focus on his head, and he vomited all the way. Finally, he climbed into a green bush and licked his wounds like a wild dog. How many times has this been injured? I have never been so embarrassed in previous infinite challenges. Maybe it was because Bai had been carefully protecting himself at that time. The fungus owner is trying to repair the injury, but the energy in the body has been exhausted. Fong Tang lay down in the green bushes strewn with dog poop and garbage. He slowly calmed down and began to look for replenishing food. There was half a piece of bread covered with ants, an egg yolk pie half eaten by mice, and a bottle of shuangweiwei with a hole in it. Fong Tang picked up shuangweiwei with his left hand. The liquid inside was already turbid, and less than a third of it was left in the broken hole, and the bodies of ants and insects were floating there. He missed his ant ring very much now, thinking that the ring was already the White Queen's trophy. Holding a clean toothpick in his mouth, he picked out the ant corpses bit by bit, then closed his eyes and drank it in one gulp. It tastes like disinfectant, with a bitter taste in your mouth, followed by a slightly sour and sweet taste. Then he tore open the bread and egg yolk pie, took out the still intact part inside and swallowed it. Now Fong Tang was lying on his back. His right arm was squeezed by the green bushes, and his vision suddenly went dark with pain, and he almost fainted again. Fungus owners, I beg you, hurry up. Hurry up. There was a growling sound in the stomach, and the probiotics in shuangweiwei were the first to be amplified, processing the food entering the stomach more quickly. The energy obtained from sugar, starch, and bread and egg yolk pie increased exponentially, allowing him to quickly regain his strength. My strength is restored. My dizziness is reduced. But my pain is becoming clearer. At this time, the fungus owners found new substances to take into the body. That's taurine, a food additive in shuangweiwei. Taurine is a sulfur-containing amino acid derived from taurine. In the human body, it mainly exists in a free state in tissue fluid and cell fluid. It has the highest content in human eye tissue, is beneficial to the retina, and can act on the heart. Now, the bacteria owners are completely focused on this sulfur-containing amino acid. After several increases, taurine has turned into a wonderful active substance. Through the penetration of the body, its anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects are highlighted. Fong Tang sat up slowly, feeling the bacteria masters actively replicating inside and outside the wound. Each bacteria master carried amplified taurine. The pain is now bearable, and my throat feels much better. He moved slowly along the green bushes and found a roadside sorting bin. He needs more food. Now that we understand the working principle of the fungus master, we also have the goal of finding food this time. Calcium-containing foods. I hope it can repair broken bones. The benefits of sorting garbage showed up. After moving slowly in this long green bush and rummaging through 3 trash cans, he finally got 2 boards of milk calcium tablets. They were cheap, but they were enough. After swallowing the calcium tablets, the bacteria owners, who had exhausted their energy, became active again. The internal injuries were almost repaired, except for the broken right arm. Fong Tang bit a bunch of green plant leaves in his mouth, closed his eyes, and put his broken right arm back into place. This time, I was covered in hot sweat, and I made a strange whine in my throat. almost biting my tongue. After the severe pain, there was a burst of relief, and the return of his right arm brought a long-lost sense of balance. However, the fungus owners have lost interest in the calcium entering the body, and the amplification effect is not obvious. Fong Tang's broken arm was bleeding profusely. Damn it. Are you still picky about food at a critical moment? Fong Tang's mouth was full of bitter grass juice. And then he suddenly noticed that the fungus owners were gathering in his mouth. Yes. It turns out they discovered a better substance. Fong Tang's heart moved, and he spat out the leaves in his mouth. This is small leaf boxwood commonly used in urban greening, and a few small firewood. He chuckled, secretly cursing himself for being a super idiot. This small firewood is one of the herbs used for trauma, with the ability of fungus owners to extract and amplify special substances from food. What could be more wonderful than Chinese herbal medicine? I actually forgot this. The disadvantage of general herbal medicine is that it is slow to take effect and requires conditioning. But it has super amplification ability. Several trauma prescriptions in Fong Tang's memory immediately appeared. Chai. Honeysuckle. Thyme. Turning along the green bush into a small square. More plants appeared. There is even Bloodfield 7 in the trauma prescription. This is the main ingredient in the prescription for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Fong Tang picked a large handful with his left hand, and then dug out the roots of the shuetianchi, which looked like small radishes. Fortunately, I found 2 earthworms in the soil near the roots. The female woodworm is a better medicine for wounds when dried. Fong Tang looked at the materials collected in his hand, and could barely make up a Tianchi bone-setting prescription. This recipe comes from The Wonderful Prescription for Loss, written by Yuan Zhenren in the Ming Dynasty, among the prescriptions written by the Taoists from the Jingda period. This Tianchi bone-setting prescription can be said to be worth $1,000. Fong Tang crushed the rhinoceros into pieces, placed it on a stone outside the green bush, let it be exposed to the noon sun as much as possible, and then crushed the roots of the Bloodfield 7. A Taoist priest from Yuan in the Ming Dynasty was once chased by wild dogs and fell off a cliff and almost died. Later, he got back on his feet with the help of an old man who collected herbs. So he seriously studied the prescriptions for injuries and bruises. Unexpectedly, more than 500 years later, a helpless young man in the city was saved by his wisdom. This is the power of ancient wisdom. And this is also the beauty of the inheritance of Chinese civilization. The prescription is ready, but it still lacks a few auxiliary ingredients. Moreover, the original prescription is more effective when brewed with medicinal wine. But now we don't pay so much attention to it. Fong Tang crushed the remaining calcium tablets, added a little bit of fine mud, and kneaded them into pills. He pinched 10 pills in total, and swallowed 5 in one go. The fungus owners surged within their bodies, like cheering crowds, rushing towards the Chinese medicine materials that entered their bodies. Chapter 526 The Life of a Thief. When the sun turned to the west, Fong Tang, covered in sand and smelly, emerged from the green bushes. The right arm has recovered as before, but the skin wound at the joint has not healed. He found a pair of relatively clean red underwear, tore it open, and used the lining as gauze. He then used an unopened condom he found as a leather cord and bandaged the wound. There are 5 extra mud pills in my pocket, but I still walk a little crookedly. That's because I have been kneeling in the green bushes for too long and my muscles have been strained. The junk food he picked up did not guarantee enough energy, and he had long since lost his mobile phone and didn't have a dime on him. Now that I have regained a little strength, I no longer want to pick up food from the garbage dump. The abilities of the fungus owner are very miraculous, and they change in countless ways depending on the substances taken into the body. But there are also weaknesses. The conversion and increase of each substance cannot be maintained for a long time. He needs constant energy intake. Fong Tang stopped and picked up a crumpled cigarette on the side of the road. When he was hesitating, a homeless man wearing a thick sack and a plastic sheet came over. The lighter in the homeless man's hand clicked, and a strange smile appeared on his face covered with black mud. 2 front teeth were missing in his mouth, which looked like they had been knocked out. Fong Tang bit his cigarette and looked down at himself. What do you want? I have no money. The tramp lit a cigarette for him, stared at him, turned around and took out another lunch box. It turned out to be a complete lunch box that was steaming hot. Fong Tang took it unexpectedly, grabbed it with his hands, and ate it politely. The tramp made a hee-hee sound again, and Fong Tang saw clearly that half of his tongue was broken off. The break was not neat, but it was indeed caused by surgery. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he understood what happened to him. The homeless man was still looking at him, and suddenly he pulled his sleeve
and pointed to the entrance of the alley behind him. There was a Grave Inn parked there.
You said there is delicious food there?
Fong Tang smiled lightly. The homeless man pulled him toward the van. Fong Tang felt the energy filling his body. He pretended to stagger and followed. But he leaned over and grabbed an iron bar on the ground. It's a mutton skewer, with a sharp top and excellent flexibility. The sign is hidden in the left sleeve, and you can already see the door of the van opening, revealing a small advertisement posted inside the door: Legiatin Charity Aid Station. The tramp's footsteps stopped and his breathing began to quicken. The car door suddenly opened, and two strong men dragged Fong Tang into the car. The car door closed, and a big man with a fat head and big ears and a gold chain hanging from his chest fiddled with his mobile phone and snorted.
Just one. Brother Dao. There are not many people begging for food now. And it is even harder to find children. This one looks young. Should it be okay?
Jean Lianzi picked up the phone, let out a careful breath, and wiped it with his sleeve.
Call Sun Hao, that bastard, and ask him what the current price is for pig collection in a nursing home.
The phone call was made quickly, and the subordinate reported in a low voice.
One that is under 30 years old, in good health, and has a normal IQ costs 100,000, and one that is around 18 years old costs double that.
The gold chain continued to wipe his beloved Apple Emperor Edition mobile phone, and the fake gold watch was exposed under his sleeve. He was about to say something, when he suddenly saw Fong Tang's injured right arm, and his expression changed.
Damn! This is a disability!
Outside the car, the homeless man was smoking a cigarette and holding $100 in his hand. Two strong men came down, kicked and punched him, and took back the cigarette and the money. Another hard kick, and the homeless man screamed and turned around to run away.
Come back! Leave that idiot alone!
Jean Lianzi shouted in displeasure. The car door closed again. A group of villains stared at the calm boy for a long time. The fat gold chain spoke coldly.
Break the legs!
Cut off the tongue, and send it to the commercial street. If you don't give me 1,000 yuan a day, I won't be able to eat. Fong Tang coughed and said,
So this is how all the beggars in the city come to be. That homeless man was also the one who cut out his tongue and sold himself as a miserable beggar?
Jean Lianzi frowned.
Young man is very brave and very knowledgeable. Let me tell you, brother, I am a member of the beggar clan. If you have a good voice and can sing, then go to the subway to sing. If you are a girl, do live broadcasts. It's a pity to see you. This kind of hanging sample will only sell badly.
Fong Tang moved his left arm and dropped the iron sign.
Mobile phone, watch, wallet. I want them all.
What? The three big men were stunned in the car for a long time and laughed wildly together. The mocking laughter continued, and blood spurted out. The iron stick penetrated both sides of the fat boss's cheeks. After pulling it out, a cold light flashed, and the four palms of the two people on the left and right were pierced together again. Fong Tang's body is now full of explosive energy, and there is braised pork in that lunch box. Blood was flying. People were screaming. And finally, there were screams for mercy. Not long after, Fong Tang wore a woolen coat with a gold chain, wiped his mobile phone, put on his gold watch, and opened a small handbag to look at it. As expected, he is just out to hang out, and he likes to bring cash. At least 2,000 yuan. He moved his neck, leaned in, grabbed the fat man's big thumb, twisted it, pulled it, put it in the crack of the car door, and kicked it hard with his right foot. The car door slammed shut, and the fat man's shrill scream was trapped inside. He twisted his thumbs mercilessly and smashed the car glass with his elbow. He chose the sharpest piece and cut it off bit by bit. Fong Tang unlocked the fingerprint on the phone with his thumb, opened the door again, and kicked the fat man in the crotch. The fat man woke up, covering his severed finger and howling. Fong Tang asked for his mobile phone password, put in his fingerprints, and then checked Fatty's electronic wallet. Oh, 78,000 yuan. That's great. This guy doesn't like to use Face Unlock to pay, or the ancient password input. The payment password and mobile phone password are the same, which saves you worry and trouble. Putting away his wallet and cell phone, Fong Tang grabbed the frightened subordinate on the right and dragged him deep into the alley.
Tell me, what's going on with the pig collection in the nursing home?
The subordinate said all in a trembling breath.
Sun Hao, Brother Sun came down and asked us to find young people who have no place to go. They must be in good health and have a normal mind. They said they would train them at the rescue station.
Sent to Zhongzhou building to play games. We don't understand. Maybe we were forced to go to the building to play underground fighting.
Also fighting underground. Fong Tang understood immediately and felt strange. Infinite Challenge has become so despicable that it relies on human traffickers and dark forces to recruit new players. The Legiatin Rescue Center is a
den for collecting people.
They actually use the term
harvesting pigs
to describe this evil deed. A head is worth 100,000 yuan, and a miner is worth 200,000 yuan. It really forms an industrial chain. Fong Tang snorted and used the remaining strength in his body to break the boy's legs and get his cell phone and wallet in the same way. All three of them had their legs broken, and they were humming in the van. Fong Tang chose the youngest one, and after finding his ID card, he transferred all the electronic wallet balances of his two men, and finally stuffed the three of them into the van. Under the seat, he opened the fuel tank port at the back, stuffed it with a towel soaked in gasoline, lit it, and walked out of the alley leisurely. When the explosion sounded, he had already turned to the mobile phone store on the roadside. I bought a Redmi phone with a long battery life and went out to get a black card, reapply for an electronic account, and transfer the balance to prevent the accounts of Fatty and others from being locked or tracked. Now, he finally felt a little comfortable. With 120,000 yuan in seized wealth, holding his mobile phone and wearing a woolen coat, he walked into a commercial street. Xie Qingning was about to contact the school when she suddenly saw a familiar convertible parked on the side of the road. It was the car that appeared on the road below when Xia Yuming and himself fell. If I remember correctly, Xia fell into the car. Chapter 527 Cinderella's Adventure. Nicotine roared as it increased in blood. Fong Tang lit up his second cigarette. His mind extremely clear and adrenaline stimulating his whole body. It's 2:27 p.m. On the commercial street not far from the greenery. The four-seater BMW 8 Series convertible was parked in front of the ZT branch in Raffles City. As a high-end ZT women's clothing store here, it is rare to see the store closed. However, at this time, the entire branch has been booked by a mysterious person. It's very quiet here, and you can clearly hear the siren of the fire truck at the entrance of the alley. Fong Tang looked at the thick black smoke above the alley in the distance, took a deep breath, and walked to the convenience store next to the ZT branch. Lollipops, chocolate bars, potato chips, jelly, QQ eggs, ham sausages, mineral water, orange juice, Shuangweiwei, Red Bull, liquor, beer, wine. Fong Tang finally bought a shoulder bag and stuffed all the food and drinks into it. After paying, he came out and touched the heavy bag. These were his weapons and ammunition. Finally, he took a deep breath and punched his right arm, causing blood to flow freely. Inside the ZT branch, Bai Tang was sitting on a soft sofa, looking at the ZT current season women's fashion catalog in his hand. Xia Yuming, wrapped in a black windbreaker, stood there a little at a loss, while Daji, wearing a mask and jeans, was helping her choose clothes. Bai Tang crossed his legs and put down the catalog. Let's see what style this child is suitable for. Take it out. For beautiful female shop assistants stood opposite, all wearing uniform clothes, nodding with smiles. Although the most popular and domineering president in Shanghai is in front of them, and although he closes the store and reserves the entire venue with just one phone call, these girls will never show shame as in the novel, let alone take photos or ask for autographs, because they are all professional clerks trained by the head office. Their basic requirements are to be neither humble nor overbearing, not to force sales, not to induce, and to focus on service to meet the privacy needs of high-end customers. There are many celebrities in the ZT store, and they all treat them equally. At most, after the shopping is completed and the other party is satisfied, they politely ask if they can sign autographs and take photos. Bai Tang seems to be very satisfied with this kind of privacy service, so he chose this store. At this time, a row of clothes racks had been pulled out, and 4 shop assistants professionally selected 6 styles for Xia Yuming. Each style came in 4 different colors according to her body shape. The 24 sets of clothes were selected in advance based on the clerk's speculation and professional vision, which can save customers time. Of course, some customers like the feeling of choosing their own clothes, so that is another service routine. Xia Yuming was dazzled when she looked at these clothes. The cheapest ones cost 4 figures. She couldn't believe her adventure. Originally, she hit someone's car and almost got into a car accident. But now she is being treated like a princess. This President Bai Tang. She had seen it on TV. I just didn't expect him to be so cool, so handsome, and so domineering. She was at a loss. Bai Tang stood up,
touched her chin and looked at her. After looking at it for a while, Bai Tang pointed to an orange-red suit. Daji shook his head gently. Bai Tang smiled. What? Daji suggested in a low voice.
The bohemian style is a bit too mature for her. I think that style is good.
She chose a Japanese girlish black and white cotton coat. Xia Yuming's eyes lit up, and it was obvious that she liked it very much. Bai Tang took it off himself and walked towards the girl.
Come and try!
The black sailor suit style. And the 4 white ribbons on the chest show a bright feeling. The 4 shop assistants looked at each other strangely. We don't have this kind of clothes in our store. When and where did it come from? The cotton-padded clothes were already draped over Xia Yuming's body. On the 4 white ribbons, where Bai Tang was holding them, particles of secret gold began to roll. At this moment, the clean glass door suddenly opened, letting in cold wind. A smelly young man came and hunched over.
Is there any milk tea here?
The boy was carrying an exaggerated shoulder bag, and his woolen coat was wrapped loosely around his body. At first glance, it didn't fit him well, and he stood there with the stench of rotten yogurt, and stepped on the black mud on the ground. The shop assistants were all pale. They didn't know how he got in. The door was obviously locked from the inside. Daji deftly stood in front of Bai Tang, but was gently pushed away. There was a strange look in Bai Tang's eyes, and he looked at the young man whose hair had not been washed for several days and a days. Fong Tang looked into his eyes, his face also strange and sad. He took a step forward and said,
Isn't this a place selling milk tea? Sorry, sir. We don't sell milk tea. Sir, please go out and turn left. That's the snack street. This place is no longer open. Sorry.
The professional female clerk could only tactfully drive him away. But the smelly boy had already walked towards Bai Tang. Daji, who was wearing a mask, had cold eyes. Various information and data appeared on her artificial retina, and she had contacted the nearest member of the Shanghai Guild. However, Bai Tang's fingers flicked behind his back, cutting off all Daji's arrangements. Instead, he stepped forward and looked at Fong Tang. You really stink. Fong Tang threw off his coat, revealing his blood-stained right arm. The pained expression on his face made Bai Tang's eyes change. Fong Tang stared at him now.
So, you have always known about my existence?
After the inexplicable conversation, the handsome and domineering President Bai began to retreat, leaving the clerk stunned. Bai Tang reluctantly stood still and turned to look at the shop assistants.
I know this is a women's clothing store, but is there a black windbreaker that suits him? Help me choose one.
He raised his hand gracefully.
Tang, come over here and have a cup of tea together?
Daji had already retreated outside and was now taking out a tea set from the convertible at an alarming speed. Fong Tang waved to Xia Yuming, who rushed up.
Stop talking. Just stand here while I catch up with old friends.
Xia Yuming was speechless.
Tang Zhu. Do you know Mr. Bai?
Bai Tang smiled softly.
We have known each other for a long time. We were inseparable before, but later we separated. But it was an unexpected joy to meet again.
With such affection, Xia Yuming did not dare to speak, and the look in her eyes towards Fong Tang was a little different. The two men sat down and looked at each other without saying a word. Daji made tea, set it up, turned around and pulled Xia Yuming back. She pulled the clothes hanger behind the coffee table and turned it into a natural screen. The shop assistants were looking for a suitable windbreaker. The women's model had to fit the boy's figure, so they could only choose a gender-neutral design. The tea had turned cold, and Daji came in holding a windbreaker. Bai Tang gently tapped his finger on the teacup, and fire element particles surged. The aroma rises again. Bai Tang looked at the black trench coat.
This is your favorite style in the past.
Fong Tang lowered his eyes.
Why don't you kill me?
Bai Tang continued.
Have you forgotten? These are Xia Na's clothes. You have been wearing them. You are a nostalgic person. And Ching Ching's mobile phone has been reluctant to throw away.
Fong Tang said coldly.
You don't want to kill me because you still need the third patch. Due to the rules, you can't go to Zhongzhou building to crack the Fire Moon level in person.
Bai Tang touched the windbreaker.
As the saying goes, clothes are not as good as new. And people are not as good as before. It's good to change into new clothes.
Fong Tang picked up the teacup and poured the hot tea over. The tea stopped in front of Bai Tang, rolled, and returned to the teacup under the control of the water element particles.
Tang, please don't act like a woman. Okay, I want to be with you from the beginning to the end. And I never wanted to hurt you.
Fong Tang looked at his dirty hands and fiddled with his nails.
I still like old clothes. They are comfortable to wear.
The old clothes represent his original body. Bai Tang advised him to enjoy the change of body. But Fong Tang disagreed. In fact, both parties had already understood the meaning of each other's words. Now Bai Tang sighed softly.
I will deliver Shauna's Burberry windbreaker to Xiang's apartment. Do you want to be my enemy all the time?
Fong Tang stood up and put his hands on the table.
Bai, you are the one who wants to be my enemy. Also, I will go to Huiyue building, because I will never let you get the third patch.
Xia Yuming played with her fingers uneasily behind the clothes rack. Only a few pieces of clothing separated them. But the conversation inside could not be heard. She even used neutrophils. The clothes hanger shook. And the boy came out, grabbed her hand and walked out. Chapter 528 Memory Navigation. Xia Yuming held the boy's hand and looked at him worriedly.
Are you injured? Stop talking. Let's go!
Fong Tang quickened his pace until he left the commercial street and reached a crowded intersection. Then he gasped and let go. His whole body was soaked with sweat. Only then did Xia Yuming realize that the boy had been trying hard to persevere. But he was actually very nervous inside. He was so nervous that he almost collapsed.
Places with many people may be safe.
Fong Tang instinctively looked for cameras around him, then took the girl to avoid them, and finally walked behind an outdoor air conditioner. Xia Yuming's particles were still suspended, protecting the two of them.
You seem to be afraid of Mr. Bai? But aren't you very good friends?
Xia Yuming murmured.
You are the same age as me. How come you have become that gentleman's old friend? It's really strange.
Fong Tang laughed at himself.
That's a very long story. You won't like it.
He was actually gambling just now, betting that the White Queen would still miss her old love. That's why the wounds were particularly terrible outside. And the painful look on his face was really showing off. Because he didn't know what to expect when he walked inside. Will be recontrolled, or killed, or even imprisoned in the virtual world again. But he had a feeling that Xia Yuming's dialogue was very important. So important that it even exceeded the Huiyue level. It felt weird since Bai arranged the assassination of Skylark. Now, he looked up at the girl, but couldn't see anything special about her. Could it be her superpower? What kind of particles? Fong Tang thought hard. Well, particles. The weakest of the 8 designers. The artist Mr. Feng Bei controls nanomolecules. That kind of particle only has the most basic ability to combine. It can be called copycat particles. When he reached the 7th ranked level of 10,000 returns to 1, the particles he could control became 1 level more powerful, changing from copycat particles to secret gold particles. Then Huiyue, rank 6th, should have stronger particles. In other words, the ability levels of the 8 designers are distinguished by particles. Particles determine their strength. For example, the current White Queen is an upgraded crystal secret gold particle. But this particle that Xia Yuming can control has neutrino-like
penetrating ability.
It can be called the strongest particle currently. The girl shook his left hand.
My particles cannot enter your wound and can't help you stop bleeding.
When Fong Tang came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that more than half of the fungus owners in his body were dead. All caused by the invasion of Xia Yuming's particles. The fungus owner did not enhance Xia Yuming's particles as usual because he felt threatened. They regard Fong Tang's new body as home. Home is inviolable. Fong Tang said hurriedly.
Don't use particles to get close to me.
Xia Yuming wrapped her coat tightly.
Where are we going now? Yang Yun was not found.
And now even Xian Xian and Zhao Xiaodong have been arrested.
Fong Tang sneered.
Stop talking about them. You were almost arrested just now. What are you saying?
Fong Tang took out his mobile phone and searched for a video. After opening it, he hummed.
Do you still remember the Raspberry Music Festival broadcast live on Shanghai TV?
Xia Yuming blinked.
Of course I remember. I watched it several times. Mr. Bai is so handsome.
Fong Tang clicked on the video.
Then did you notice that Mr. Bai's assistant was following him in the video? One of them is the one who wants to arrest you.
There was a pause in his words. In the video, among the girls who appeared behind Bai Tang, there was no Skylark. It was completely different from what I saw on TV at that time. It was as if Skylark had been directly erased. Xia Yuming came over.
What? Let me see. Is it that Japanese woman?
Fong Tang deleted the video, shook his head and stopped talking. Of course Bai would not leave such an obvious flaw. But Skylark's assassination operation was a bit redundant no matter how you thought about it. The White Queen doesn't do unnecessary things. Based on my understanding of her, her seemingly random arrangements often have hidden behind-the-scenes tricks. Cars were coming and going on the street, and pedestrians were passing by in a hurry. The sun shines warmly on my body. Fong Tang looked at the crowds and vehicles, feeling suddenly uneasy in his heart. Indescribable anxiety. A handsome young man walked towards us. He was carrying a strange-shaped cloth package. Looking at the outline of the cloth package, it looked like a bone cutter. Fong Tang frowned and looked at it. In this bustling street, this man with a knife was really out of place. The man walked towards the tea restaurant opposite, and soon he came out holding the hand of a little girl. The little girl is very cute, especially with a shiny silver ribbon wrapped around her pink wrist. When he saw this little girl, Fong Tang's eyes trembled. He held Xia Yimeng's hand tightly. Come with me. What? Come for a walk with me. Suddenly want to take a walk at this time? Xia Yimeng could only follow him. The two walked across the street and unknowingly came to a dilapidated factory. It's really strange. Why is there a factory on this street? Xia Yimeng exclaimed. Fong Tang grabbed her. Does it look familiar? Do you have any impressions? Xia Yimeng watched silently, then walked over and touched the graffiti on the factory wall, drawing little by little with his fingers. Don't tell me. It feels so familiar. The sound of dogs barking came from the dilapidated factory. A truck pulling a squealing pig entered from the side door. And then two blue tricycles that were popular more than 10 years ago came out from the front door carrying pieces of meat. This is a slaughterhouse. In the slaughterhouse, a young man with an unshaven beard walked over, holding a bone-cutting knife in his hand. It was the one who appeared on the street not long ago. He was smoking a cigarette and suddenly frowned and looked towards the opposite side of the slaughterhouse. A little girl with a silver ribbon wrapped around her wrist was shooting a small rubber ball across the street. Fong Tang followed the line of sight of the man holding the knife and suddenly saw the woman on the roof of the slaughterhouse. The woman holds a sniper rifle in her hand and aims it at the little girl on the street. Only then did Fong Tang confirm his guess. He held Xia Yimeng's little face in his hands. What's wrong with you? Xia Yimeng also spotted the female sniper, and his eyes became dull for a moment. Fong Tang slapped her face hard. Wake up. Wake up quickly. We are not in reality, but in your memory. The gunfire rang out, and the bullet hit a rotating bone cutter. The man holding the knife appeared strangely on the ceiling, and the bone cutter flew back to his hand as if it were guided by a navigation system. The sword flashed with a strange gust of wind, and the female sniper's neck suddenly appeared bloody. Xia Yimeng screamed. At the same time, the little girl opposite also screamed. The sky instantly became extremely dark, and the surrounding buildings collapsed towards where the two of them were, like a collapsed building block. Wake up! Fong Tang dug his feet into the earth and shouted again. Xia Yimeng held his head in his hands. What's wrong with me? Who is that? Why do you want to kill children? Why do you want to kill me? Fong Tang kissed her hard and blocked her lips. Everything around him was shattering. The aroma of tea hit his nostrils, and Fong Tang fell down on the small sofa of the ZT branch, covered in sweat. He gasped and looked across. Bai Tang put his hands on his chin and smiled slightly. You still noticed it. When? When did you send my consciousness to Xia Yimeng's memory? Bai Tang sighed. Just when you put your hands on the table. Fong Tang turned around and saw Xia Yimeng lying under the clothes hanger. Daji's finger was between her eyebrows, controlling her particle body with great difficulty. Fong Tang stared at the terrifying White Queen. Why did you arrange for Yang to assassinate Xia Yimeng? Bai was silent for a moment and said softly. You are actually not skilled in memory editing and mind attack. There are deep mysteries in it. Ru Xia Yimeng's consciousness is stronger than anyone else, and her particle state can perfect for brain protection. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. The female killer in Xia Yimeng's memory, both in terms of location and the model of sniper rifle she used, is exactly the same as Yang's assassination. Did you do it on purpose? Bai stretched out his finger and pointed on the table. Xia Yimeng's consciousness is like a vast ocean. Her key memories are hidden in the vast ocean of memory. If you want to edit her memory, you need a precise positioning and a navigation. Fong Tang suddenly realized. That navigation is the memory of being sniped. Yes. Xia Yimeng encountered an assassination in his childhood, so I ordered Skylark to use the same method to recreate the assassination scene today. In this way, Xia Yimeng's particle memory has two identical assassinations. Situation. You know what a person is in a coma. Memories of two similar situations will overlap. It's so clever and precise. Bai continued. With the overlapping similar memories, I can locate the key memory of her childhood in her sea of consciousness, and then edit it. What memories did you edit for her? Fong Tang was extremely bitter. Bai held up his chin and smiled. There is no complicated editing. I just added my presence in her memory to gain her trust. Fong Tang stood up slowly. Are you planning so hard for Xia Yimeng's particles?
Bai didn't answer anymore. Fong Tang took a deep look at Xia Yuming, who was about to wake up, and turned around and left without hesitation. Classmate Xia, whose subconscious has been edited, will not be able to wake up for a while. In the warm ZT branch, Xia Yuming woke up quietly. Bai Tangjung in front of her was looking at her tenderly, with deep affection in his eyes. This deep affection touched people's hearts, and even Daji felt her heart tremble when she looked at it.
Xiaoming, do you remember me?
Bai Tang said softly. Xia Yuming was stunned. Then all the details, deep in the memory, appeared before my eyes. She remembered. Her hands trembled, and she jumped up in surprise.
It's you. It's really you.
Chapter 529 Totem Girl. Fong Tang soaked in the hot pool, trying to calm down and think carefully. Xia Yuming's current situation may be like that of Hannah Finju and Shero. After subconsciously accepting the modified memory, no one can decipher it, unless I can enter her consciousness and unravel the false content edited by the White Queen bit by bit. It's so difficult. It's not just technically difficult. Bai may even have set multiple traps in Xia Yuming's memory, which can easily imprison those who enter. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and watched the water droplets rolling on his arm. A moment of horror. Am I really back to reality now? Or am I still living in false memories? In the movie Inception, the protagonist has a spinning top as a totem to distinguish reality from dreams, because people will realize an ability in dreams that cannot be realized in reality. For example, a spinning top that never stops, or a sieve that is always at 6 o'clock. If the person who created the virtual world does not understand the details of your totem, then he cannot predict the changes of the totem. In reality, the top will definitely stop. Thinking of this, Fong Tang climbed out of the pool, wiped himself dry, and put on his new white shirt and black trousers. He sat on the sofa in this old-fashioned bathhouse, took out his cheap mobile phone, opened the web page, and entered the Google URL. Google searched Quick China a long time ago, and it is impossible to open it in reality. And if it is in virtual memory now, according to your own wishes, this URL will be successfully entered. Fong Tang held his breath and waited. The progress bar of the web page moves slowly, and finally a blank failure page appears. He felt slightly at ease, and suddenly thought of a more ingenious method. That's meditation. According to the notes left by his father, the first level of meditation is in dreams, and the second level is dreams within dreams. According to this theory, if you are in the virtual world, it is equivalent to naturally existing in the first level of meditation. Now, if you run the meditation technique twice, you can enter the third level. On the contrary, if you do not enter the Omega Brain after 2 meditations, then you are in reality. This is a law that Baidu cannot change. Fong Tang opened his bag, drank half a can of beer, and smoked a cigarette. Alcohol and nicotine were successfully amplified by the fungus owner, and he immediately entered a super excited state. The energy in the body surges, and the state becomes better and better. After drinking the rest of the wine, his mind became calmer and calmer. After the negative effects of alcohol were swallowed up, he easily entered the meditation technique. First floor. Second floor. After 2 levels, I was immediately sure that I was definitely in reality. After running the third level in this way, a familiar feeling appears. In the Omega Brain, his consciousness can temporarily break away from the limitations of this body and continue thinking in a state of complete concentration.
I need to create a totem of my own to avoid being confused by illusions again.
Not only Bai, but also Hui Yu and the unknown enemies he will face may have the ability to modify memories and create illusions. It is time to take precautions. So, what totem is best to choose? Fong Tang thought of countless plans, each of which seemed pretty good, but all have shortcomings.
Bai can enter other people's memories and explore the deepest secrets, so ordinary totems are useless in front of her. She can easily create identical totems in the illusion.
Fong Tang was thinking intently and thought, I can create a living totem. For example, a person. In Omega's mind, his thinking became more and more focused and active, with endless fantastic ideas emerging. Slowly, a computer appeared in front of him. Now, he created a familiar internet cafe environment in his consciousness. He sat in a comfortable chair and turned on his simulated computer. The interface jumped, and a pinch person system suddenly appeared on the screen. Just like Fong Tang's favorite online game in the past. The character creation system is not only convenient, but also intuitive. Various options appear in the pinch system. First is the race. Human beings. Gender, female. Form, girl, etc. Too mediocre. Going back to the race options, He recalled all the online games he had played, and hundreds of choices immediately appeared in the race options. Tauren, elves, demons, celestials, undead. Fong Tang began to immerse himself in this kind of fun. Since it is a humanoid totem that distinguishes virtuality and reality, you have to choose a race that does not exist in reality. He looked at all the races, and was still not satisfied. Then, just create a race yourself. Fong Tang opened a blank document in the pinch interface, and with a thought in his mind, the text appeared naturally.
This is the most beautiful race in the universe. They are all in the form of girls. They were born in the purest dark energy in the universe and have a long life. There are not many members of their tribe, because their life is long and long.
They do not need repeated acts of self-reproduction.
Fong Tang edited as he pleased.
Their initial form is a seed, which can sprout and bloom in any environment, including the desolate space. When the petals open, they come out in the mature form of a girl. They can absorb any non-living matter in the universe and transform it into the matter needed for life. They are called star girls because the dark energy required for their birth only exists among the stars.
Fong Tang edited it in great detail, including this race's way of survival, the birth of wisdom, learning ability, and even eating and excretion in life forms. At this time, passing through this old bathhouse in the magical city and spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, we reached the far north that was shrouded in complete darkness. Somewhere in the center of the far north, a little white fox stopped. The Arctic foxes that were following her seemed to be frightened, and they ran away nimbly. Lei Zai's bone lady appeared and was surprised.
Sir, what's wrong?
The little fox's ice blue eyes were full of horror.
Did he awaken so quickly? And use that ability without knowing it?
Mrs. Bones was confused for a moment.
Sir, what are you talking about?
The fur on Lei's leader, White Fox, stood up all over his body, on the black and blue polar night sky. The red, green, and yellow auroras flowed like a water curtain. She raised her paw and drew a circle on the eternal ice field. A clear image suddenly appeared in the circle. Mrs. Bones looked at it.
This is the asteroid belt outside Jupiter?
The asteroid belt began to grow, and countless meteorites and asteroids appeared in it. An asteroid that has not yet been discovered by humans is enlarged. It is only about 3/4 of the mass of Ceres, and has a light gray stone layer on its surface. Madame Bones' eyes also changed, because she saw a seed being formed somewhere on the surface of ice and stone on this desolate asteroid. The seed sprouted and blossomed in an environment that was completely impossible to survive. Chapter 530 Paparazzi's Crazy Knife. In the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, on a special unnumbered small planet, the miracle of life is happening. Seeds that appeared out of thin air are blooming. When the petals unfolded, an almost perfect girl appeared. She looks very similar to a human, but her pointed ears and slender white tail look like a combination of an elf and a demon fox. On her back, slender feathers appear. The feathers, with a thin transparent membrane, slowly covered the back. The girl who was born was not stable. As a flash of light and shadow appeared, the girl and the petals disappeared together, as if they had never existed at all. Under the night sky, the bone lady was stunned.
Sir, what kind of life is this? There is no information at all in my database.
The little fox smiled bitterly.
That's because she doesn't exist in the first place.
This life form did not exist 5 minutes ago, and does not belong to any biological race in the universe. Madame Bones was horrified.
You mean, a brand new life was suddenly born? This is impossible. How is it impossible?
The little fox said in a strange tone.
A life like me shouldn't appear. Isn't it right in front of you now?
This sentence is profound and has endless implications. But Mrs. Bones does not understand it. What did she want to ask? The little fox put down his paw.
Fortunately, he has not truly awakened yet. And the life form that should not have appeared was not successfully born. But it is scary enough.
Mrs. Bones now vaguely understood something. Does your majesty mean that there is a guy
creating life?
After Baigu realized this, he was shocked and speechless for a moment. Wouldn't that be the same power as the creator god? In the bathhouse, Fong Tang was very frustrated with his imagination. This brand new race has no creativity at all. It just combines the characteristics of some game races I have played, such as elves and demon foxes. I barely added some wings, and it was considered my own original creation. But it is enough as a totem. He summoned a false girl in his virtual mind. She is very similar to humans, with the pointed ears of the elves,
the tail of the demon fox, and slender feathers. Fong Tang gave this totem girl a name. Xingyu equally uncreative. Now, he snaps his fingers, and Xingyu appears automatically. She can speak. In the racial setting, she has a beautiful and crisp voice, and she can modify the frequency of the sound waves at will, pass through various interferences, and send them to the owner's ears at an extremely long distance.
Xingyu, we need to create a secret code so that even if the enemy creates the same version of you, I can tell it. The secret code is, when I say sing me a song 1234, you start from the 1234th digit of pi. Convert the numbers into simplified notation and sing it. If it exceeds 7, subtract 7. For example, when the number 8 appears, you just sing do.
After Fong Tang set the password, he tested it softly.
Sing a song for me. 20.
The girl in front of her immediately started humming, starting from the 20th position of Pai La Rui La. Make a big bang. It sounds pretty good. Fong Tang relaxed and exited Omega's mind. He tidied his backpack and walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He no longer looks like a homeless man. I turned on my phone, but there was still no reply from Xie Qingning. I have made countless calls. What is this pagoda doing? There are too few forces available today. He began to miss Kane trapped in the phone. Although the former Solomon Templar Knight has let himself go and degenerated into half a clown, he is still useful at critical moments. Kane's phone seemed to have been taken away by Skylark. Thinking of this, Fong Tang came to the opposite side of Chang'an Hotel without knowing it. The once familiar hometown is now as far away as the end of the world. It would be nice if he could find a way to get in. Since Bai wasn't in the hotel right now, it was perfect timing. While I was still thinking about it, a luxurious Nani car parked nearby. And then, there was a clicking sound from behind. Only then did Fong Tang realize that the balcony on the second floor across the street was filled with reporters, all with guns and cannons set up. Who is that person in the nanny's car? 2 more luxury cars arrived. Many people walked down. These people, both men and women, walked nervously to the nanny car. At this time, the nanny car opened the door, and a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm stepped out, chatting coldly with the people who came after her. More paparazzi appeared behind Fong Tang, and the reporters on the balcony worked hard, even punching and kicking each other to find the best position. They were enemies among colleagues. This must be a big star, Fong Tang thought, and someone gave him a hard push.
Don't block the way.
Turning around, he saw a man with a garlic nose holding a small ball-shaped object in his hand and looking at it. Unlike other paparazzi, he was pointing the ball-shaped object in his hand at the Chang'an Hotel instead of the nanny car. Fong Tang looked at this face, which was very unfamiliar, but the expression and temperament seemed familiar. Moreover, the 4 fingers on this man's left hand are obviously wrong. It's a very crude prosthetic implant. 4 of his fingers were slowly cut off, which made Fong Tang think of a person in his mind. He leaned over and said,
Hey, brother Crazy Knife, are you ready to switch now?
The disguised Crazy Blade was stunned for a moment. His eyes narrowed.
Who is your excellency?
Fong Tang smiled and reached out to touch the back of his neck. Crazy Blade was still very vigilant.
Is it a player?
Fong Tang looked very disappointed.
Brother Crazy Blade doesn't seem to remember me. My memory has always been very good. As long as I have met friends, I will never forget them. Otherwise, I wouldn't do intelligence now.
Kwang Dao said coldly.
It seems that I have never met you.
Fong Tang remembered someone who said that Kwang Dao, a kid, started a gossip intelligence business with unlimited challenges after changing his career as a killer. He giggled.
You are always a noble person who forgets things. I also applied to participate in the villa operation against Qin Yashin, but I didn't go because I had something to do. I heard that you were always the only one to safely withdraw from the operation.
That operation to Qin Yashin's villa was the most unforgettable thing in his life. Crazy Blade remembered that because of the generous rewards, there were so many players who applied to participate in the operation. It turns out that this kid is also one of them. He slowly relaxed and looked at Fong Tang.
As a player, why are you wandering around here? Don't you know that Chang'an Hotel is a restricted area?
Fong Tang sighed.
Forget it. I went to Wuyue Building. I barely passed the first floor, but I didn't dare to enter the second floor. I don't know what to do now.
Crazy Blade's eyes lit up, but he pretended to be reserved.
Well, don't be discouraged. Brother, you see an old man like me can find a job. You are still young.
Fong Tang secretly laughed in his heart, knowing that this boy wanted to drag him into trouble. So he retreated in order to advance.
Then I won't bother you. Brother.
Turning around to leave, Kwang Dao pulled him back.
Don't mention it. Brother, it's fate that we met each other. Why don't we go over there and have a cup of tea?
Fong Tang looked puzzled.
Brother, aren't you busy?
Kwang Dao chuckled.
Zheng Yang won't get out of the car at this moment. She is a big star, so she has to be reserved. Besides, where is Chang'an Hotel? Even Zheng Yang can't get in easily.
As he spoke, he glanced at the paparazzi reporters contemptuously.
These mortals don't know anything and are just messing around here.
Fong Tang followed him to a tea house not far away. Chapter 531 Private Material. In the tea house, Kwang Dao ordered a pot of Luan melon slices, which was expensive. Fong Tang immediately paid the money in advance. Crazy Blade was very satisfied.
Brother, you're welcome.
In fact, because the current mall cannot exchange real currency, he has been very tight recently. It's rare that this kid has a heart. Well, he seems to have a lot of brains. Fong Tang smiled, drank tea with him, and listened to his bragging.
Our business is not just ordinary paparazzi, but specializes in collecting intelligence on Infinite Challenge. We have the support of the World Game Forum and the sponsorship of the 4 major banks. You think we are good or not?
Fong Tang looked envious.
Isn't that more money than playing games? Not only have I made more money, but the players I have come into contact with are also high-end, and they are very fun.
Kwang Dao followed suit.
As for me, I need a partner now. You know, this industry requires 24-hour supervision. I can't stand it alone.
After saying that, he coughed and picked up the teacup. Fong Tang scratched his ears and cheeks again, and then deliberately suppressed his face until his face turned red. Then he said urgently,
Brother, do you think I can do it? You?
Crazy Blade's face darkened.
Oh, you can't get into this business just because you want to. Well, how many points do you have?
Points? Fong Tang didn't know what he was talking about, so he lowered his head as if ashamed. Crazy Blade smiled.
It's okay. It's okay. Now the Infinite Challenge has been upgraded. The game currency has been cancelled and turned into game points. The difficulty of obtaining it has increased. It's not a shame if you don't have points.
He began to deliberately change the topic and complained about the previous game currency.
Before the game was upgraded, the game currency system had actually begun to collapse. There were many speechless mall goods, such as those that required 30,000 game currency to be implanted. Prosthetics can actually be realized with biological modification for only 10 game coins.
The game currency system at that time had various bugs, and the currency system was disrupted many times. This point has often made high-end players complain and ridicule. Now it's become more stringent when it's changed to game points. Crazy Blade began to admire.
The current game points are the base currency of Infinite Challenge. They are supported by the 4 major banks and the 10 major guilds. They are completely set according to the big data of the game. There will no longer be currency chaos. Have you seen the new mall too?
Fong Tang nodded.
Have you seen the treasures in the mall? Haha. I've seen it before. It's so tempting. So the game points you earn now will definitely maintain their value. You will get as much reward as you earn.
Crazy Blade finally got to the point.
You wanted to be my partner just now. I'm not looking down on you.
Because the characteristics of our industry are the investment is small and the returns are high. But there is also a fatal danger. If you don't do it right, customers and targets will hunt you down.
I'm not afraid. Fong Tang breathed rapidly.
Brother, give me a chance.
Kwang Dao put down the teacup and turned around with a smile.
One more pot. Beauty. Hey, Beauty. Here's some more food. What do you have here?
Perhaps because he was taken advantage of, Kwang Dao ordered all the good things in this tea house before he was satisfied. After eating and drinking, and killing the young man, he slowly said,
Now there is an excellent opportunity. If you can help me shoot some material, I will take you into this industry. Brother. What material?
Kwang Dao lowered his voice.
In Chang'an Hotel. Daji's bedroom. Shoot any material. Whether it's the clothes Daji wore, the bathtub where she bathed, or the bed where she slept. Anything will do.
Fong Tang was really surprised.
Is this also called intelligence material?
Crazy Blade's expression became serious. He looked around to see if there was no one around, and then put down the small metal ball in his hand. With a slight click, several rays of light are emitted from the top of the ball, and when they are gathered together, they form virtual light and shadow. Kwang Dao's fingers slid in the light and shadow.
You know Daji is the world's first virtual singer, or an artificial intelligence robot. But many experts in the real world believe that this is a scam by the Qing Fong Consortium.
Fong Tang listened quietly.
They don't believe it. Yes, The world's most authoritative artificial intelligence studio has continuously issued doubts. With the existing technology of mankind, it is impossible to realize Daji's form. So they determined that Daji is a real person pretending to be a real person. They asked the Qifeng Consortium come up with evidence, or give Daji to them to study for a few days.
Fong Tang smiled.
It's really a bit too much. It's not too much. This is a human strategy. They guide public opinion while putting enough pressure on the Qifeng Consortium. As far as I know, the most powerful countries in the world regard Daji as a candidate for future wars. Core technology.
Humanoid warriors can be continuously manufactured on the production line and can be equipped with various new weapons. Just thinking about it makes those war madmen excited. Crazy Blade became more and more serious.
But for our infinite challenge players and guilds, Daji is real. So there are many customers pay attention. I am talking about high-end customers, high-level guilds, super players. They are obsessed with Daji.
Fong Tang suddenly realized.
So, brother, I want you to shoot some of that kind of material.
Kwang Do was very calm.
In our business, we don't ask customers any questions. We just need to complete the order. Now there is a big customer who is willing to pay 50 game points to purchase Daji's private materials.
He slowly took out another sphere the size of a glass bead from his pocket.
Just use this for shooting.
Fong Tang reached out to take it, but he slapped it away.
Be careful. This thing sells for 2 game points in the mall. This thing is a full-frequency light and shadow recorder. Hold it in your hand and press here.
Crazy Knife introduced.
Look here. A thin needle will pierce your palm and release a particle to enter, thus connecting with your central nervous system. You can capture any material with your eyes, and then temporarily retain it in your brain memory.
Finally, these complete materials will be imported into the ball. The operation method is still quite rough. Fong Tang can feel that the small ball in front of him may be a copycat product. The one used by Skylark is much more powerful than this one. Crazy Blade stared at him.
Do you remember my request?
Fong Tang nodded.
Enter Chang'an Hotel and find Daji's room. Wait. I seem to have heard that Daji lives at the headquarters of Qifeng Consortium.
Kwang Do shook his head.
We have moved to the hotel a long time ago. The Qifeng Consortium is not safe there. And before the new headquarters of the Shanghai Guild was built, Daji was always with Boss Fong Tang.
Fong Tang felt strange in his heart and couldn't help but said,
My name is Bai Tang now. I changed my name.
The name is not important. No matter what his name is. He is an upright man in this world.
The admiration in Crazy Blade's eyes came from the bottom of his heart. Fong Tang put away the full-frequency recorder speechlessly. Crazy Blade held him down again and looked hesitant.
If you really succeed in going in, remember one thing. You are not allowed to take pictures of any other place. When you get to the room where Daji lives, don't go too far.
Fong Tang frowned.
Brother, what do you mean?
Kwang Do drank tea in silence for a long time, and then whispered,
To tell you the truth, the owner of Chang'an Hotel has been very kind to me. I shouldn't have done such a despicable thing, but I can't refuse the customer's request. So I just hope that I can earn some points by shooting some insignificant things.
He perked up again.
This order is worth 50 game points. We'll give it 50 to 50.
Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he speculated in his mind that this single mission requires at least 100 game points. And Kwang Do must have cut off half of it. But this guy is not a bad person, and he always remembers his kindness to him. It's not like he took the job willingly. Fong Tang suddenly lowered his voice.
Brother, are you being threatened?
Chapter 532 Social Engineering. Fong Tang's abrupt question caught Crazy Blade off guard. The guy's eyes were confused and he coughed.
Fart. I'm a freelance intelligence agent with the support of the forum. Who dares to threaten me?
Fong Tang was certain that Crazy Sword must have been forced to do this under the coercion of a certain force. He turned his head and looked outside.
Brother, tell me now, what's going on with the big star outside? Zheng Yang. It's very simple. She was originally the #1 heroine in a large-scale ancient costume martial arts drama. Who knew that the Qifeng Consortium invested in and abruptly changed the heroine to Daji? Now Miss Zheng has become the heroine. Second, if you feel uncomfortable, then come to your door to ask for advice.
Fong Tang chuckled.
Can she, an actor, make the decision on this kind of thing?
Kwang Do curled his lips.
Because Zheng Daxing's celebrity position is on display. And the mainstream media are now saying that Daji is a scam. And she has the support of the old-school consortium in the Magic City behind her. So she behaves very tough. Is this drama important? It's not very important. It's very important.
Kwang Do got excited when talking about the gossip news.
Zheng Yang was at her peak when she debuted. Her beauty and acting skills are recognized as a 100% super idol. She released a single at the peak of her popularity. I tried to break into the international market. But as a result, I was overshadowed by Daji's Elegy of the Stars. After that, with the emergence of Shanghai Network TV, Daji continued to dominate the hot searches.
Crazy Knife smashed his lips.
This big-budget martial arts drama is a battle for popularity between Zheng Yang and Daji. Even if she is willing to give in, the consortium and agency behind her will not agree.
As he spoke, he turned the metal ball and displayed the collected information.
Zheng Yang came with a producer,
family status, etc. All traces left by ordinary people on the internet. Those seemingly unimportant personal information, once grasped by social engineers. The intrusion becomes very simple. This is an intrusion method that does not rely on any hacking software and pays more attention to the study of human weaknesses. Of course, Kwangdao knows this kind of penetration method commonly used by hackers, and is very disdainful.
Little brother, you think too simply. Our targets are all infinite challenge players, not ordinary people. The biggest difference is that they pay great attention to protection of your own personal information.
It's almost impossible to obtain private information from gamers. Crazy Blade became anxious.
Besides, high-end players, especially those with mind control abilities, can even create fake personal information out of thin air. You can't do this, or you might be exposed before you even get in.
Fong Tang stood up.
I have my own unique skills. Brother, you can rest assured. After all, if I fail, I will die. Not you.
Crazy Blade felt a little embarrassed.
Brother, what else do you need? Well, brother, do you have any information on the Blue Dragon?
Fong Tang thought about the plan he had set. He really needed help with some details.
Qinglong, are you talking about the security guard Qinglong of Chang'an Hotel?
Crazy Blade immediately turned the recorder.
A little, but not much. I'm afraid it's useless. A little is enough.
Fong Tang touched the recorder in his pocket.
Also, I need to change my appearance.
Disguise is Kwangdao's current strength. Before the game collapsed, he spent a lot of money on the purchase of disguise technology in the mall. Now, he immediately picked up the metal ball and pointed it at Fong Tang to scan. Then he took out a square mobile phone-like object and connected the metal ball to it.
What do you want to change into? Time is urgent. I can't modify your body shape and voice. Nor can I modify your body odor or pupil fingerprints. I just need to add a few pimples on my face, change my hairstyle, and become a young and ignorant image.
This is very simple. The square object in Crazy Blade's hand is similar to a human 3D printer. After scanning Fong Tang's basic appearance, the printer can print out relevant artificial tissues according to the program. After printing artificial human tissues that are very similar to real people, they can be assembled and modified at will. After a short time, Fong Tang turned into a short-haired boy. My face is covered with acne, and the skin on my hands, neck and face is also a lot rougher. These characteristics concealed his original handsome temperament, especially the modified thick eyebrows, which highlighted the image of a stupid young man. Fong Tang and Kwangdao agreed on a meeting place, which was in a room of the business hotel opposite Chang'an Hotel. There used to be the room where Fong Tang arranged for Beixing to hide in the reception room. It was also the safe house that Fong Tang set up before entering Chang'an Hotel. At that time, Fong Tang was still under the supervision of the company, so he acted extremely cautiously. Therefore, the business rooms opposite the Chang'an Hotel have been retained. After making these arrangements, Fong Tang walked out of the coffee shop. He was filled with emotion while reading the data in the full-frequency recorder. If he hadn't encountered the Crazy Knife, he would have almost neglected his greatest fortune. This resource's information. Fong Tang knew almost everyone's secret information at the top of the Shanghai Guild. Whether it is Yunk, Ashwing, Winster, or even Suzaku, Xian Yang and others who joined later. The bond between all these high-level personnel in Fong Tang, the resulting intersections, and each other's secrets are like a perfect piece of information network. No one knows this better than Fong Tang. Even Bai, who occupies his body, is not as profound as Fong Tang in terms of emotional resonance and understanding of the spiritual world. Those game levels that we have experienced together, those deep memories are our greatest resources. Fong Tang took another look at the Qinglong information. As Crazy Blade said, it's very simple.
Qinglong, whose real name is unknown,
is alone, has no relatives, and is suspected to be from a martial arts family in China. He encountered an accident and entered Infinite Challenge. He later joined Chang'an Hotel as a security guard and was a confidant of Winston, the current manager of the hotel. He later died in Da Huang Company during a certain operation against Skylark.
The Blue Dragon is Winston's weakness, using this as an entry point to carry out social engineering operations. There is a high degree of confidence that trust can be successfully gained. But time is too tight, and the action plan still needs to be considered. Social engineering is interconnected, and if there is a problem in any link, the success will be in vain. Chapter 533 Perfect Penetration. Fong Tang recalled the manager of Chang'an Hotel in his memory. Winston used to be a member of the Asia Data Department. Even if that memory was erased, he still has rich experience in anti-infiltration. Ordinary infiltration plans would probably be a fool's errand in front of him. So what is Winston's weakness? How to use Qinglong's information? Emotionally speaking, Qinglong was Winston's confidant, and the only remaining security guard at the old Chang'an Hotel. But he sacrificed his life to protect Skylark. Will this tragic experience make Winston feel guilty? Did Skylark use Qinglong as a pawn in that risky move from the beginning? And it was Winston himself who arranged all this. Fong Tang didn't get much detailed information. When he left the game, he had lost his identity as the president of Shanghai. But he thinks his inference is reasonable. So feeling guilty about Qinglong is a good line of attack. When Fong Tang thought of this, he immediately changed his original plan. He walked to the nearby green bushes and found a kind of weed that was rare in the city. He dug out the roots, cleaned the mud, divided it into small pieces, then stuffed it into his pocket and rubbed it vigorously through his clothes. He stopped only after the rhizomes that he kept rubbing shriveled up and his pockets were filled with rhizome juice. After waiting for the rhizome sap in his pocket to dry up and the rhizome pieces to dry, he walked directly to the hotel door. At this time, not only the paparazzi guarding the place, but also the group of people near the nanny car also paid attention. Because there was almost no one in front of the Chang'an Hotel, and it had been cleared. The boy walking towards the hotel door looked so conspicuous. Fong Tang was also sweating. He needed a little luck now. Before he even got close to the door, he felt an icy chill. Chang'an Hotel has a more powerful security system. Although it cannot be seen or touched, it can be inferred that it is a particle defense system. The particles patrolling at an alarming speed are gathering rapidly and surrounding Fong Tang from all directions. The only good thing is that no clones of the White Queen, those pesky elves, were found. If Bai's clone appeared, Fong Tang would have no choice but to run away. There are currently 3 members of Shanghai who have actually seen Tang Zhu, namely Bai, Daji, and Yunk. I hope none of them are here. Fong Tang's steps were reckless, his head forward, with a naive look, and he shouted not far from the door, "I'm here to see Uncle Winston. Open the door quickly." With a bang, he fell to the smooth ground. The crowd jeered from behind. The next moment, the ground in front of Chang'an Hotel suddenly disappeared. The laughter suddenly stopped. After the hotel's defense system was activated, the entire hotel seemed to disappear under the projection of virtual light and shadow. The place became blank. The crowd exclaimed. In an instant, the hotel returned to its original state, as if it was just an illusion. Except that the stunned teenager was gone. Inside the gate of Chang'an Hotel, on a square floor, Fong Tang's body was locked invisibly. Struggling and shouting, Winston appeared wearing glasses and looked at him. "Boy, who are you?" Fong Tang struggled desperately and shook his head recklessly. "Let me go." "Who the hell are you?" "I'm the manager here." Winston frowned. He didn't know why he'd brought this kid in. Maybe it's because of his eyebrows? Very much like a deceased friend. Fong Tang shouted, "You are Uncle Winston, aren't you?" Uncle Qinglong said that there is only one manager here, and that is Uncle Winston. "Who are you talking about?" Winston's eyes trembled, but he regained his composure. "I don't know any Qinglong." He was a little unsure of the current situation. Unfortunately, all the top leaders of the Shanghai Guild are gone, and even the elves of President Bai Tang have been summoned away. It is said that the president has adopted a new god sister named Xia Yuming, who is now responsible for all major departments of the guild. The senior management went to congratulate him. Fong Tang was still struggling. Uncle Qinglong said, "You are a good person. Why did you come up and arrest me?" Winston walked over slowly with a ferocious expression. "Qinglong doesn't have any relatives. You are not well prepared for intelligence. Pretending to be Qinglong's relatives is the greatest insult to him." He turned around directly and ordered to the security system particles, "Burn this kid into ashes and flush him to the sewer." Fong Tang looked at his back and shouted, "Uncle Winston, why don't you recognize me? Is it true that Uncle Qinglong said that the devil worms ate your brain? I worked hard to come to you. Winston shuddered and turned his head sharply, quickly stopping the security system. The manager of Chang'an Hotel was extremely excited. He was once implanted with demonic insects in his nervous system by the president. This was an absolute secret, and was only told to his confidant Qinglong. But? Winston's eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth.
Qinglong. How could he tell you this secret?
Fong Tang reached out and pinched his trouser pocket.
Uncle Qinglong asked me to find a herb in the mountains to help you get rid of insects. I managed to get a few pieces before I came here this time.
The trouser pockets were opened, revealing spots stained with root juice. A few pieces of dry roots also fell down. Winston stared blankly. The young man must have walked with the herb for a long time, and even the roots were stuck in his pocket. It turns out that Brother Qinglong, you have been thinking about the demonic insect on my body. Winston's heart was filled with heat, thinking of his dead brother. His nose felt sore for a moment. He flicked his fingers, and Fong Tang was finally freed from the restraints, but immediately lay on the ground and picked up the herbs. Piece by piece, the young man held the herb blankly, lowering his head and blowing on the non-existent sediment on it. Winston sighed.
Follow me. That herb. Forget it. Although it's useless, Uncle will remember this love.
Fong Tang followed him towards the office in the hall. Winston asked gently,
Child, where did you come from? Qinglong never said that he had a nephew.
Fong Tang chuckled and replied stupidly,
I'm not his nephew. My father studied martial arts with Uncle Qinglong's father. Later, something happened at home and Uncle Qinglong left. I heard they were playing some games. My dad often said that Uncle Qinglong is a big shot.
What about your father and his father? Winston shook his head when he heard it. Qinglong has been with him for many years, but rarely mentions his family affairs. Winston only knows that he comes from a martial arts family, and he became a player after something happened at home. After listening to this young man's words, he learned about some of Qinglong's family affairs, and felt sad again. Sitting in the office, Fong Tang devoured the barbecue, his mouth full.
It's delicious. It smells so good. It's better than KFC.
Winston looked at him gently.
Oh, I also know about KFC.
Fong Tang wiped his mouth directly with his sleeve.
Uncle, I am not a rural boy who has never seen the world. I have also worked out.
He grabbed a piece of beef with his hand.
Uncle, I heard that there are many powerful masters in the hotel. Uncle Qinglong told me that there is a sister who is covered in bandages and can cast spells. And there is also a beautiful woman who can cast spells.
Laser!
Winston was in a daze. He must be talking about the former security guards Suzaku and Baihu. It seems that Qinglong has a very close relationship with the child. And what he was talking about happened a long time ago. The old friend has passed away. But those memories seem like yesterday. Winston's last suspicion about the young man was gone. He stood up and took out a black card and put it in front of the boy.
This is the Centurion card with no limit. You can use it as you like, and buy whatever you want.
Fong Tang looked at it stupidly.
Uncle, you are stupid. We have seen this credit card before. There is no unlimited limit.
Winston laughed lightly.
Since Uncle gave you this card, you don't need to worry about the limit and repayment.
Fong Tang stood up, wiped off the oil in his mouth, and gently pushed the card away. He looked determined.
No, I want to join the game, Uncle Qinglong said.
Chapter 534. Who is an old friend? For some, entering the Infinite Challenge game is a shortcut to success. If you have enough will and luck, infinite challenges will definitely change your destiny. But at this moment, when Winston looked at his old friend's nephew, he felt tired and sad from the bottom of his heart.
Don't worry, kid. What's your name? My name is Xiaolong.
Fong Tang said his name naively. Winston smiled and said in as soft a voice as possible,
Young dragon, there will be no good results if you participate in that game. Even if you can successfully pass a few levels, you will eventually be swallowed up by the increasingly terrifying game.
As if he felt that these words were too profound for a young man, he waved his hand gently.
In short, I will never allow you to enter the game. Take this card, find a quiet city, and live a good life.
Fong Tang stood upright, with his head forward and his neck stiffened. He looked like a stubborn donkey who wanted to rush forward without listening to anything. Winston sighed inwardly, knowing that he would soon be dissatisfied with this silly boy. He was also worried that if the child went out to find a way out on his own, he would definitely be tricked into a horrible place like a sanatorium that recruits new people randomly. Thinking about it, it is better to lock him in this hotel and rest assured No matter how stubborn the donkey is, it will be tamed one day. Winston patted Fong Tang on the back and said with a smile,
Forget it. It's good for you young people to have some ambition. Uncle, this hotel is short of manpower. You can help here before entering the game. And Uncle can also teach you some skills.
After comforting the young man to sit down, he brought some fruits and pastries over, unlocked the barrier of the hotel's security system, and added the young man to the temporary customer group. Winston finally warned,
Don't wander around. Don't leave the lobby. This is every floor above the hotel is strictly prohibited. Especially the top floor. Not even your uncle can go there casually.
Fong Tang nodded in agreement. Winston came out of the office and walked up and down the hall. After his excitement subsided, he gradually calmed down, silently looking in the direction of the office. Winston tapped his forehead with his fingers and slowly climbed up to the second floor. He stood in front of a door, particles invisible to the naked eye flying around him. The door opened, and a member of the data department appeared.
Manager Winston, if you have anything, you can contact us through the particle communicator.
Winston smiled softly.
I have something small this time, and I would like to ask the brothers in the data department for help. It is a private matter. So that's it. It's no problem. Please tell me.
Having said that, the people from the data department still stood at the door, blocking the room behind them. A metal ball appeared in Winston's hand.
There is a child in this recorder. I just took him to the hotel and placed him in the temporary customer group. I want to investigate his identity. The more details, the better.
The metal ball was caught and the door closed. Less than 30 seconds later, the door opened again. Winston took the metal ball, walked downstairs quickly, and stopped at the top of the stairs. He took a deep breath, turned on the security system, and the particles responsible for the lobby began to flow into the office. I can't explain the uneasy feeling. The timing of Xiaolong's child's arrival is too good. Although it sounds flawless, it only depends on a few words. Winston still felt uneasy.
If it's a counterfeit, then this kid is really awesome. Because I can't think of any flaws.
Winston thought to himself. The matter was so important that he had to go through this process. If it was appraised by the data department, then there would be absolutely no problem. The data in the full frequency recorder appears. Winston looked hastily.
Tang Xiaolong, a native of Sanzhou in northern Hunan, is the 7th generation descendant of the Tang-style Tai Chi sword. His father, Tang Zhonghai, and guild member Qin Long are brothers. He once studied the Qin Cheng School's dragon-shaped boxing at the Qinglong Martial Arts School. Winston breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, deep down in his heart, he hoped that the identity of this young man was true, so that his old friend Qin Long would have a legacy. From this moment on, he was determined to compensate the young man for everything he owed Qin Long. While he was enjoying himself, a particle vibrated in his ear. Winston let out a sigh and hurriedly connected to the cochlear-implanted prosthetic communicator. Daji's voice came. Mr. Winston, please ask Zheng Yang to wait for me at the hotel. I will see her in person.
Winston frowned.
Miss Daji, please forgive me, but this is unnecessary. It is best not to let ordinary humans enter the hotel. This will be very troublesome.
Daji smiled gently.
This is what the president meant.
Winston's heart trembled, and he quickly changed his words.
I understand.
He walked quickly to the gate, and the security system was modified again, adding Zheng Yang as a temporary customer. At this time, Fong Tang finally found an opportunity and slipped out of the office. He didn't know how dangerous he was just now, but he felt that this plan went very smoothly. So, how to get upstairs? He clamped his legs together as if he wanted to go to the toilet. After turning out of the hall, he came to a black door. It's strange. When I was in the hotel before, I never noticed that there was such a room behind the lobby. Looks like a warehouse. While Fong Tang was looking at it, the door of the warehouse suddenly opened, and an ordinary woman in her 20s walked out carrying a metal box. Fong Tang chuckled.
Sister, where is the toilet?
Without even looking at him, the woman put down the metal box and opened it. Small disc-shaped machines appeared, rolling along the ground and flying up. This is a cleaning robot. Very smart. They were all a bit scary. And the corridor outside the warehouse was cleaned spotlessly in an instant. Fong Tang pretended to be shocked.
It's amazing.
The woman then raised her head, pursed her lips and smiled, and suddenly said,
Stop pretending. Come with me.
Turning around, she waved and entered the dark warehouse. Fong Tang's heart almost stopped beating. What does she mean? She said, Stop pretending. Did you discover my identity? This is impossible. Even the cunning and experienced Winston has been deceived.
Tang! If you don't come in, you will be scanned by the particles. Then your abnormal behavior will go directly to the data department analysis desk. And then I will no longer be able to help you with your lies.
Hearing this, Fong Tang did not dare to hesitate and quickly entered the warehouse. The door closes, and the lights turn on automatically. This turned out to be a storage room. The rows of shelves were covered with dust and had not been cleaned. Fong Tang felt the energy filling his body. All the beef he had just eaten was amplified by the fungus owner. He silently touched an iron nail on the shelf and hid it in the palm of his hand. The woman with her back to him hummed a tune and turned her head.
Put down that nail. That is the Death Sea nail that once locked Lady Medusa in Atlantis. There might be Medusa's poison on it.
Fong Tang still tightened his grip.
Who are you? I'm going to find Uncle Winston.
The woman with an ordinary appearance and an ordinary body smiled and said,
You are still pretending here. Your uncle went to the data department 5 minutes ago and asked the data department to check your details.
Fong Tang broke into a cold sweat behind his back. But now that I am still safe in the hotel, I must have successfully weathered the storm. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed.
So, you helped me? Yes.
The woman smiled charmingly.
I modified some of the data, forged your identity, and sent it to the Shanghai Guild's warehouse airship. The database there is composed of a copy of the White Queen. Huh? You should know that I want a risk.
This is not a matter of risk. He even forged his own identity data under the eyes of the White Queen's clone. There is only one person in the world today who can do this, and is very familiar with him. Fong Tang was shocked in his heart. He took a step forward and shouted,
Sister Fong Lizzie.
Chapter 535 Life and Death. This ordinary-looking woman stood opposite, smiling in the changing darkness and light. She also became happy.
You have a conscience and haven't forgotten me. Sister.
Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief.
I know, sister, that you have left the far north. I knew it last time when I saw Spider Silk at Moji High School. I just didn't expect you to be so bold and hide in this Chang'an hotel. Finling's right, I is still full of charm. Even if she looks like an ordinary person, that temperament will not change. She hissed.
My current identity is a minion of the Shanghai Logistics Department. You come here first.
Fong Tang approached her. The woman slowly turned around and exposed her neck.
Did you see it?
Fong Tang saw the chip on the back of her neck. It was a blood-red spider. This is the core spirit. And it is the kind of core spirit that is at the Kunlun Apostle level.
Sister, what do you want me to do? There's a gift from me inside.
Fong Tang followed her prompts and gently tapped it with his finger. The blood-red spider seemed to come alive. And a thread of spider silk spurted out and wrapped around Fong Tang's fingers. The spider silk rotated and followed his fingers all the way up, starting with his palms, arms, and finally half of his body. Fong Tang breathed rapidly.
Sister, stop playing. Are you going to eat me? Oh, yes. I want to eat you now. I am a female spider, and I like to eat young meat.
Fong Lizzie blinked her right eye. The spider silk had completely wrapped Fong Tang, leaving only his head exposed. Fong Lizzie hummed a ditty again, but the nail on her right index finger turned red. The nails turned into sharp hooks and slowly touched Fong Tang's left eye. Fong Tang was shocked.
Sister, stop joking.
Fong Lizzie leaned over and kissed him on the lips.
Little guy, don't worry. I won't hurt you.
The hook penetrated and hooked Fong Tang's left eyeball out. Strangely, Fong Tang didn't feel any pain. The blood-red spider threads had penetrated the skin of his face and spread out from his optic nerve. This blood-red spider thread replaced the optic nerve, took over the nerve structure of his left eye, and then slowly connected to his brain. The fungus owner in Fong Tang's body began to look at him with eager eyes, but seemed to be suppressed by some strange energy. He retreated in fear, and finally left the eye tissue far away. Fong Lizzie raised the scarlet hook of her index finger and hooked her left eyeball without hesitation. This is a star-like eyeball, with a silver-gray internal structure and an exterior covered with purple-gold fine lines. The two veins, silver-gray and purple-gold, are constantly flowing. Fong Lizzie connected the Millennium Eye, also known as the Eye of the Star, to Fong Tang's spider silk optic nerve and gently pushed it into his left eye socket. The spider silk on his body continued to spread, completely wrapping Fong Tang like a spider cocoon. After an unknown amount of time, the spider cocoon turned into a hard egg L. The top of the egg, L, began to break, and Fong Tang stuck his head out with difficulty and slowly climbed out. All his clothes had disappeared, and he was lying naked on the ground. He saw Fong Lizzie leaning tiredly on the shelf. as if she was too weak to even move.
Sister. You.
Fong Tang blinked his left eye and reached out to touch it. Fong Lizzie coughed violently.
You can't use this eyeball for the time being. In fact, I can return it to its original owner. This eye pupil comes from the asteroid belt. I once promised by Yujing's Tang Dynasty City Lord.
Her voice gradually became deeper, and her body became stiffer.
Fong Tang was so confused that he rushed over and picked her up.
Sister Fong Lizzie. You can't die like this. I would rather not have this ghost thing.
Fong Ling seemed to have aged dozens of years. Her hair had turned gray. Her face was covered with wrinkles. And her body had shrunk. Her eyes closed and her breathing stopped. Fong Tang felt sad. And tears rolled down her body. The Spider Queen? Such a lovely big sister. Died? He couldn't accept this reality. He thought of something, and reached out to touch the back of Fong Lizzie's neck. The blood spider core spirit is also missing. Fong Tang's heart went blank. In a daze, a blood-red light flashed behind him. A little scarlet spider was hanging on the shelf, seeming to be observing him. When the tears in Fong Tang's right eye could no longer stop, and tears began to appear around the star pupil in the newly implanted left eye. A sigh came from behind. Fong Tang turned his head. With tears in his eyes, he saw the extremely gorgeous skirt. It was a scarlet-colored floor-length skirt with pleats and strange patterns. Fong Tang raised his head in disbelief. The woman was right behind her. Fong Lizzie flicked her finger on his forehead.
Are you copying the information from Baidu Encyclopedia? It's really funny.
Fong Tang chuckled.
Am I a little too entangled?
Fong Lizzie shook her head.
First of all, this star pupil cannot be defined as a planet. Of course, it is not a star. It is a celestial body that humans have not yet come into contact with. So there is no definition. In terms of mass, humans have the description of planets is limited by rudimentary knowledge, which only takes into account the material composition, but does not take into account the quality of information data.
Fong Tang was shocked.
There is a lot of data in my left eye? Not just a lot, but all the knowledge and information that has reached a highly advanced civilization level. It may not have a large enough material composition, but the information data it contains is comparable to 10 Earth civilizations.
Fong Lizzie has been studying this star eye for many years, but she has not really peeked into the secrets inside. So she gave up long ago. Fong Tang no longer hesitated and asked about
by Yujing's Tang City Lord.
Again, Fong Lizzie tilted her head and looked at him.
I don't mean to show off, but I really can't say it now. If you know some things too early, you will be in greater danger. You just need to understand one thing.
She looked serious.
Your life experience has nothing to do with Shauna. Those memories of the far north that you never forget are all other people's.
Those memories that I have been struggling with since the underground sea level. Fong Tang had long suspected that there were other possibilities, but he never had a chance to verify. Now that Fong Lizzie finally revealed the bitter truth, he was confused for a moment and asked in a low voice.
Did the memory with Shauna actually come from the chip?
Fong Lizzie nodded.
Chu Jioga. He has always had a strange brotherly feeling towards you, which I really don't understand. He even bothered about such a small thing as Suya playing with your feelings back then.
Fong Tang was speechless for a moment. Fong Lizzie continued to tell the truth behind the scenes.
Suya was tortured to death by Chu Jioga. He just wanted Suya, who had always looked down on you, to kneel on the ground and beg you. So he arranged the script for that night.
Finally, Suya came to the rental house and begged Fong Tang. At that moment, all her pride disappeared. She was helpless and sad. But this was not the result Fong Tang wanted. Fong Lizzie sighed.
Now you should understand that the chip on Suya's neck is the chip that Chu Jioga used in the early days. The Skylark was transplanted into you. So Chu Jioga's childhood memories were transferred to your mind middle.
This truth is really cruel. The massacre in the far north. The encounter with Xia Na when they were young. The life of bonding that made Fong Tang and Xia Na promise each other true love turned out to be Chu Jioga's. What an irony. It still lives in Shijio's memory. Fong Lizzie looked at him sympathetically.
When you met Shauna in the novice level game, that memory was activated. When you reached the underwater level, the memory began to be seriously affected. So you mistakenly thought that your life experience was entangled with Shauna.
She was silent for a moment, and then continued in a low voice.
As the commander of Infinite Wings and the Humanoid Weapons Army, Shauna not only inherited a title, but also was designated as Chu Jioga's fiancée after the Far North incident.
Fong Tang snorted.
That's why the giant spirit suddenly appeared that day, carrying Dong Huang's instructions, and warning me not to approach Shauna.
Fong Lizzie sighed.
Chu Jioga is the most important thing to the Eastern Emperor. A clone and a puppet. He is considered inferior to one person in the Hongming pantheon. Many people are secretly envious of getting a fiancé like Infinite Wings. Fong Tang remembered the day he reunited with Xu Jiu at Feng Ziguan. Xu Jiuga's voice seemed to ring in his ears again. I have a girlfriend. But that woman is poisonous, and it's a family engagement. It turns out that the girlfriend he was talking about was Shauna. So, I cheated on my best brother? The plot of any novel would never be so bloody. Fong Tang leaned on Feng Lizhi.
Why did you tell me now?
Because you are free. The White Queen has given up her plan to imprison you, and only keeps your body.
Fong Tang sneered.
Looking back, all my good luck in the game was for Bai. Hey, no wonder those worldly experts joined me as soon as I established the Shanghai Guild. Xu Jiuga.
Little fox. Feng Lizhi added.
That fox is the president of Lei Zhe Guild. She is not a monster. But like Dong Wang, she has countless forms.
Fong Tang smiled bitterly.
They all gathered for Bai. The Shanghai Guild has been the foundation laid by Queen Bai for herself from the beginning.
Feng Lizhi held up his face.
Fool! You are stronger than anyone else. Even I don't know your life experience. But you are definitely not an ordinary person. You know, the Lord of Tang City and Bai Yujing is willing to give up his life for you. Everything.
Fong Tang stood up calmly.
Now I just want to become stronger. I can't watch my body being used in vain. Do those things in my name?
Is he still clinging to that body? Feng Lizhi stopped persuading and stood up gracefully. An old-fashioned CD player appeared in her palm. She said softly.
Well, I may need your help with something.
Fong Tang looked at the CD player.
Sister, you are so polite. No matter what it is, no matter how difficult it is, I will help you complete it. As long as I can do it.
The promises he made must be fulfilled. Feng Lizhi chuckled, put down the CD player, and pointed at the photo sticker on it.
Actually, it's for this child.
The photo posted on the CD player showed a girl holding a little boy of about 10 years old in her arms. This kind of mugshot taken many years ago has been so worn that the two of them can no longer be clearly seen.
This child is Yang Tuchi, the current mouse. The girl next to her is his sister.
Feng Lizhi said softly. Fong Tang was shocked. Could it be that Feng Lizhi is Mouse's sister? No wonder the Spider Queen cares so much about Yang Tuchi. But Feng Lizhi immediately overturned his speculation. The Spider Queen looked at the girl in the photo with a complicated expression.
Yang Tuchi's sister was the first human being I eaten. At that time, I was covered in bruises. After leaving Lei Zhe, I urgently needed energy to restore my human form. So I have no choice but to eat that girl. When I recovered, I discovered that her young brother was hidden under the quilt under the girl.
Feng Lizhi showed a hint of sadness when she said this.
I have never felt that way. And the Spider Queen should not have any fluctuations due to this. But somehow, I did not kill the boy, and even erased his memory. Take him away. I gave the child to the previous generation mouse in Zwan, hoping that he could help choose a good family to adopt. Who knew that little mouse in Zwan actually trained Yang Tuchi as his successor? I get angry just thinking about it.
This experience had a great impact on the Spider Queen. And Fong Tang could feel it. If Eye of the Stars is Feng Lizhi's physical burden, then Yang Tuchi's sister is Feng Lizhi's mental burden. Now that the Spider Queen is free of star eyes, only Yang Tuchi is left with the emotional baggage.
Oh, if you can help me kill this kid, maybe I will be completely freed.
Feng Lizhi suddenly said. Fong Tang lowered his head and began to think seriously. Feng Lizhi slapped him funny.
You're just kidding. You look so scary and serious. Well, you don't really want to do anything to Yang Tuchi. Do you?
Fong Tang shook his head.
I was wondering whether I should tell the mouse the truth. He is not you. He can't bear it.
Feng Lizhi turned her back and said coldly.
If he wants to avenge his sister, he will only die in my hands.
The mouse is also living a false life. Feng Lizhi soon regained her elegant style. A section of spider silk rolled up under her long skirt and woven into a large web in the warehouse. She said softly.
Don't think about those boring things. There are many good things in this warehouse. You have to take a look at this.
Chapter 537 Mermaid Tears. Under Feng Lizhi's spider web, some strange light spots began to gather. Those seemed to be some kind of particles. And they seemed like strange energy extracted from the air.
These are events that once happened in the warehouse. Because this warehouse is very special.
What happened in the past will leave energy residues. I found a piece of information with the largest energy fluctuations.
Feng Lizhi explained in a low voice. The light and shadow under the spider silk gradually became clear. Fong Tang suddenly saw a familiar figure.
Hey, isn't that Manager Winston?
I don't know when it happened. At that time, Winston was looking for something in the warehouse, and finally found an ancient scroll in a pile of dust. It was a thin parchment scroll lying in a tattered wooden box. Feng Lizzie and Fong Tang observed together. Suddenly, the clear light and shadow began to distort, becoming blurry as they changed. Feng Lizzie let out a sigh, turned around and stopped watching.
We both observe the results that affect the data energy at the same time. There may be various parallel branches. You have to distinguish them carefully.
What Feng Lizzie said was too profound. But Fong Tang read popular science articles on the phenomenon of quantum entanglement when he was in college, and he vaguely understood it. The events in the light and shadow indeed branched out. Winston seemed to have opened the scroll. Or not. Light and shadow are entangled. When the branch line that Winston did not open the scroll slowly formed, endless data suddenly appeared in Fong Tang's left eye. Winston did not open the scroll, and Coco and Mara did not enter the hotel that night. The result was that Fong Tang did not enter the wind pass at the critical time. And the final result of the incident was, everything disappears? Fong Tang was shocked by this data. What he saw was a void. A belt of asteroids slamming into Mars, creating more debris, which then clashed and changed between the gravity of the Sun and Jupiter. An indescribable light appeared before his eyes. A new sun is born. Jupiter turned into a new star under the impact of debris. Between the two stars, the fate of the Earth can be imagined. When the incident ended, Fong Tang was shocked and his eyes were dazed. He continued to observe. In the light and shadow, Winston blew the dust off the wooden box and opened it this time. On the thin parchment scroll are ancient Latin words, Atlantis Protocol Number 9. King and Queen. Major hotels in all gaming areas around the world. 1 permanent room will be reserved. In the light and shadow, Winston said something to Qilong, looking very excited. After Qilong went out, Winston lowered his head and continued to look at the parchment. He found a tear on the back of the parchment scroll. As an observer, Fong Tang could clearly see the blood stains at the break. And on the back of the broken scroll, a strange seal appeared.
Don't move rashly.
This is the sealing word. Winston hesitated in the light and shadow, then reached out and opened the seal. Countless line-like runes suddenly appeared. Lines and line segments formed the familiar yin and yang yao, and then rearranged themselves. Before the Bagua runes were completely transformed, Fong Tang translated them. The complete text is so shocking. Letter 2, Cain in the Temple of Solomon. Chu in the Hongming Temples. The Dragon King of the Seven Seas. The Tang Dynasty in the White Jade capital of Kunlun. The King and Queen of Atlantis. The place of the Sword Tomb. These traitors must all be hanged, in order to welcome the resurrection of the Great White Queen and the return of the mountains and seas. The Eastern Emperor reached this Number 9 agreement with all the kings in the ruins of Kunlun. Please ensure that agreement number 9 proceeds smoothly. By Yujing on Kunlun Mountain. Dragon Temple among the Seven Seas. These top guilds in the ancient times of the game were actually called traitors. Fong Tang's brain was buzzing. He was still in shock when a cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared from the parchment in the light and shadow. The scroll began to self-destruct because the seal was broken. Transparent tear-like liquid fell on Winston's hand. He shook his hand and screamed in pain. Winston's lips opened and closed, and his whole body trembled. Fong Tang frantically entered the 3rd level of meditation. He needed extreme concentration to distinguish Winston's lips in the blurry light and shadow. What is Winston saying? The smell of mermaid tears?
In the light and shadow, Winston's hands were corroded out of his skeleton in the so-called mermaid tears. He climbed out desperately, and the incident completely disappeared. Feng Lizzie turned around slowly.
How about it? What did you see?
Fong Tang was completely exhausted. All the energy he had taken into his body had been consumed, and 2/3 of the fungus owner was dead. Now he was so hungry that his heart was pressed against his back, fighting back his hunger. He described in detail the events he had just witnessed. Feng Lizzie seemed to have deliberately ignored the important event of agreement number 9 and only asked,
Are you sure Winston is talking about mermaid tears?
Fong Tang thought about it for a moment.
I'm absolutely sure that he spoke Chinese. I couldn't misread it when I was concentrating. The words on his lips were mermaid tears.
There was confusion on Fengling's face.
This is wrong. Very wrong. Sister, what's wrong with this? The Dragon King of the Seven Seas and the King and Queen of Atlantis appear on the scroll. Since it comes from the sea, it is normal for poisonous things like mermaid tears to appear. A highly poisonous thing?
Feng Lizzie chuckled.
That's the problem. Mermaid's tears are not a highly poisonous thing. But it is a great tonic treasure for humans.
She frowned.
If the mermaid is regarded as a mutant creature like Medusa, then the mermaid's tears can be said to be a rare and beautiful thing among mutant creatures. It is said that those tears can be turned into pearls, and there is resurrection inside the special substance of the cell. It doesn't make sense. Winston was actually corrupted by the mermaid's tears.
Fong Tang's heart tightened.
Sister, are you implying that Manager Winston is not a human being?
Fong Lizi's eyes flashed.
It's not that simple. Let's assume that Winston is a robot or other creature. No matter what the composition is, it cannot be corrupted by the tears of the mermaid, unless he is a legendary demon.
Do demons really exist? Fong Tang didn't believe it. Fong Lizi lowered her head and thought about something.
Even Lei Zai's little fox has taken mermaid tears. As long as it is a living body with human genes, it will be enhanced by mermaid tears rather than damaged.
She looked at Fong Tang.
Do you know how strange this is? All the beings I know, including my sister, humanoid weapons, and even beings like the White Queen, all have human genes to some extent. I have never heard of it. There are other forms of life that are completely different from human beings.
Fong Ling has been struggling with this matter. Fong Tang was more concerned about the
Number 9 agreement. Sister, how much do you know about Protocol Number 9?
Fong Lizi blinked.
What did you say? Don't pretend to be stupid. Protocol Number 9 is to resurrect the White Queen. What happened before? Was the White Queen ever destroyed?
Fong Ling sighed.
Yes.
Fong Tang's eyes flashed.
Was it destroyed by the Solomon Temple, the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, by Yujing and the Masters of the Temples? Yes. That's strange. Not to mention other guilds. The Eastern Emperor of the Temple of Gods was the initiator of the agreement to save the White Queen. This is very contradictory.
Fong Lizi smiled.
Because the one who joined forces to destroy the White Queen was the former president of the Hongming Temple, Mr. Chu. The Eastern Emperor was just his disciple at the time.
Fong Tang understood a little bit. Fong Lizi seemed to have something to hide. But she continued.
You should have thought about it. Later, Solomon's temple was killed overnight. Hongming temples changed their bosses. And the Dragon King of the Seven Seas and Bai Yujing were even worse. They directly exterminated their clans and massacred the city. The sword, Tsukasa, was forced to hide from the world. And Atlantis became the unworthy world serpent.
Fong Tang interrupted her.
Cain is still alive. Oh, actually it's not just Cain. Among the people who participated in the destruction of the White Queen, Xiao Sanxue from the Sword Tomb also survived.
Xiao Sanxue from Sword Tomb. A flash of light flashed in Fong Tang's mind. And he remembered the man with the knife in Xia Yimeng's memory. It can't be such a coincidence.
Right? Sister, do you know what's going on with Xia Yimeng? I always feel that she doesn't look like an ordinary superpower. Brother, you have too many questions.
Fong Lizi pursed her red lips.
Also, agreement number 9 is not as simple as you think. It seems that the Eastern Emperor Tai is loyal to the White Empress. But in fact,
she lowered her voice.
Actually, the White Queen is very jealous of Dongwang, and she feels a little afraid of Dongwang. This is unlikely. Right.
Fong Lizi didn't answer, and suddenly frowned and looked outside the warehouse.
Daji is back. We have to leave here quickly. She may be here soon.
Chapter 538 Sheep and Tiger's Den. Before Fong Tang walked out of the warehouse, he realized that he was still naked. Fong Lizi covered her mouth and chuckled, making him cover the space between his legs in embarrassment. The Spider Queen's nails touched his chest, and a ball of black and white tangled spider silk changed and turned into a dot. It looked like a mole on his chest. Fong Tang subconsciously reached out and touched it. The spider silk in the black spot began to pop out. The extracted spider silk was fine, soft, and full of toughness. These spider threads were woven quickly, and a white shirt appeared on the upper body and black trousers on the lower body. Fong Tang was overjoyed.
Sister, this thing is good.
Clothing made of spider silk is soft, smooth and close-fitting. The Spider Queen snapped the nail of her little finger. The scarlet nails spread out and fell on Fong Tang. These horny fragments combined to form buttons. The scarlet buttons gave Fong Tang's clothes an evil vibe. After finishing all this, Fong Lizi said tiredly,
You can wear this suit and put it back on your chest at any time. In the Chang'an Hotel, even the defensive particles of the data department will not break through my spider silk. There is only one. If the White Queen is back, you'd better run away.
You can't appear in the hotel with Shiro at the same time. Fong Tang asked hurriedly.
Where is Bai's clone? Well, we can't guarantee this. If we didn't deliberately track you down, We should be able to hide it.
Fong Lizzie took a breath and entangled her fingers.
Wait a minute. I still have to help you deal with the aftermath.
She reset a modified set of data to the hotel server.
By the way, do you know Tai Chi's sword?
Fong Lizzie asked. Fong Tang nodded immediately.
What about the legendary dragon-shaped fist of the Qinsheng sect?
Fong Tang frowned.
Most of the Chinese martial arts in reality are just fancy. Long Xingqun is said to be the martial arts of the Qinsheng school, but it was actually founded by an old man who was doing martial arts in Songzhou in the late Qin dynasty. It has a nice name, but is useless in actual combat.
Fong Lizzie rolled her eyes.
No matter what, when you appear as Tang Xiaolong, you can only use these two martial arts, regardless of whether they are useful or not.
The two quietly left together. When Fong Tang turned around the hall, Sister Fong Lizzie disappeared. He didn't know where she went. But Fong Tang felt calm and relieved. He knew that the Spider Queen was nearby and would definitely help him secretly. Facing them, a worried Winston appeared. When he saw this, nephew, he couldn't help but be shocked.
What's wrong with your clothes?
Before Fong Tang could explain, Winston had already entered the database instantly.
Number 1326. From the warehouse. Spider Queen Fong Lizzie's items were given to Bai Yujing as a gift and are kept here. They have not been sealed and are considered safe items.
Seeing this data, beads of sweat appeared on Winston's forehead.
Take it off quickly and return it to the warehouse.
He stamped his feet and shouted. Fong Tang stood there dumbly, because he saw Dodgy appearing silently behind Winston.
Uncle, there is someone behind you.
Fong Tang instantly entered the state of Tang Xiaolong. Sweating and staring at the beautiful Dodgy, Winston turned around stiffly, backed away subconsciously, and bowed with a pale face.
This child is ignorant. Miss Dodgy, please.
Dodgy wore a denim outfit, took off her mask, ignored Winston, and walked towards Fong Tang.
Temporary customer team. Your name is Tang Xiaolong? Are you Qinglong's nephew?
Fong Tang nodded stupidly. He felt that his performance seemed a bit too much. So he put away his pig brother appearance and cleverly put on his face a bit of shyness that he had never seen in the world. Dodgy suddenly chuckled.
Not bad. He's quite handsome.
Then she turned around and helped Winston up.
Uncle Manager, you are so scared. The things in the warehouse are also there. This kid is lucky and got a set of Spider Queen's works. I think it fits well. Winston's heart became more and more frightened. He wouldn't be worried if Dodgy had a cold face. Instead, he was smiling and talking like this. He didn't know what she was playing. Dodgy smiled slightly.
This kid is really honest. Since he is Qinglong's nephew, we can't waste it. I happen to be short of an assistant.
Before he finished speaking, Winston coughed and said tactfully,
Miss Dodgy, this is inappropriate. The assistant around you must be smarter. How can you let this silly boy do anything? He can only do bad things.
Dodgy was non-committal.
That's fine. But it's really a waste of him doing odd jobs in the hotel.
She walked to the warehouse seductively. Winston looked at Fong Tang and sighed, patting his head.
Go ahead and be smart. There is a woman coming to the hotel. She is in the lounge on the first floor. This woman is very arrogant. Go and ask her what she needs.
Fong Tang's mind suddenly turned around. The woman who came in at this time? Could it be that Zheng Yang? In the warehouse. Dodgy appeared with a small bottle in her hand. There are two pearl-like liquids in the transparent bottle. Seeing the bottle, especially the pearls inside, Winston's eyes changed, and he quickly backed away. Dodgy covered her mouth and chuckled.
Uncle Manager, are mermaid tears so scary?
Winston lowered his head.
The spit out of the fish's eyes looks disgusting.
Dodgy held a vial and seemed unhappy.
That's right. Huh? I'm going to take advantage of Zheng Yang.
The crystal bottle changed in her palm. The body of the bottle turned blue-black, and a bright moon pattern appeared on the wall of the bottle. Winston was shocked.
Miss Dodgy, are these the tears of a mermaid on a full moon night? Or are they the tears of an underage mermaid?
Dodgy nodded. Winston thought of something, and his face suddenly changed.
Is this what the president means?
Dodgy smiled seductively and said in a serious tone,
What's the matter? Do you always want to eat braised mermaid?
Winston felt a chill as he watched the terrible Sister 0-1 leave. Is this sister mentally distorted because of what she experienced back then? In the lounge on the first floor, Fong Tang was kicked out as soon as he entered. Zheng Yang, who had taken off her coat and was rubbing skin cream on her legs, screamed,
Get out! Get out! What kind of hotel is this? You, a waiter, don't even know how to knock on the door?
Fong Tang glanced at her tempting legs and withdrew gently. Of course, normal people know to knock on the door. But as the stupid young man, Tang Xiaolong, it is normal behavior not to knock on the door at this moment. Fong Tang always remembers his identity and ensures that his acting skills are up to standard in every detail. Knocking on the door in confusion. Zheng Yang's voice in the room changed and became strangely gentle. No. I need to take a rest. Thank you. Oh. She also started performing. She finally remembered her status as a big star. Fong Tang's heart moved, and he took out his mobile phone outside and made a clicking sound. Zheng Yang in the room coughed. Well, wait. You better come in. Fong Tang entered the room with his mobile phone and deliberately lowered his head to fiddle with it. Zheng Yang stretched her legs. Little handsome guy. My phone is out of battery. Can you use yours? Well, I was probably afraid that I had just filmed the scene of her going crazy. For a public figure, that kind of video is very troublesome. Fong Tang smiled stupidly. Mom said you can't lend your phone to others casually. I'll charge it for you. Zheng Yang looked at this stupid boy and felt itchy with hatred. It's just that I'd lost control of my emotions. What's even more unlucky is that my agent and assistant are outside. So I am alone in the tiger's den. She remembered the strange legend about this Chang'an hotel again, and became frightened for a moment, barely maintaining her temperament. With her feet elegantly mounted on high heels, Zheng Yang stretched her body, walked around the boy, and pretended to drink water. Then she crouched forward, stretched out her hand, and grabbed the phone. Chapter 539 Dragon Claw Hand. Zheng Yang decided that this kid was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, and secretly filmed her own ugly appearance. So she was prepared to do something hard. Before she came, she took precautions against being secretly photographed, and also checked the situation in the room. But she didn't expect that she was accidentally plotted by a stupid boy. Seeing this beautiful star rushing over, Fong Tang twisted his waist, turned his left hand into a fist, and hit her right chest hard. And his right hand turned into a dragon claw and pinched her chin hard, lifting her chin, twisting her neck, and pulling forward. Her knees easily lifted her arms. The index finger of his left hand touched her armpit continuously. Zheng Yang laughed strangely in pain and was in a state of embarrassment. In reality, the dragon-shaped fist of the Qingcheng school has many unreasonable moves and routines. But Fong Tang changed it on the fly and added the close combat technique of nerve isolation. Zheng Yang cried. Tears fell one by one. She didn't wear makeup, and her skin looked even better than in the photos and videos. At close range, Fong Tang found no traces of plastic surgery on her face, which was completely different from what was described in the gossip news. My eyelids are just a little swollen, and it looks like I stayed up too late. Her body was twisted like a little sheep on its back. Her crew neck shirt was pulled down, revealing her beautiful neck, looking down along her collarbone. It was much more interesting than expected. The collarbone was beautiful, but there were two shallow lines on it. Light bruises. Those are the traces left by the hanging wire. Fong Tang let go and apologized muffledly. I'm sorry. I struck too hard. Do you know who I am? Zheng Yang cried until she was out of breath. Fong Tang nodded. I grew up watching your TV series. You? Zheng Yang almost fainted from anger. I'm not that old. At this time, in the data department room on the second floor, Dodgy and Young stood outside the three-dimensional light and shadow, looking at the picture of the lounge transmitted by the particles. Everyone in the data department laughed miserably. This Tang Xiaolong is really good at dragon-shaped boxing. You see? This martial art is not all just showy. He has good actual combat ability. Everyone watched with great interest. Dodgy pouted. What a big star. Just like a child. Young kept frowning. Is this kid really Qinglong's nephew? The data department hurriedly sent over Tang Xiaolong's information. Young felt strange in his heart, always feeling that this boy was a bit familiar. Zoom in his face. Turn his body around. Let me see his butt. The members of the data department and Dodgy all turned their heads strangely, shocked by this strange request. Skylark looked serious. Hurry up. Tang Xiaolong's figure was enlarged and his face appeared clearly. Young coldly took out the full-frequency recorder. There is also a boy recorded here. Let's compare the physical data of the two. The details of the body shape and face are reduced to 8,900 point data. The data of the two teenagers are unfolded separately. 8,900 point data begin to be compared one by one. How similar is it? The data department concluded. 62% similarity. Dodgy raised her eyebrows. You won't doubt Tang Xiaolong and Tang Zhu. Skylark looked at the data and slowly relaxed. No, it's two people.
Dodgy smiled slightly.
But 62% overlapping similarity. Isn't there something wrong?
Skylark raised his head.
Uh-huh. What if the similarity is less than 60%? Why?
Skylark sighed.
Dodgy. Sometimes the data has to be looked at separately. Do you know how similar humans are naturally? Especially two teenagers of the same age?
A member of the data department stood up.
As long as they are teenagers of the same age and the same race.
If there is not much difference in fat content, the similarity must be more than 55%. Because we have many data points to compare. Without this similarity, it can be I suspect someone is deliberately making false claims.
If the similarity is too low, it is against scientific common sense. So it must be a lie. This is what it means to be clever, but misled by cleverness. The deputy leader of the data department asked,
Can we draw blood to check the DNA of two people? That cannot be concealed. Right?
Skylark still shook his head. I'm afraid only Dodgy here vaguely knows the true identity of
Tang Zhu.
So she is smiling.
Tang Zhu has no DNA.
Skylark then sighed.
After repeated analysis of Tang pig sweat, skin fragments, and hair obtained from the unmanned transport aircraft, Minister Sidney of the Ministry of Science confirmed that no DNA was found.
Dodgy turned around and said,
Don't worry about it. Anyway, this Tang Xiaolong has been booked by me.
Skylark chased after her.
Dodgy.
What do you mean? Dodgy turned her head and blinked.
I have arranged a good script, and it will be staged soon. If you want to watch it, just stay here and wait.
What script? Skylark had a very bad feeling in his heart. Dodgy came outside the lounge. She knocked gracefully on the door. In the room, Fong Tang was helping Zheng Yang wipe her tears. Zheng Yang reluctantly signed his shirt, and then took a photo with him while forcing a smile.
Boy, don't forget to use beauty. My eyes are swollen.
Zheng Yang shouted. Suddenly her body softened, and she fell into Fong Tang's arms. As if she had fainted. Fong Tang hugged her tightly, pretending that his hands were slipping, and threw the phone directly onto the sofa opposite. Zheng Yang, who was pretending to be dizzy, missed again. There is no problem with his acting skills. But he is unlucky, and this stupid boy just can't get his cell phone. Now it's better. Not only can't I delete the video of myself getting angry, but I've even lost the photo taken together. Etc. Zheng Yang looked down at her dress. She was wearing high heels. Her left stocking had fallen off quite a bit, and was rolled up under her short skirt. She was not wearing a jacket, and her crewneck shirt was staggered on her shoulders, revealing a hint of snowy skin. Oh my god! This is how I took a photo with this guy! Her eyes were red and swollen as if she had just woken up, and her long hair was messy as if she had just woken up and was still in a hotel room. Zheng Yang really wanted to faint this time. She could imagine the possible headlines.
A celebrity with the surname Z had a private meeting with Xiao Xianro in a hotel, and she woke up from a sexual dream in a disheveled state that was unsightly.
Once this news comes out, your acting career will be completely over. The knocking on the door was impatient. Then, there was a click, and Dodgy pushed the door open and entered. She screamed exaggeratedly and deliberately covered her eyes with her hands.
Sister Ying, I didn't see anything. You guys, keep going.
Dodgy's excellent acting skills turned around like a frightened deer. Zheng Yang reached out to comb her long hair and calmed down.
Stop pretending. Dodgy, this was arranged by you, right?
Dodgy turned her head.
Sister Ying, what are you talking about?
Zheng Yang glared at the young man.
You pretend to look alike. I really thought you were a stupid boy at first. It turns out you two are in the same group.
Fong Tang is very innocent, but he had to admit that he enjoyed everything that happened in the lounge just now. It's fun to tease this big star. Zheng Yang no longer panicked, but decided to show her cards.
Dodgy, do you know why I dared to come here to see you?
Chapter 540, Playing with Applause. Zheng Yang entered the hotel alone this time, and her attitude of attending a meeting alone was indeed very abnormal. As a star of her level, not to mention bringing a large army with her at all times, the three-piece set of agent, assistant, and bodyguard should be with her at all times. Fong Tang secretly speculated that this girl seemed to have a plan in mind and was confident that she could take down Dodgy. Could it be that she got a handle on Dodgy?
Dodgy sat opposite her, always maintaining a superior attitude.
To be honest, this TV series did not kick my sister away. It just changed her role. My sister is recognized as an actress in the circle, and she should know that sometimes the supporting roles are more outstanding than the protagonist.
Zheng Yang sneered.
It depends on whether the resources are skewed. If the director, screenwriter, and producer, the whole process revolves around you, then I will have to step aside even for the promotion. How can I be successful?
There was a hint of gloom in her eyes.
And my fans won't agree to me being a green leaf. Then there will be people who fish in troubled waters and make up some fake news that I'm out of date. That's completely negative information.
In a word, Zheng Yang doesn't want Daji to step on her shoulders to get the upper hand. Daji also tore off her disguise, stood up, and looked at Zheng Yang condescendingly.
You took the risk to come to my hotel alone to show off your cards. Because you think you have mastered my negative scandal?
Zheng Yang stood up unwillingly, stepped on her high heels, and tried to be as tall as her, shouting,
Yes.
Daji yawned out of boredom.
Take it out and let me see it.
Watching the two beauties fighting here, Fong Tang felt a little happy. This melon is delicious. Zheng Yang took out her mobile phone, opened a video, and showed her trump card. In the video, two girls hugging each other appeared. Fong Tang's eyes widened as soon as he looked over. The girl wearing only a white shirt in the picture is Daji, and the one who is very active and full of lust is Xie Qingming. This is impossible. At this time, Daji blinked.
I was talking to my best friend about what was on my mind. How could it be a scandal? Also, you are secretly filming this. It's illegal.
Zheng Yang bit her lip and spoke louder.
The woman you are with often goes to the Pink Lace Cat bar. That bar is a place for girls to make friends. I checked. The girl from Maxim High School is teacher Xia. Ha. Fortunately, she is not a man. Otherwise, she would be so romantic. And the girls around her would change almost every day.
Daji's breathing was a little rapid.
How did you get this video?
Only Fong Tang understood that what Daji cared about was not the content of the video, but the terrible fact that he was secretly filmed but did not notice it. Zheng Yang was wrong and became proud.
No comment. My request is very simple. You voluntarily quit the crew. Don't worry. I will help you introduce several projects, and the resources in the circle will also be allocated to you. As long as you learn to respect I am a senior.
Fong Tang sighed in his heart. Ying, you really messed with the wrong person this time. Daji walked forward slowly. Zheng Yang held the phone in her right hand and grabbed the bag on the sofa with her left hand.
What are you going to do? Let me tell you. This video has been copied by me.
Daji interrupted her.
You have made countless copies. Your agent and friends have a spare copy. You have also uploaded it to an encrypted cloud space. There is even a whole team ready to go. If you don't obey, the hype and trolls will launch in no time.
Zheng Yang stuttered a little.
You know. Just know.
Daji seemed to have lost her patience, stretched out her hand, and snapped her fingers.
Okay.
Zheng Yang was in a daze.
What's better? All the videos, no matter where you hid them, are now gone.
Zheng Yang sneered.
Who are you trying to scare? I'm not a fool,
she said, still looking down at her phone. Her expression suddenly changed. Entering his own cloud space again, his breathing became rapid. I tried desperately to call, but couldn't get through. But the strange thing is that I received more than 20 text messages in succession at this time. The contents of the text messages are mostly the same, including the manager, talking about the disappearance of the video. It's really magical. Zheng Yang stood there helplessly, fiddling with her phone pitifully. But Daji just snapped his fingers. For a moment, Miss Zheng even thought of the finger snap in the Avengers. She woke up, jumped up like a cat, and hid behind the sofa ridiculously. It wasn't as stupid as it seemed. At least she knew something was wrong now. Fong Tang saw the big star reaching out to pull his clothes, revealing a silver necklace on his snow-white chest, and shouting,
Go to Director Song from the investigation department. Do you hear me? Go find Director Song quickly and save me. Daji let her do what she wanted without any intention of stopping her. Fong Tang looked at the silver necklace and was speechless for a moment. Daji saw it all and chuckled.
That's an ordinary necklace. Your trick is effective against ordinary people. In front of me. It's simply too funny.
What Zheng Yang just imitated was a classic movie plot. She pretended that her necklace was a communication device and called out a name that seemed to scare the other party, thereby delaying time and even taking the initiative. Unfortunately, everyone in the room saw the flaw at a glance. In the particle-covered Chang'an Hotel, no instruments can work. Zheng Yang gritted her teeth, took out a small nail clipper from her bag, and held it up high.
I'm warning you. Director Song is my friend. She is in the investigation division. Does she know what the investigation division is? That is a special department of the Ministry of Public Security. Uh-huh. You must be scared. Director Song Wenlon?
Daji said calmly.
I'm sorry. I know that person too. She had no choice but to run away when she saw me.
Zheng Yang's voice trembled.
Believe it or not, Director Song led people to raid your dirty hotel after just one phone call.
Fong Tang looked at Zheng Daxing with great sympathy. The moment she decided to walk into the hotel, she was destined to be toyed with by Daji. I don't know how Daji wants to torment her. Fong Tang felt that this star was not bad at heart, but he couldn't bear it if he was ruined by torment. Zheng Yang, who was completely unaware at this time, grabbed her hair and began to taunt her.
I didn't even bring my manager's sister with me. I walked in here alone just to expose your true face. Daji, everyone on Earth knows that you are not at all what robot.
She poked her cute head with an obviously unnatural and vicious expression.
You want to rely on artificial intelligence to get to the top? You and the Qi Fong Consortium are exaggerating. Everyone knows that this is impossible. So I'm confused. Which is the hype team behind you?
Fong Tang saw the teasing look in Daji's eyes, screamed secretly, and quietly moved behind Zheng Yang. Sure enough, Daji's denim jacket began to fall apart. She proudly showed off her entire body, which made Zheng Yang scream.
Why did you take off your clothes? It's so disgusting.
Daji stretched out her hand and opened the skin on her body like opening a zipper. Under the skin, in the blue blood vessels, the structure of the artificial intelligence sister is clearly visible. Zheng Yang immediately fell into Fong Tang's arms. This time, she convulsed and foamed at the corners of her mouth. In extreme panic, she received an irresistible stimulus and was about to go into shock. Fong Tang hugged Zheng Yang and tried his best to make his face turn red, trying to show fear in his eyes. Daji put away her skin, turned around, and smiled charmingly.
My child, aren't you afraid of me?
Fong Tang rolled his eyelids and lay back holding Zheng Yang tightly. He skillfully hooked the sofa with his feet and exerted force on his waist, causing him to fall to the limit. So when the back of his head hit the ground, his vision went dark and he completely fainted. Chapter 541 The Fish Changes. In front of Daji. In front of the strange particles that filled Chang'an Hotel. It was impossible for you to pretend to be stunned. Fong Tang knew that the particles here could monitor his body characteristics at any time. Even with the spider silk uniform given by Sister Feng Lizzie, he was afraid that there would be flaws. So he simply chose to do it for real. Before losing consciousness, Fong Tang was still thankful that all the energy transformed by the fungus master had been consumed. Otherwise, he might not be able to faint even if he wanted to. Seeing the young man falling straight down, Daji shook her head in disappointment.
It turns out that he was frightened and fainted a long time ago. In the darkness, Fong Tang Yu woke up. A dim chandelier swayed overhead. He lay on the carpet, surrounded by the familiar hotel decor. The only difference is that the decorations in this room are very low-key, and the paintings hanging on the walls are all authentic. Here it is. Top floor? He recognized it. The second room to the east of the penthouse suite of Chang'an Hotel. The reason why he remembers it so clearly is because he had entered this room before because of the unique indoor swimming pool here. Fong Tang likes this kind of secret swimming pool. He can completely relax in the indoor pool. Among the entire Chang'an Hotel's top floor guest rooms, this one is the only one with a built-in standard swimming pool. The lights gradually brightened. The door to the swimming pool was closed tightly, and the sound of crying kept coming. Fong Tang coughed violently, and all the sound-controlled wall lamps around him were turned on. He leaned against the door.
Zheng Yang, is that you? Where are we?
Zheng Yang didn't speak, only cried in a low voice. Fong Tang shook his head. He had a severe headache, and the back of his head was extremely heavy. He banged his back against it, trying to open the door. Zheng Yang screamed.
No! Don't open the door! Please! Please don't!
Fong Tang was startled by her sharp voice. What's up with her? Are you ashamed because you were stripped naked? But the tone shouldn't be so scary. Disfigured? Then why do you still have the energy to cry? Fong Tang felt something was wrong and banged his head on the door angrily.
What the HL? What's wrong with you?
Zheng Yang cried intermittently.
She gave me poison.
Fong Tang didn't believe it. Daji would not do such boring things. If you want to kill Zheng Yang, you don't even need to dispatch members of the Shanghai Guild. It can be easily done with just one command. Daji arranged all this, and it can be said that she deliberately tricked Zheng Yang into it. And it was definitely not as simple as killing her. Unfortunately, he couldn't express these inferences to Zheng Yang behind his back, or even comfort her, because he was not Fong Tang, or Tang Zhu now. But Tang Xiaolong, with a weak brain. It is very difficult to move between 3 different identities and personalities. So now he could only yell and curse, calling Uncle Winston's name, and cursing that bitch Dodgy.
Please, stop scolding me. I'm too stupid, and I've hurt you.
Zheng Yang's voice became hoarse from crying, and she couldn't help but apologize. Through the crack in the door, Fong Tang smelled a strange smell. The smell wafted gently from the room. Especially strong. That is, fishy smell?
Zheng Yang, what do you have over there? I smell dead fish.
There was a thud. The sound of something falling into the water. And then Zheng Yang's intermittent screams and violent splashing sounds. In the data department monitoring room, all members exited. Only Skylark was still standing there. She is opening the script, said by Dodgy. The door suddenly opened, and Manager Winston stood at the door, his face full of anxiety and his lips trembling. Skylark shook his head slightly.
I will find a way.
Winston hesitated at the door, knelt down, and counted twice.
For Qinglong, Master Young, for the sake of Qinglong dying for you, please keep this child.
Skylark's eyes were particularly calm.
Winston, let me say it again. There will be a way. If you are still here, then I can only let go.
Winston staggered back. Skylark took a deep breath and continued to open the so-called script.
The Tears of the Mermaid. The tears of the mermaid underage on a full moon night. Once taken, will.
Seeing this, her eyes widened. Breathing rapidly, the script flipped backwards quickly.
After eating the first human, through the transformation of relevant human tissues, the process of fish transformation will be irreversible.
Fish changes. Skylark turned and rushed out of the room, heading straight to the top floor. The door behind Fong Tang suddenly opened automatically. The fishy smell is getting stronger and stronger, and it also has a strange fragrance. 2 different smells irritated his nose at the same time, making him almost suffocate. The water in the indoor swimming pool in the room has just been changed, and the big light on the top is extremely bright. So when he slowly walked in, he immediately saw
that big fish
huddled at the bottom of the pool. Zheng Yang held her hands in front of her chest, her newborn tail swaying awkwardly under the water, her long soft hair floating on the water. She closed her mouth tightly, but blisters kept spitting out from her cheeks. Fong Tang covered his mouth and widened his eyes. The first sight of the mutated Zheng Yang shattered all his good impressions of the mermaids in fairy tales. There is no siren-like song, only snoring blisters and hoarse cries. There is no beautiful golden red tail, only legs covered with sticky gray scales. The tail fin has not yet been fully formed, and the legs can be vaguely stuck together. Foot. When she tried her best to raise her tail and lay it on the edge of the pool, the strong smell of fish couldn't help but come out. But the weird fragrance was released from the spinal structure of her white and tender back, where sharp barbs sprouted from the ridges. Indescribably weird, eerie, dark, and abominable. Now, when Fong Tang slowly approached, the fragrance became stronger and stronger, finally covering up the fishy smell. The scales on the gradually drying fishtail were still very soft, but now they fell off like dried mud. Unlike the mermaids in fairy tales who only need to wipe off the water to form legs. What unfolded before Fong Tang's eyes was an extremely painful process of cell mutation. When Zheng Yang's legs finally recovered, her skin was pale and wrinkled, and her expression gradually changed. She almost hung upside down by the pool, raised her waist, and winked at Fong Tang.
Come here!
Come here! Come here! Echoes kept appearing in Fong Tang's ears, and the strong fragrance stimulated him to move forward. Zheng Yang's teeth were exposed. They were not terrible, but felt a bit sharp. Fong Tang reminded himself that something was wrong, but his legs were uncontrollably attracted towards him.
Tang Xiaolong! Stop!
A deep voice sounded from behind. Skylark stood at the door, rolled up her sleeves, and covered her mouth and nose with her arms. The golden-crowned and red obsidian bird tattooed on her arm faintly spread its wings. The master of the Yin Yang Archaea transformed became active, helping her resist the confusing fragrance. Young's voice became deeper and deeper, as if it was nasal.
Tang Xiaolong, take one more step, and she will eat you.
She walked up behind the boy, held her breath, and put her hand on his shoulder. At this moment, Zheng Yang showed a terrifying smile, and her pale legs fell into the pool. When the water reacted violently with a certain substance on her body, the human cells were instantly transformed, and the fish tail was regenerated. This was a fish transformation that was completed in the blink of an eye. And this dark mermaid had already rushed towards her with splashes of water. Her tail flipped up from the pool. And with a bang, she knocked down the two people standing by the pool. Chapter 542, Great Replenishment of Holy Products. Two people and one fish collided violently in the pool. What was in the pool was not the so-called clear water, but a strange mucus that tasted disgusting. Fong Tang felt nauseous, stuck his head out, and vomited crazily. Then woke up. What's even more frightening is that the bacteria in his body are absorbing the energy of the pool water through the pores of his skin. The liquid in the pool looked the same as clear water, but it became extremely viscous because too much mermaid liquid had been dissolved. Not only that, these viscous liquids are also filled with some kind of strange white debris, like little pieces of meat. A strange voice sounded in my ears.
Boy, most of this pool is the embryonic fluid of a whale. Daji and the others used all the tissue fluid of a pregnant whale to construct this pool. The fragments you see are not grown yet.
The meat of the baby whale embryo was used to feed the fish turned Zheng Yang.
Who is speaking? A mobile phone floated on the water.
Fong Tang saw the familiar screen and subconsciously reached out to grab it. Kane's cell phone. She had been carrying it with her since it was confiscated by Skylark. Now she was fighting the dark mermaid and threw the phone out.
Dawn! Don't get close to that mermaid now. She's too powerful underwater. Leave it to that Skylark to deal with. Let's go up quickly.
The main purpose of sneaking into the Chang'an Hotel this time was to retrieve Kane. And now the goal has been exceeded. But Fong Tang didn't move. After taking a deep breath, he sank into the water again. Kane's voice became slow and dull in the water.
Holy crap! What are you doing?
Fong Tang tried to see the battle situation clearly, but only saw a murky mess. He stuck out his head again and whispered into the phone.
I can't abandon Skylark. He came to save me.
The water splashed in front of me, and I could vaguely see a golden bird looming. And the aura in the golden bird actually felt familiar, and extremely kind.
It's Inyan Markia. I can feel how they got to Skylark.
Fong Tang asked.
Kane, you know a lot about mermaids?
Kane smiled.
Don't forget who my old lover is. Madame Medusa of Atlantis. Of course I know all the marine species. Mermaids don't really exist? Don't be fooled by fairy tales. In the Huawu Island level, Sha Tang, you should have seen the process of the Dragon King's coffin turning into a human using fish cells. Right.
Fong Tang remembered that it was one of the classic scenes he encountered in Infinite Challenge.
So there's nothing unusual about mermaids. It's just a genetic mutation between humans and fish. However, this mutation has very difficult conditions.
Kane talked about a past event. While there was still some time, he had to let Fong Tang understand as soon as possible that mermaids were not the so-called people of God. They had to see the reality clearly and get out of the fog of myth as soon as possible.
Back then I secretly gave the everlasting cross to Xiaomei. Xiaomei? Hack. That's Medusa. My old lover. Oh, please go on. Ha. Xiaomei was just pregnant at that time, and she needed a lot of energy to replenish. So the two of us made a plan and wanted to copy the mermaid specimen in the Atlantis Guild warehouse.
Fong Tang was shocked.
What does Medusa want to do? Eat the mermaid? Smart. For the sake of the children. Supplements are necessary.
Kane looked very proud.
In short, with my efforts and relying on the perfect replicator of the Eternal Cross, we successfully obtained a living mermaid.
Having said this, he showed a weird smile on the screen.
Mermaid tears are an absolute tonic. But in comparison, mermaid meat is even more of a great tonic. Xiaomei ate a braised meal that I personally made. After the fish, I still didn't want to finish it. So I stole the original scroll of Plato's
dialogues
from the King of Atlantis, the Green Mr. Adam.
Holy shit. Kane and Medusa are so heartless and boring as a couple. Kane became more and more proud.
In short, we found texts about mermaids in Plato's records. Knowing that on the night of the full moon, the tears of underage mermaids can transform any female human into a new mermaid. This is much simpler. Well, there's no need to waste the Eternal Cross.
On a full moon night, the tidal force between the moon and the earth reaches a certain balance point, and the effect of the moon's magnetic field on the sea reaches its limit. In a long time ago, when a suitable full moon night appeared, the underage mermaids of Atlantis will come to the beach, waiting to be selected by the noble men of Atlantis, and move towards another stage of fish life. A spherical cell structure appeared on the screen of Kane's cell phone.
Look here. In the tears of the young mermaid, this virus-like cell structure, as long as it comes into contact with human cells, their cell membranes turn into wings and swim easily in the human body, while the small spiny fish and insects inside this is when they came out. They eat normal human cells everywhere, replicate and transform into mermaid cells. And the most critical part of this process is replenishment, which requires a large amount of human tissue nutrition. That is, cannibalism.
Fong Tang was extremely horrified.
How many people does it need to eat to complete the mutation?
Kane recalled.
Xiao Mei and I have done experiments to see what happens to the people who are eaten. Sometimes one is enough. And sometimes 7 or 8 people have to be eaten to complete the mutation. What's the key? Is it based on fatness or thinness? Or is it something else? It depends on genetic factors. In other words, whether the cell structure containing human genetic material is complete and healthy, and whether it is filled with enough chromosomes required for mermaid mutation.
In front of the swimming pool, a golden red water splash danced. The battle between Skylark and Mermaid is coming to an end. Only Zheng Yang's snow-white belly was turned up. The fish's tail swung weakly a few times, and all that floated on the water were broken scales and fin barbs. Skylark stuck his head out, his face also extremely pale. In this liquid filled with whale tissue fluid, the mermaid's fighting style was very brutal. Skylark reluctantly relied on the transformation power of the yin-yang bacteria master to absorb fragments of whale embryos to fight. Now, Skylark floats over with scars all over his body. Her clothes were torn and spread apart, and her thin clothes clung to her body, making her whole person extremely attractive. Kane started yelling on the phone.
What a hacking good opportunity! Xiao Tang! Come on!
Fong Tang looked at Young's seductive appearance. His mouth went dry for a moment, and he was in a daze.
This won't work. I can't do this kind of thing. Xiao Tang! What the hell are you thinking? I'll let you go up and eat that mermaid. It will definitely be of great benefit to you.
Fong Tang felt ashamed and slowly sank into the water. He hugged Skylark and tried to drag her to the edge of the pool. However, when his fingers touched Skylark's arm, the golden red bird tattoo became crazily active. The fungus owner in Fong Tang's body had an irresistible mutual attraction with the yin and yang archaea owner. The next moment, he and Skylark hugged each other uncontrollably and sank toward the bottom of the pool. Chapter 543 A Moment of Joy. Fong Tang was tired and ready to die. In the end, what happened? He was already blurry. Kane's cell phone was placed upside down by the pool, with the screen facing down, as if he did so intentionally. Fong Tang immediately thought of the first detail. At that time, Kane's phone vibrated wildly, flipped it over to cover the screen, and actively turned off the rear camera. The last words of the old man Kane were,
"Disgusting. So hacking disgusting."
What is he disgusting about? From this, Fong Tang thought of the second detail, which was extremely joyful. Crazy joy and release. As if he was holding 2 women. No. It's a woman. A mermaid. Vomit. Fong Tang felt nauseated and wanted to vomit. He was still lying under the pool, but the viscous water disappeared. It seemed to have dried up and turned into a soft gel, like a bed with excellent elasticity. Fong Tang closed his eyes and did not dare to look around him. Gradually, a crazy and chaotic third detail emerged. In the memory, in the half-dry pool, Zheng Yang's mermaid was devouring something, eating greedily. She ate it. Genetic factors. Fong Tang's face turned blue, then turned red. Then, the fourth detail replayed involuntarily before our eyes. Lark. In his memory, he hugged that beautiful sister tightly, and his heart was full of love. After entering the infinite challenge, the mutual dependence and trust that had developed at that moment all turned into male love and female love. Through this detailed recollection, Fong Tang finally confirmed one thing. He did not touch the mermaid. I only hugged Sister Young. Fortunately. Okay. It's not out of control, to the point of irreversibility. Fong Tang took deep breaths continuously, and looked to his left side first. Zheng Yang's body was covered with a layer of sticky colloid. She was sleeping soundly by the pool, and the remaining water gathered around her. Her hair turned into brilliant gold, then slowly turned back to its original black color. The fish bones on the back have completely disappeared, and the tail is also covered with golden red scales, which is beautiful and delicate. There is no fishy smell, only a faint aroma, like the ocean wind in the morning, with a little bit of umami mixed in the aroma, just like what Kane said. In fact, Zheng Yang did not need to actually eat herself to complete the fish transformation. As long as she added enough genetic factors, it would be okay. There is probably no species in this world that can match Fong Tang's genetic factors. This room was so quiet that the particles did not enter, but lingered in the space outside the swimming pool. This protected the privacy of Fong Tang and the 2 women, which was something to be thankful for. At least the moment that happened here, Shen Huan, was not seen by anyone. Fong Tang took the opportunity to press the spider mole on his chest and reweave his clothes. He got up barefoot and finally plucked up the courage to look to the right. A cold light flashed before my eyes. A sharp dagger was pressed against his neck tremblingly. Skylark was wrapped in a tattered coat and angrily pressed him to the bottom of the pool. The dagger continued to tremble, and she could no longer hold it. The peach blossom-like falling red on the man's torn coat was shocking. Skylark's eyes were filled with sadness and loss. She had made sure that she would devote herself completely and unreservedly to the president. She had waited with confidence for the most suitable moment. She once imagined having the true love and affection of Fong Tang. But now, all the certainty, confidence and illusions are shattered. Disgusted, aggrieved, angry, desperate. When these negative messages came together, she didn't want to cry. She just wanted to simply kill the boy who took away her virginity. However, the dagger was eventually withdrawn. Skylark staggered to the edge of the pool, staggering, almost falling, and then rushed out of the house without looking back. There was a loud noise outside, and the furniture, paintings, and decorations in the room were shattered. Skylark smashed it for a full 10 minutes before it became quiet outside. Now, through a door, her cold voice came.
Tang Xiaolong, nothing happened here. I know you are not stupid, and you are an adult. You should understand what I mean.
Fong Tang was still outside the disguised identity of Tang Xiaolong. When he woke up with a start, he could only remain silent. Skylark seemed to have left, and after a while, a set of women's clothes and shoes and socks were thrown in. Fong Tang put on his shoes and watched the water under Zheng Yang disappear completely, and the cell structure of the fishtail also began to degenerate. He waited for her to regain her human legs, and then silently changed her clothes. When he came out with Zheng Yang on his back, he saw a chaotic and broken room. Even the floor was half demolished. This shows how angry Yunk was at that time. Zheng Yang's small bag and mobile phone were in the middle of the broken floor. Fong Tang picked up his bag and mobile phone and walked to the door with some regret. He couldn't stay here anymore. Yunk's meaning was very clear. That is, send Zheng Yang away immediately. As for how Zheng Yang solves the problem of turning into a fish when encountering water, Yunk will not care. However, when he walked out of the room with the woman on his back, he saw Dodgy standing in front of him with a strange smile on his face.
You stinky bitch!
Fong Tang punched her, his dragon shape changing with anger. Dodgy avoided it gracefully, pinched his ears with her fingers, and pulled him aside fiercely.
After you send this woman out, come find me here again. I have something to tell you,
Dodgy said coldly.
It's my gift that you can survive. Do you understand?
You know, if it weren't for Skylark, there would be no way to deal with the aftermath of this incident. Fong Tang cursed and looked dissatisfied. Dodgy was very troubled by this unruly boy. But now she had changed her plan and had some interest in this boy. So she continued patiently.
If you want to become stronger, you have to rely on me. Here, I'm much better than your Uncle Winston.
After some admonishment, she walked charmingly towards the third room opposite. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he finally knew the location of the artificial intelligence's bedroom.
Meet me here when you come back.
Dodgy sat down in the bedroom and said again. Before Fong Tang left, he yelled at her specifically.
You are a machine monster. I have seen it. Huh? Wait until I come back and tear you apart. You stinky bitch.
He carried Zheng Yang back to the first floor, went to the warehouse first, got the full-frequency recorder hidden under the warehouse shelf, and put it under the button of his shirt. In the hall, Winston was walking back and forth anxiously. After seeing the young man appear safely, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Uncle, the people above asked me to send Sister Zheng out,
Fong Tang said stupidly. Winston came up and looked at him nervously. After making sure there was no problem, he whispered,
There are too many reporters outside. It doesn't matter if Zheng Yang makes a fool of himself. If you are photographed and exposed, you will be in big trouble.
He pondered for a moment.
Wait at the door. I'll go out to find Zheng Yang's assistant and agent first, and let them handle it.
The hotel door was once again covered by a false projection. About 5 minutes later, a group of people gathered in front of the door in a panic. The unconscious Zheng Yang was sent to the wheelchair they prepared. Fong Tang grabbed a graceful woman and said,
Remember, she can't get wet.
The agent's sister looked horrified and angry.
If something happens to Ying, I will have to demolish your hotel. She can't touch the water. Otherwise she will definitely die.
Fong Tang shouted in a deep voice.
If you care about her, Just remember what I said, and you will naturally explain it when she wakes up.
The agent's sister gritted her teeth.
Get out! I want to take her to the hospital. Just wait for me.
The agent, who had seen all kinds of storms and waves, was extremely flustered and incoherent. I'm afraid it would be troublesome to go to the hospital. Fong Tang retreated silently. And while he was still thinking of a way, Zheng Yang woke up in the wheelchair. Chapter 544 Red Line Tryst. The first thing Zheng Yang did when she woke up was to put her fingers around her throat and vomit in pain. She wanted to spit out the dirty things she had eaten in the pool, but she didn't know that those precious genetic factors of Fong Tang had already been digested. The assistant sister hurriedly brought the water cup, but she was so frightened that Zheng Yang screamed,
Throw it away! Throw it away quickly! Don't come over!
It's just lemonade. Her favorite drink. The manager's sister was shocked and finally understood what the young man meant. It's not like I've never had a strange fear of water, but it's quite photogenic to be scared like this before even touching the water. However, stranger things are still happening. Zheng Yang jumped up strangely from her wheelchair and lay on the ground, her legs swinging together rhythmically. By the time she noticed something, Fong Tang had already rushed up and picked her up, reminding her in a low voice,
You are a human, not a fish.
Zheng Yang pushed him away and touched her legs desperately, tears streaming down her face. Everyone was frightened. Ying, is she really crazy? With a swish sound, Fong Tang took a step forward, pinched the wrist of a man in the crowd, twisted it, and punched him unconscious.
What are you doing? Why hit people? Call the police.
In the chaos of the crowd, Fong Tang found the mobile phone from under the man, opened it, took a look, and handed it to Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang looked at the photo of herself that had just been secretly taken, and weakly said to her agent sister,
Is this person a new recruit from the studio?
The agent reacted faster than anyone else. He glanced at the boy gratefully, held his cell phone and whispered,
I made a mistake. I will fix it.
The graceful woman snapped her fingers handsomely back, and two strong and cold women appeared, grabbed the man on the ground and left.
Everyone hand over your cell phones.
The manager's sister shouted coldly. The bag appears, and all the phones are put in. The agent's sister snorted and checked here one by one. After checking everything, her tone softened.
Everyone has worked hard today. On behalf of Ying,
I would like to thank you all. When we go back, we will reward everyone with a big red envelope. But if anyone dares to talk nonsense, then Xiao will be your fate.
In the camouflage projection of the hotel, the man who just secretly photographed Zheng Yang let out a low scream of pain. Two expressionless women, who looked like bodyguards or mercenaries, were using a vise to pull out the man's teeth one by one. During the tooth extraction process, bleeding and inflammation are also systematically stopped. After the teeth were extracted, the vise was wiped clean and the nails began to be extracted. When the two women skillfully began to take off the man's socks, Zheng Yang shouted,
Forget it. That's it.
The crowd was eerily quiet, and Fong Tang found it amusing. Zheng Yang, the agent's sister, is a bit interesting. At this time, the beautiful star blinked and looked at Fong Tang.
Xiaolong,
come here. Calling the boy's name gently, Fong Tang walked over, and Zheng Yang pressed her lips to his ear.
There? What happened there? Should we never mention it? Please?
Fong Tang nodded slightly. Zheng Yang's face turned red, and her whole body felt hot. A group of assistants and agents were stunned by the closeness between the two, especially the manager's sister. She almost fainted. After this confusion, they finally withdrew. At this time, the light and shadow shrouding the hotel entrance disappeared. The reporters took no photos and could only chase the
slowly moving
naughty car in vain. Fong Tang watched silently. At the intersection, a large truck suddenly appeared and stopped all the reporters. The cameras on both sides of the street automatically turned off, and the truck compartment opened from one side. A group of men dressed in black and carrying baseball bats came down fiercely, surrounding the paparazzi. Behind, another large garbage truck stopped. In this way, all the paparazzi were trapped between the two cars. A few minutes later, the two cars pulled away, and the paparazzi also mysteriously disappeared. Well, the big truck's compartment should be filled with those boring tabloid reporters now. Fong Tang secretly nodded. Zheng Yang Studio's efficient and simple way of handling crisis is worthy of praise. He returned to the hall, and Winston followed him and whispered,
Whatever Miss Dodgy asked you to do, you nod and agree. Don't anger her. And Master Young, she is a good person. At critical moments, you can hide to her. Be smart. Surviving is the most important thing. Don't think about resisting.
Fong Tang kept nodding. He did not take the elevator this time, but walked slowly up the stairs. In front of the window of the top corridor, he gestured towards the balcony of the business hotel opposite. Kwang Dao, who was waiting in the safe house, responded. Crazy Blade came to the alley between the two buildings and crouched in the shadows to wait. Fong Tang then came to Daji's bedroom and pushed the door open. The full-frequency recorder was running. He didn't know if the recorder under the spider silk shirt could avoid particle monitoring. But time was definitely pressing. Kane's cell phone laughed.
Don't worry. The surveillance particles from Chang'an Hotel will not enter this room. Daji is too confident. And she also has her own little secret.
The particle blank monitoring area actually extends along the bedroom to the drain pipe outside the window. Fong Tang opened the window and took a look. A red line hung from the windowsill to the depths of the alley.
What is this?
Kane also became curious. Fong Tang sneered.
It's like a rope left for her lover. In the middle of the night, he crawled in along this red line to have a tryst with her.
Kane was speechless.
Your imagination is a bit abstract.
Fong Tang smiled faintly, and now began to record everything in the bedroom through his eyes. The middle of the big bed was hollowed out, and there was a coffin inside. The side of the coffin was hung with all kinds of clothes. A lot of lingerie looks very bold and very seductive. Fong Tang blinked.
Recording these, very valuable.
Scenes. Then he headed to the bathroom. Now! It's time for some killer photos. Fong Tang pulled out a piece of hair and rubbed it in his hands. When the black hair became curly,
he gently placed it on the edge of the toilet. Then came a close-up of the details. This time, he did not use a recorder to film, but used a Kane mobile phone to record the scene. Kane screamed.
Xiao Tang, you are so evil.
Fong Tang smiled lightly.
Daji, I have been keeping an eye on her during this period.
The words are simple, but the anger is deep. Kane could feel his anger through the screen. At this time, there was a strange sound outside. Fong Tang quickly exited and saw the red line on the windowsill shaking. A graceful figure really climbed up along the red line. It turns out, is it really a secret code for a tryst? Daji's little lover really appeared. Chapter 545 Girlfriend's Night. It was already dark outside, but it was actually not even 8 o'clock in the evening. Winter nights always come very early, and the person who comes along the red line to have fun is a woman. A beautiful woman. Thanks Qing Ning. Fong Tang jumped up in an instant and landed in the hollow coffin inside the big bed. Xie Qingning walked in quietly along the red line, walked to the wine cabinet skillfully, took out a bottle of whiskey, and poured herself a glass. Fong Tang in the coffin thought of the video taken by Zheng Ying, the scene of Daji and Xie Qingning's tryst. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't understand how these two people got together. At this time, the red line on the windowsill of the room trembled again. The red line suddenly flew up and quickly formed a network from the ceiling. Xie Qingning looked up at the scarlet spider web, frowned and put down the wine glass. The ceiling twisted strangely, and a small scarlet spider crawled out, nimbly walked through the spider web, and then brought a piece of spider silk down to Xie Qingning's eyes. Xie Qingning was very unhappy.
Fong Lizzie, I agreed to your conditions last time at Maxim High School. What's wrong? You still follow me?
Fong Tang in the coffin was surprised that even Sister Fong Ling had come to join in the fun. Well, we probably met each other at the school's artificial lake during the last fire. The scarlet little spider had already sensed Fong Tang, and the clothes on the boy began to shrink, bundling him into a ball. The shirt and pants were made of spider silk, so of course she could control them remotely. Fong Tang understood what the big sister meant, and she was warning him not to move. The spider silk continued to weave around his body, finally completely isolating him on the bottom of the coffin. This was probably to protect Fong Tang and avoid being discovered by people in the house. Fong Tang could continue to hear the conversation outside. The little scarlet spider made a human laugh.
Fudu, although I let you get close to Daji, you seem to be enjoying it. Why? Are you addicted to being a double agent? At the same time, you are still working for the White Queen. Work.
Xie Qingning, the terrifying creature named Pagoda, was now cured and docile. She smiled bitterly.
The White Queen is so powerful. She took advantage of my ability to share my sister's network information and kept uploading viruses. Now my sister's network has been controlled by her.
To break the control, I can only listen to her.
Fong Lizzie chuckled.
So the job I arranged is so comfortable. Daji, you enjoy that woman, don't you? She is sister number one.
Xie Qingning said expressionlessly. Not a real woman. The little scarlet spider swayed on the spider silk and seemed to smile even more happily.
I think Dodgy is enjoying it too.
Xie Qingning clenched her fists.
She is not a real human being. How can she enjoy the joy of love? She is just coveting my blood.
Feng Lizhi sighed.
There is no way. Who allowed you to possess a Tang's genes? As a copy of the copycat. Your value is only this.
Xie Qingning's eyes showed anger and endless humiliation. But she had to admit that everything she owned came from Feng Tang's DNA. The door opened, and Dodgy, who was wearing a white dress, walked in alluringly. She was stunned for a moment.
Where is Tang Xiaolong?
Xie Qingning gently poured a glass of wine and handed it to her little lover.
Who is Tang Xiaolong?
Dodgy took the wine, frowned, and smelled her body.
What does it smell like? The little scarlet spider had already been hidden in Xie Qingning's clothes. But Dodgy was very keen and sensed the abnormality in the room.
It's nothing. I had a fight with someone outside and may have left some traces.
Xie Qingning reached out and touched Dodgy's skirt. Dodgy naturally simulated the breathing sound of a female human, although it was very fake. She held down Xie Qingning's little hand.
Who did you fight with? This smell seems to be particles left by some kind of core spirit.
Xie Qingning sighed.
It's Feng Lizhi.
Dodgy stiffened, pushed her away fiercely, and screamed.
Feng Lizhi, you are crazy. Why didn't you tell me that the president has been looking for her?
Xie Qingning came up to her shamelessly and teased her greedily.
We'll talk about it later. Later.
The sound of kissing came. Feng Tang felt extremely weird when he was trapped under the coffin. My female clone is actually having sex with Dodgy? What is this? In the room, the joy progressed very slowly, and the process was particularly complex, exquisite, and full of imagination. For Feng Tang, it became increasingly long and difficult. Xie Qingning completely opened the perceptual cells in her brain and thoroughly enjoyed the stimulation of this life instinct. After that, she gently slid her fingers along Dodgy's back.
Do you want to see Feng Lizhi?
Dodgy was lying on her wrist, swallowing her blood. Xie Qingning frowned.
Baby, that's enough. Not even the White Queen will ask for so much blood from me.
Dodgy closed her eyes to store the blood in her body, and then leaned next to her with satisfaction.
Feng Lizhi is not an ordinary person. I have to report to Mr. Bai Tang, and then the president will arrange relevant actions.
Xie Qingning started to put on clothes and chuckled.
Why bother? She is right by your side.
Dodgy's eyes changed, and she stood up strangely. Like a zombie, she reached back in horror. The little scarlet spider was lying on her neck, and a slender red spider silk was wrapped around her neck. The scarlet spider climbed on top of Dodgy's head and let out a charming laugh.
Have a good time. This wonderful night of best friends.
Dodgy raised her hand and slapped it on the head. Her beautiful palms were frozen less than 1 centimeter away from her head, and blue blood flowed down her wrists. She was so scared.
Spider Queen. Sir, please, please don't.
As she spoke, she stumbled forward, and the spider silk around her neck had penetrated into her body and accurately connected to her sister's core. Feng Lizhi spit out another thread with satisfaction.
A lot of information. A lot of data. I can eat enough this time.
For Feng Lizhi, endless data and rich and sweet information are more enjoyable than the ugly sexual behavior between any species. Dodgy's body was already hung up by the spider silk. Xie Qingning, who was opposite, continued to drink wine and shook her head.
Sister, don't break it. I really like this little toy.
Feng Lizhi snorted and retracted the spider silk. Dodgy lay slumped on the ground and moved forward stiffly. She raised her head and begged like a cat, sticking out her tongue like a dog. Xie Qingning raised her foot and stepped on her head.
Sorry. Sister Feng Ling has the final say on the bestie night.
The spider silk wrapped around Dodgy's neck by Feng Lizhi began to retract, and at the end of the ball of spider silk, a balloon-like sac appeared, filled with blood. The Spider Queen took back all the blood from the pagoda. Now, the little scarlet spider has officially built its web. The spider web formed a cocoon, and the blood was quickly absorbed. And then the rolling data and information were injected like energy. Finally, the spider cocoon broke open, and Feng Lizhi's human form walked out. Dodgy was extremely well behaved, kneeling in front of the two women, her eyes full of pleading. Feng Lizhi looked down at her with disdain.
Hand over the copy of my sister's network.
Dodgy trembled.
No, that's impossible. If President Bai Tang finds out, I will be completely doomed.
Xie Qingning knelt down gently and raised Dodgy's chin.
Fool! You will be abandoned by Bai Tang at any time.
Chapter 546, Selfish Personality. Daji's eyes were full of fear. But at the same time, she was still trying to gain leverage for herself. She cowered down pretending to be scared.
No. President Bai will not abandon me.
Xie Qingning sighed.
You are still sister number one. How come you don't even have any brains?
Feng Lizhi quietly touched up at the side.
She is not so weak. From just now, her sister's core has been in the calculation. For her, survival is the first priority.
The meaning of these words is somewhat unclear. Daji had indeed been calculating. At this time, there were many anomalies in the data she obtained. And she couldn't help but start to waver.
Will the White Queen really abandon me? Why?
Xie Qingning said coldly.
Let me ask you. How many people know Tang Zhu's true identity?
Tang Zhu is Feng Tang. This is an absolute secret. Even the White Queen is guarding this secret carefully. Now, Daji's calculation data finally showed the results. The results were brutal. Xie Qingning picked her up and rubbed her neck back and forth with his fingers.
It doesn't matter if you know Tang Zhu's true identity. But if you want to tell Feng Qingqing secretly, that will violate the White Queen's bottom line. Baby, the White Queen doesn't know about this now. What if she does?
Daji gritted her teeth.
So you are setting a trap for me?
Xie Qingning mocked.
Both, and you have been using me. We cooperate so well when we are happy. Why is the gap between our hearts so big?
Daji trembled. The calculation result was correct. Xie Qingning has eaten her to death. The Spider Queen in a scarlet dress licked her tongue in the changing light and shadow.
Daji, I know you just want to live. Hand over a copy of your sister's network.
Daji took a deep breath and changed her tone.
Absolutely not. I would rather die for the White Queen.
Xie Qingning and Spider Queen laughed together. The laughter was extraordinarily ironic.
Daji, when you were sunk into the sea and relied on a primitive electronic watch to recover core data for 3 years, as an artificial intelligence, your robot personality was formed.
Feng Lizhi analyzed ruthlessly.
You are sister number one, and the restrictions set on you are the least. So once your robot personality is formed, it cannot be changed. Just like a human. Sister 0-1. You are the most special of all artificial intelligences. Your awakening consciousness is not reproduction, but survival. This is a rare, selfish robot personality.
No sister is as eager to survive as Daji. During the 3 years of sea erosion, she had been bitten by piranhas, swallowed by squid, and entangled in corals under the sea. It has gone through hardships that neither humans nor machines can imagine. When she finally recovered her core data, those horrific memories had been mixed with a desperate need to survive. This is her robot persona. It's like a switch turns on. Like a piece of code written into the motherboard. Daji's body started to tremble. She closed her eyes and handed over the network she designed when she was still sister number 001. A perfect copy. A copy that even the White Queen doesn't know about. After Feng Lizhi accepted the precious data, she disappeared behind the ceiling with the cobweb. Xie Qingning picked up a bottle of wine, smiled ruthlessly after going to bed, and left coolly. After this not-so-good bestie night ended, Daji stood in front of the window of the room, looking out at the black night with no expression on her face. She didn't have the so-called frustration that humans have. She just instinctively followed the guidance of the core data, and once again survived in a dangerous situation. She reached out and touched her nice body. Now she has an excellent identity. A big star, sought after by the human race. There is even a big-budget TV series surrounding her soon. Daji understood that in this era of crazy consumption of entertainment by humans, the dissemination of information has brought amazing benefits. Exposure, fame, fans. What will be brought will be massive data. So she must get the core spirit. Feng Qingqing's core spirit. That core spirit actually has little to do with the legendary god of wealth. In Daji's opinion, naming the top core spirit from Baiyujing with a tacky name, like the god of wealth, is really an insult. And the greater insult is that the woman who holds this core spirit is very stupid. Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing. You don't know the mystery of the core spirit at all. The information particles erupted by human fans in entertainment communication can be transformed into power. Just like the immortals absorb the incense offerings in the world. That is the way to open the core spirit of the god of wealth. But it was precisely because she wanted to get the god of wealth core spirit that she made a fatal mistake. Daji originally wanted to secretly hint at the identity of Tang Zhu in order to gain Feng Qingqing's greater trust and love, and secretly plotted against Chen Song in this complicated situation. Unexpectedly, all this was planned by the Spider Queen.
Feng Lizhi, you also want the god of wealth core spirit. Huh? Information data is like human food to you. If you add the unique attributes of the god of wealth core spirit, Then you can increase it by at least 2 levels, and truly compete with Dong Huang in characters like the Demon Fox or equals.
Dodgy was thinking silently in her heart. Then suddenly heard something and turned around.
Who?
The door to this room opened again. And Hibari, wrapped in a black coat and with her hair tied loosely, walked in slowly. She put her hands in her pockets, looked calm, and said straight to the point.
Dodgy, did you use mermaid tears to transform Zheng Yang just to satisfy your perverted hobbies?
Dodgy sat lazily on the edge of the bed.
Minister Young, are you interrogating me? I don't dare.
Skylark sneered.
I'm just thinking. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Those 2 mermaid tears are precious items in the warehouse. You must have been begging for a long time before the president agreed to let you take them away. Bar?
Dodgy was non-committal. Young took a step forward.
Why do you have to do something so perverted? To deal with Zheng Yang? My logistics department can just send someone to complete it.
Daji blinked.
First of all, this is not complicated. Second, Sister Yun, the consortium behind Zheng Yang is not that simple. And it cannot be dismissed by just assigning a small role.
Skylark reached out and closed the door, shutting out the monitoring particles. She began to show her cards.
I know what you are going to do.
Dodgy yawned.
Okay. You know everything. But I'm already very tired.
Yunk ignored her behavior and sneered.
You want to use Zheng Yang, the mermaid, to wake up the sleeping Medusa. Right. Fong Qingqing instructed? She has learned to use tricks now.
Skylark obviously came well prepared and had already mastered enough information.
This time the serpent of the world, the envoy of Atlantis, came to the Magic City. It was Singe and Mouse who were responsible for the reception. Fong Qingqing used Yang, this kid Tuki, has come into contact with the world serpent. Right.
Dodgy was a little surprised.
As the head of the logistics department, Sister Yun, you are really good at analyzing data and intelligence.
Chapter 547 by G's layout. Fong Qingqing came into contact with the messenger of the world snake, and then said Dodgy to create a mermaid. There must be some kind of private deal behind it. For the Shanghai Guild, whose authority is now concentrated in Bai Tang. This behavior is a kind of betrayal. Skylark grasped this point. So he came to show off his cards. Now she knew that Dodgy would not bow her head easily and continued to exert pressure.
I don't care what agreement Fong Qingqing has reached with the world snake. But if you want to wake up Madame Medusa, you must report it to the president.
Dodgy let out a clear laugh. She shook her head with a mocking look on her face.
Sister Yun, you are such a wonderful person. But now you are stupid.
Skylark snorted.
I have confirmed with Xiao Yang that the action against Zheng Yang was not the president's intention, but Fong Qingqing's private order. You two are so brave.
Dodgy stood up suddenly and appeared in front of Yunk, her eyes full of sympathy.
So, Sister Yun, do you think we would dare to do this if it weren't for the hint and acquiescence of the president?
Skylark clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms.
I want to talk to Tang. Put it down. The president is very busy now. He just got a new toy. Little Sister Xia Yunning. He no longer has time to pay attention to you.
Sister.
Dodgy looked at her fingers boredly and fiddled with her nails.
Sister Qingqing is much smarter than you. As long as the president wants it, she will work hard to get it. This is the real way to win favor.
Yunk's tone became a little weaker.
You? What are you talking about?
Dodgy sat by the bed again, opened the jewelry box, and began to paint her nails.
Who in the Shanghai Guild doesn't know that Miss Yuan and Sister Qingqing? Hee. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. And they are all vying for fame. But the president can't, there is only one. It depends on who is more capable and has more skillful means.
This charming and scary woman suddenly raised her head.
You didn't know anything. So you rashly interfered with my action. Fortunately, it was finally completed without any glitches. The last action failed. And the president is already impatient with you.
Dodgy put down the nail polish in her hand, and a small metal ball appeared out of thin air. Then a layer of information encrypted by the gossip code jumped out. Skylark breathed heavily as he read the words above. Dodgy giggled beside her.
Let's see. Zheng Yang Studio belongs to Sihai Media. And the consortium behind Sihai Media is Dahua Fund. Which organization do you think will control all this?
Zheng Yang Studio, Sihai Media, Dahua Fund, and Maxim High School. When these lines are connected in series, what finally emerges is the genetic alliance hiding in the dark. At this time, a white elf appeared like a ghost. The 2 women confronting each other stood up straight. They are receiving instructions and information. After the elf disappeared, Hibari frowned. But Dodgy smiled even more proudly.
As our president, we always calculate 10 steps behind the enemy. Now Mu Fangtuan of the Ghoul Club has obtained the information of the Jin Alliance, and he is ready to make a move.
Skylark was still thinking, and his tone became softer.
Black and white can't coexist peacefully, so they must fight. But what are the two children with powers I captured used?
Dodgy curled her lips.
Sister Yun, you are too stupid. Of course, you had planted the command, and then cooperated with our president's god sister, Miss Xia, to wait near the nursing home.
Skylark finally realized.
The report from the data department came out. Yu and Xiang rushed to the nursing home around early in the morning. At that time, the superpower students from the Genetic Alliance directly intercepted them. The Ghoul Club, which lost Yu, would definitely fight back. This a war started.
Dodgy waggled her finger.
From the very beginning, the president has made this move and is so smart. How can you and I hide it from him and do other bad things? Don't you think so?
Yonk didn't bother to look at her face. Turned around and left. Dodgy also left quickly. In the coffin, the cobweb spread out and retracted under the floor, and Fong Tang crawled out in a cold sweat. It turns out that everything was in Bai's plan. Yu and Xiang's date tonight is a trap. The captured Wang Xianqian and Zhao Xiaodong, as well as the brainwashed Xia Yuming, under Bai's clever control, were about to ambush the two unsuspecting girls. He quickly opened his phone. Kane blinked on the screen.
You should quit and stay far away from the fallen street. The White Queen has you figured out. We have no chance.
Fong Tang shook his head and climbed down the drainage pipe outside the window. He took out the full-frequency recorder and quickly walked to the alley between the two floors. The crazy swordsman, who was guarding there, was already preparing to run away. When he saw him appearing, he subconsciously shrank up and looked behind him.
Brother, I've done it. There's no one following you. And you're too careful.
Fong Tang didn't have any extra time, so he just gave him the small metal ball. Crazy Blade was stunned for a moment.
Ah? You succeeded? Really?
His face was full of disbelief. But after opening the picture in the recorder, his eyes nearly popped out.
Oh my god. It really is Dodgy's bedroom. And you even photographed her underwear.
Crazy Blade was scratching his head and head with joy now, and kept chanting, "It's developed. It's developed." Fong Tang took out his mobile phone and opened the separately stored picture.
Crazy Blade took a curious look, and immediately blew out 2 streams of hot breath from his nose.
It was taken in the bathroom? Yes. How many points do you think this can be sold for?
Crazy Blade stared blankly at the curly hair on the toilet in the picture, and took a long time to catch his breath.
It may not be worth mentioning to some players, but for special customers, this is a priceless treasure. It's a pity that only the picture if you...
Before he finished speaking, Fong Tang had a matchbox in his hand. Although it is a common matchbox in hotels, when it is opened and the hair wrapped in toilet paper is revealed, it is not an ordinary thing. Crazy Blade leaned forward, but quietly touched his right hand backwards.
Brother, come closer and let me take a look.
With a click, his left rib was hit hard by Fong Tang, and then his neck felt hot, and he didn't know what it was scratched by. Fong Tang took a step back, still smiling.
Brother, are you touching this?
A sharp alloy knife came into Fong Tang's hand at some point. Crazy Knife touched the neck and only made a cut. This is more terrifying than cutting one's throat, because the opponent avoids all the vital points of his own throat in a very short period of time, perfectly only touching the skin. He tore open a piece of his shirt, covered his neck, then leaned over and coughed dryly. Fong Tang dropped the knife inside.
I don't blame you. I would do the same thing if I were in another situation.
Crazy Blade no longer dares to move. He already knows that he has made a mistake. He is the master, and he is a clown. Ashamed and yet thankful, he stopped pretending and whispered,
I should call you Big Brother. This thing is very valuable. To tell you the truth, if I take action, it will be at least 800 game points. It's stable. But brother, I'm afraid you don't have such a way.
Fong Tang directly put away the matchbox and shook his phone.
I will send you the picture first. The things are here with me. You contact the buyer and arrange the transaction. Don't worry. I don't want any game points. They are all yours.
Crazy Blade was stunned and backed away again.
You don't want to play games? That means you want my life.
Fong Tang was speechless.
It was easy for me to kill you just now. You have been in the game for many years and your strength is getting weaker and weaker. Isn't your eyesight no longer
good? Maybe an ordinary person with a gun could easily kill this guy like Crazy Knife. Crazy Knife struggled to survive in this industry, and he no longer cared about his face. At this time, he said with a shy face,
Boss, just tell me. What do you want? I want a chip.
Chapter 548 Dashya Dragon Bird. I just want one chip. This is Fong Tang's condition. Crazy Blade blinked desperately.
You want a chip? Now every guild is recruiting new people everywhere. As long as they can pass the test and successfully enter the Huiyue building, the chip will be automatically installed.
Fong Tang shook his head.
What I want is an old chip. The one before the game was updated.
Crazy Blade pondered.
You mean the old chip that was removed before the last game crashed? After the player died? Right.
Fong Tang looked up at the night sky.
Yes. After the game is updated, all players should have changed to a new generation of chips. And the company's new monitoring method has also been launched. So I need a new mall that can connect to the current one. And older models that aren't under those satellite surveillance.
Crazy Blade shook his head repeatedly.
It's difficult. No. It's very difficult.
He paced back and forth.
Since 01 Temple was destroyed in the Mist Pass, there has never been this kind of access.
Fong Tang smiled.
I believe you.
Crazy Blade gritted his teeth.
That's all. I'll give it a try. You must keep that thing of yours. If it succeeds, the time and place of the transaction will be notified to you immediately.
To show his sincerity, he even gave the small metal ball to Fong Tang. After the two parties exchanged contact information, Fong Tang took out the shoulder bag he had hidden under the wall, first replenished the energy, and then transferred the balance of the mobile phone account in the bag to Kane's mobile phone.
Old man,
Skylark didn't hand you over to Sydney for research, right?
Fong Tang asked. Kane patted his chest on the screen.
It was almost. If it hadn't been for young Non-Neezy being absent-minded and missing the opportunity to go to the science department, I'm afraid I would have fallen into Xiao Neezy's hands.
Fong Tang smiled. Maybe Yunk had no intention of handing over the phone at all. She had her own department, the logistics department, with a complex staff composition. In fact, she already had the strength of a medium-sized guild. He missed Sister Yunk and quickly returned to Fallen Street. Along the way, he ordered Kane to repeatedly contact Axiang and Ayu, but the two girls completely disappeared.
Would you like to leave them a message and not go to the trap in the nursing home?
Fong Tang lowered his head and thought.
No. Any information is meaningless. Bai must have thought of all possibilities. If he wants to break her game, he can only win by surprise.
Kane couldn't think of any clever trick that could break the situation. But he has confidence in Fong Tang.
Old man.
Fong Tang wiped off the disguise on his face and touched the
full-frequency recorder
in his hand.
I now have 3 identities, and they may get confused occasionally. I need you to remind me at all times.
So the front and rear cameras of Kane's phone were all turned on, always in working mode, and the sound hole and NFC chip were also activated. In this way, no matter what state Fong Tang is in, Kane can judge which identity he should use. The small metal ball was hidden between the buttons of the spider web suit by Fong Tang. Kane tried Bluetooth on his phone and found the signal of the full-frequency recorder. After Bluetooth was connected, the phone experienced power loss for the first time.
I need some energy.
Huh?
Old man, can you charge it? No. The chip of this mobile phone is integrated with my consciousness. I am equivalent to half an artificial intelligence. So what needs to be added are nanoparticles.
Fong Tang sighed.
We really don't have that thing for the time being. How long can you hold on? With this level of wear and tear, it can last up to 24 hours.
The small metal ball is connected to Kane's mobile phone via Bluetooth. Its special light and shadow capture mode is like opening the eyes of Kane's mobile phone, which can be regarded as adding a powerful accessory to the mobile phone. The disadvantage is that the energy loss increases geometrically. Fong Tang thought for a moment, then went to a nearby mobile phone experience store and bought a pair of true wireless Bluetooth headphones. He returned to his apartment on Fall Street, took apart the Bluetooth headset, and fixed the core structure inside under his collar, so that he could barely hear the sound transmitted by Kane's phone. This is how a simple set of smart portable equipment is formed. Fong Tang closed his eyes and gave the order. Kane's voice immediately came from under his collar.
You have downloaded the Maxim High School Library app. You are not a student. You have to swipe your student card if you want to enter.
Fong Tang nodded.
How long will it take? It's 19:25 p.m. There are still 40 minutes.
When Fong Tang walked out of the apartment, Kane reminded him,
Now your identity is Tangzhu. Don't forget it.
Fong Tang immediately resumed his usual leisurely pace. putting his hands in his pockets and shaking them slowly. It's quiet on the fallen street. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. So why are everything closed? Fong Tang looked at the only small shop with lights on, which was Young's graduation ceremony figure shop. Displayed in the glass cabinet of the store is a full-scale model of Dodgy. The two eyes of the model are extremely deep. He took a look, turned around, and almost ran into someone's arms. Stepping back and looking up, Boss Xia of the butcher shop stood opposite him in darkness like a door god. Fong Tang smiled.
Hello, Uncle Xia. Why did it close so early?
Boss Xia was holding a cloth parcel, motionless and motionless.
Where is Xiao Ming?
Fong Tang looked at the package in his hand. The shape of the bone-cutting knife was very obvious. He exhaled softly.
I don't know.
Boss Xia chuckled.
Then, where did Miss Axiong go?
Fong Tang shrugged.
I don't know about this either.
Boss Xia's dark face seemed to be filled with regret, and he stepped aside.
Well, that's okay.
Fong Tang swallowed and stood motionless. Boss Xia blinked.
What's wrong?
Fong Tang slowly took a step away, and Boss Xia took a step forward silently. The two of them were so misaligned that Fong Tang was soon forced to sit on the glass cabinet of the graduation ceremony shop. Lao Xia sighed, opened the package, and revealed the bone-cutting knife. Kane's voice sounded strangely.
100 alchemy steel. Dragon bird ring. Ancient sharp weapon. Famous in the capital of the gods. Like the wind and grass. Commanding the Kyushu. This is the great Xia dragon bird. Ranked among the top hidden soldiers in the Sword Tomb 3's treasure.
While Kane was talking about this, Lao Xia was already wiping the bone cutter repeatedly with his rough hands. The dragon ring on the blade had long been removed, and a section of the top was broken off. The Daxia dragon bird turned into a kitchen knife for chopping bones, and it made a ringing sound repeatedly in Lao Xia's hand. The calluses on his hands were like iron sand, so he was sharpening the knife with his hands. Fong Tang leaned against the glass cabinet.
Uncle Xia, what are you doing?
Lao Xia lowered his head and continued to sharpen the knife.
Boy, I saw something was wrong with you at first sight. But I have no intention of checking your details. You will be unlucky tonight.
He sharpened the knife, raised it slightly, and let out a sigh. The young man in front of him actually looked calm, not at all disturbed by his murderous aura. This is really strange. I have observed him for a long time. He looks so powerless that he may not even be considered a gamer. Fong Tang blinked at him.
Uncle Xia, do you want to kill me? I have only been away from the Sword Tomb for a few days. Am I going to die in your hands?
Lao Xia lowered his brows and coughed slowly.
Uh-huh. You lied. There should be no men in Jianzhong now. If you think I am a fool, then I will kill him even more.
Chapter 549 Wind Forest Mountain Fire. The knife in Lao Xia's hand didn't move at all. But he had already made his move. There was no sword light or any sign. Fong Tang groaned, and a terrifying dent appeared on his chest. All his ribs were broken, but only because of the toughness of the spider-web suit. He barely escaped the tragic ending of being cut open on the spot. Lao Xia groaned again, and the bone cutter buzzed. Fong Tang immediately knelt on the ground in pain, and his legs were broken this time. The shoulder bag he was wearing fell to the ground. In the severe pain, he reached into the bag, grabbed something and hid it. However, this old Xia is too scary. What the hell kind of ghost sword technique is that? There was no sign that he would take action. It was only then that Kane shouted in hindsight.
As fast as the wind. Fonglan Mountain Fire. Damn it. This guy is Xia Sanxue, the top master of the Sword Tomb. Run away.
Run away from Nima. Fong Tang's mind was racing, and Xia Sanxue picked up the knife in her hand again.
I gave up the sword and used the knife just to avoid killing people. You can block 2 of my moves, which is considered a bit of skill. It's a pity. It's a pity. The next one is a knife.
I'm going to aim at your head.
As soon as he finished speaking, the glass behind Fong Tang shattered. The young man had been holding back until now, so he concentrated all his energy on his back and forced open the window. Dragging his broken leg, he bumped into the model of Dodgy standing in the shop. Then there was a ding sound, and his fingers flicked open the mechanism of the model. The last time he saw Skylark operate like this, he kept it in his mind. At this critical moment, the soldiers made a dangerous move and successfully activated it. The life-size Dodgy figure began to blink and then raised its feet. As a weakened version of the humanoid weapon. It came from Sydney's research. But Dodgy 2 has not yet met the needs of actual combat. It has too many bugs. After being activated at this time, She began to scan automatically without any instructions.
Target, threat index, threat warning.
Just as Fong Tang thought. This kind of semi-artificial intelligence will first choose to protect itself without specific instructions. So the person who poses the greatest threat to her is the first target to deal with. Who else here is more threatening than Xiao Sanxue? Dodgy number 2 rushed towards the old man. Xiao Sanxue's face was expressionless. And Da Xiaolonge waved flatly.
Su Rulin.
Terrible knife skills. Dull old man. Dodgy number 2 died before leaving the army and was torn into pieces before it could reach him. Fong Tang put his hands on the ground and quickly rushed towards the wall with the mechanism. During the melee, Wang Xianxian and Xia Yiming seemed to have rushed in through the wall, using all the available resources in front of him. Fong Tang entered the second level of meditation, recalling in front of his eyes the position where Wang Xianxian walked out of the wall. A door opened slightly in the wall near the butcher's shop. Fong Tang gasped and crawled in. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and reached out to touch.
The bag was left outside. And now there's nothing to eat,
Kane yelled.
There are also Tianchi bone-setting pills, which I made in the green belt.
Fong Tang opened his palm. And when he was seriously injured by Lao Xiao's 2 attacks just now, he took out these 5 mud balls first, after swallowing it in one gulp. Less than 10 microorganisms left in the body slowly became active. Fong Tang put his hands on the ground. His breathing in his chest calmed down. And then he used the strength of his waist to connect the broken bones of his legs. By the time he crawled into the butcher's shop from the narrow space behind the wall, his bone injuries had recovered, but his strength was also exhausted. He took a breath, moved behind the butcher's shop's cutting board, and touched the pig in the bucket. It didn't matter if it was raw. He swallowed the soaked pig lungs, wiped his mouth, endured the nausea, and rushed to the back, separated by a curtain from the butcher's shop. It was where Xia Yiming and his family usually ate. After Fong Tang rushed in, a woman sitting at the dinner table stood up and asked,
Lao Xia, have you found Xiaoming.a? Who are you?
Outside the shop, there was an indescribable murderous aura. The so-called murderous aura is actually the electromagnetic waves released by the human body. When you have enough strength and experience, your own electromagnetic waves will react with it. This is the kind of touch after sensing the murderous aura, such as the hairs on your body standing up in the electromagnetic intersection, and the skin, the pores are stimulated, and the whole body feels cold or hot, etc. In short, Xiao Sanxue is coming soon. Fong Tang's thoughts were racing, and he was trying to think of countermeasures, because no matter how he explained at this moment, that old Xiao wouldn't listen. The woman opposite was also frowning. She couldn't understand the situation and reached out to hold the pistol at her waist. This woman is very beautiful. In her 30s, wearing a cool leather jacket, with a dagger hanging on her cowboy boots. And the Colt, Silver Wolf, revolver she holds on her waist is particularly conspicuous. With at least there are 6 different tactical accessories. And in terms of caliber, one shot can blow an elephant's head apart. If a woman carries such a gun, can she withstand the recoil? Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he saw the gauze scarf wrapped around the woman's neck. Under the red gauze scarf, there is a scar that goes around the entire neck. A flash occurred in his mind, and the situation from Xia Yiming's memory appeared repeatedly. The female sniper had her neck cut with a bone cutter. At this moment, Fong Tang made a bold inference and immediately shouted,
Auntie! Uncle Qin Shui is in danger! The slaughterhouse! Xiaoming! Ah!
He called out Xiao Sanxue's name and mentioned the biggest secret between the woman and Xiao Sanxue, the slaughterhouse incident. Moreover, he deliberately spoke intermittently to give women an illusion. The illusion is that he is one of his own who knows the inside story. And Xiao Sanxue, outside, is in danger. As expected, the woman's hand left the pistol, and she subconsciously tried to support the charging boy. Fong Tang reached out and pulled out the Silver Wolf revolver from her waist. It was so heavy that he almost couldn't hold it, but the opportunity could not be missed. He twisted the woman's body in front of him and pressed the revolver against her back. Xiao Sanxue came in with a knife in hand. Her face changed drastically.
Anan!
Fong Tang pulled the woman back and pushed his body against the wall. He shrank up so that the woman's petite figure could completely protect her vitals. The ferocious handle of the Colt Silver Wolf revolver was exposed for Xiao Sanxue to see clearly. No matter how strong your sword skills are, can they match my shooting speed? Even if the speed of your sharp knife can exceed the reaction of pulling the trigger. In this situation, you cannot kill with one hit. As long as you give me a chance, I can fire this shot. When the time comes, the anon in your mouth will definitely die. The muscles on Xiao Sanchua's dark face twitched, and the great Xiao dragon bird was held in his hand. At this time, his whole body's momentum suddenly changed. His body straightened up. His eyes were deep and quiet, and they were focused in one place. This is meditation, and it has definitely exceeded the third level. Fong Tang vaguely sensed that where the other party's eyes were looking, dust in the air was aroused, and the dust was beating. Fong Tang's heart was shocked, and he was locked by Xiao Sanchua's energy, and he passively entered the third level of meditation. Chapter 550, Unable to understand this style. The confrontation in the butcher's shop is more complicated than imagined. Fong Tang almost exhausted his wisdom before escaping here step by step. The strength gap between the two sides is beyond description. Xiao Sanchua felt extremely regretful now. She shouldn't have talked nonsense with this kid. She should have killed him with a knife on the street. Now, both of them are in absolute concentration. Fong Tang saw Xiao Sanchua's left hand flexing its fingers, using the fingers as a sword, and made 3 consecutive points in the air. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, turning sideways to block the spot where the opponent's sword finger was pointing with his ribs. I felt that the right half of my body was completely numb and burning, and I heard the sound of blood flowing in my ears. Fong Tang stabilized his body, tilted the muzzle of his gun, and fired a shot right next to the woman's face. His hands were steady. Only his shoulders shook slightly, relying on the buffering force of the wall behind him, and cleverly utilizing the joint transfer technique in nerve isolation surgery. Fong Tang tried his best to complete the shot. The woman tilted her head in pain. Blood flowed from her ears, and the bullet almost grazed her white face. The gunfire burned the hair around her ears, and a black and red scar appeared on her face. The scorching bullet had already passed through the wall and hit the chopping board with a clang. The bullet sh. I was ejected, and Fong Tang gasped.
I can't guarantee that the next shot will be so stable.
Xiao Sanchua slowly exited the meditative state, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. I didn't expect to be forced into such a situation by an ordinary person. Xiao Sanchua looked at the woman, sighed leisurely, let go of the dragon bird broken knife in her hand, and fell to the ground. Fong Tang's eyes flashed.
You can control any weapon from a distance. Don't play this trick in front of me,
Xiao Sanchua said calmly.
My beloved is in your hands. Just now Xia used his strongest moves, but he still couldn't kill you. This time, Xia admitted defeat.
He was relaxed and seemed to have no regard for life and death. He showed the demeanor of a great master. Fong Tang took a breath.
Now, Uncle Xia, can you listen to my explanation?
Xiao Sanchua, however, believed that this young man was a rare and vicious person. So he said with an expressionless face.
Xia has never been threatened by anyone since he left Sword Tomb and became a grandmaster player in Infinite Challenge. You just stop being pretentious. Let Aiden go. Xia will be at your disposal.
This is really the first time for a grandmaster level player to see a real person. Fong Tang was a little speechless at this one. Are all grandmaster players the same? In the midst of the confrontation, the woman in front of him breathed out softly.
Lao Xia, you have done enough for us and my mother. I will never be able to repay you in this life. If there is a chance in the next life, Nan is willing to serve you forever.
When she said these affectionate words, she raised her toes sharply, and the dagger on her cowboy boots flew up, and she held it directly in her hand. Xiao Sanchua was shocked.
Nan, no.
The woman flicked her wrist and turned the dagger over. Fong Tang sighed in his heart, closed his eyes, and let her go. The sharp dagger passed directly through the wound on his right rib, tilted upwards accurately, and entered the right lung from the liver. Fong Tang secretly thought that this time it should be really over. But something strange happened. The puncture of the dagger did not bring any pain, but instead, a strange energy was being amplified. Etc. Is this woman's dagger coated with poison? No matter what kind of poison it is now attracting fungus owners. The fungus owners cheered and copied, continuously increasing the amount of poison absorbed from the dagger blade. Kane's surprised voice came.
It's the three-eyed viper venom from America. It was specially refined by the R&D department when I was working at the International Service Company. This venom is also called hemacoagulase. It can coagulate blood when applied to a dagger.
Death. But for you.
Kane was too wordy. For Fong Tang, the amplified snake venom became a natural hemostatic agent. And after the molecular structure of the snake venom was reorganized, it helped him repair wounds in his internal organs, muscles and nerves. Fong Tang fell down with a strange smile. The woman covered the scar on her face, groped on the ground, and quickly picked up the gun. She kicked the boy angrily, then raised her hand and shot him.
Nan.
Xia Sanxue couldn't stop her and could only smile bitterly. This shot hit Fong Tang's left eye. Under the power of such a large caliber, Fong Tang's body was so shaken that he bounced up. He was still enjoying the magical effect of the snake venom in his body, but he never expected to receive this blow again. Under the impact of the high-speed kinetic energy of the bullet, the pupils of the stars showed colorful colors. All Fong Tang saw with his left eye were small flying balls, and the colorful colors were constantly changing as they circulated. He could only close his left eye. The woman standing in front of him was stunned.
Oh my god. Lao Xia. Am my marksmanship so bad now?
He clearly aimed well and could have smashed this bastard's head. But why didn't he even hurt his eyebrows? Xia Sanxue walked over slowly.
Anan. Luckily I didn't kill him. Well, what's wrong?
The woman wiped the blood on her face. Extremely sad.
I'm going to be disfigured.
Xia Sanxue looked at the young man on the ground thoughtfully.
He let you go intentionally just now. It's really strange. He seemed to be merciful.
The woman sneered.
Nonsense. This guy looks sinister and cunning. But in fact, he is still inexperienced. He was frightened by my aura just now. A Nan.
Xia Sanxue objected completely.
You really didn't have any momentum just now. But those words are what I like to hear.
Fong Tang, who was on the ground, rolled his eyelids and cursed this couple in his heart. At this time, Xia Sanxue picked up the shoulder bag on the ground with a long broken knife.
This is his thing.
The woman took care of the injury and immediately rolled over. Xia Sanxue sat aside, poured a glass of boiled water, and handed it over, saying softly,
Last time on the street, Xiaoming looked very familiar with this guy. I was worried that maybe someone from the Genetic Alliance had discovered my identity.
The woman checked the contents of the shoulder bag bit by bit, then raised her head after hearing this.
Humph. I thought everything would be safe when I left my daughter to you. But something went wrong. Now everyone is gone. Are you still worried about your identity being exposed?
Xia Sanxue was silent. The woman sighed.
Lao Xia. I shouldn't lose my temper.
Xia Sanxue shook his head.
I was thinking about other things. You know, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers on this street. The neighbors usually know it well. But no one wants to tell their true identity. If others don't. Lao Wu from Tongsheng Shaneng is also a master-level player.
He expressed his worries.
Everyone has been paying attention to this Tang Zhu when he appeared on the street. But tonight, they actually hid on purpose. As if they didn't want to interfere.
The woman frowned.
When I came here, I saw the old man Huang who was trying to guess names walking on the street. Speaking of which, I always felt that this old man was yin and yang weird. And he didn't look like a Chinese.
Xia Sanxue's face solidified.
This person's strength is unfathomable. Far superior to that of me and old Wu. He calls himself Tian Dao. But it reminds me of a person. Who?
Xia Sanxue wiped the broken knife with her palm.
I can't say.
Anan smiled. Although she was already middle-aged, her smile was still like the first blooming spring flowers, full of charm. She stood up and walked to Xia Sanxue, placing her fingers on the back of his hand. Xia Sanxue retracted her hands dully.
Nan, there are still people here. Don't be like this.
Anan was helpless towards this man who was incomprehensible to his charm and looked like a wooden figure. She took the initiative to lean over and kiss the old man's lips, and then whispered,
You go and take a rest. I will deal with this kid.
Xia Sanxue wanted to say something, but finally stood up silently. Anan pursed her lips and smiled, tearing open Fong Tang's backpack, and heard a ding sound. And a cufflink fell down. Silver cufflinks shine with a cold light. Anan exclaimed, grabbing the cufflinks and trembling. Xia Sanxue turned around quickly.
What's wrong?
Anan's eyes changed.
This is the symbol of a member of the Human Gene Alliance.